Dressing like a lady helps me help others, then dress like a lady I shall.
This is also how I feel about making content on YouTube thus far. Hey everybody, it's Johnny2000 and I'm super excited to tell you guys about my first full retrospective video. So today we're deep diving into the world of Drake and Josh, one of Nickelodeon's most iconic teen sitcoms from the 2000s, for better or worse. Whether you're here for nostalgic laughs or discovering the dynamic duo for the first time, we're going to take a look at Drake and Josh season by season and kind of talk about how it became a cultural phenomenon right from the very beginning. So for those who don't know, Drake and Josh aired from 2004 to 2007, centered around two stepbrothers, Drake Parker and Josh Nichols. It was an instant hit thanks to its slapstick comedy, heartfelt moments, and of course, the undeniable chemistry between Drake Bell and Josh Peck. The series became a staple of Nickelodeon, and its influence on teen sitcoms and 2000s pop culture is still talked about today.
Dude, I can't concentrate. I can't hear you! I'm wearing earplugs!
In this series, we're going to be breaking down Drake and Josh season by season. We're going to talk about the episodes, character development, and more importantly, focus on the story and writing of this. And kind of, what is it about 2000s media that we should keep and take away from going forward in our digital media landscape? It's really interesting to me to talk about what impacted us versus what didn't impact us about other people's writing. Now let's start with season 1. So season 1 of Drake and Josh premiered on January 11th, 2004. Interesting, the show actually came out because of the success of The Amanda Show, where Drake Bell and Josh Peck actually were fan favorites and they wanted to see them together, so that's kind of the inception of this show. Nickelodeon saw the potential in the chemistry and decided to give them their own show. So without further ado, let's jump into season 1 of Drake and Josh, the season that introduced us to the Parker Nichols family, Megan's pranks, and the endless chaos that came with the two stepbrothers from very different worlds. Okay, so that brings us to the pilot. We got Drake Parker, who is cool, popular, while Josh Nichols, who's played by Josh Peck, is a geeky teenager, which Drake describes as
goofy, he's clammy. Hi, Drake. He's here.
Drake's mom, Audrey Parker, Nancy Sullivan, and Josh's dad, Walter Nichols, Jonathan Goldstein, have been dating for a while and they're making out in the living room. Then Drake comes home, interrupting the makeout sesh for the parents to tell Drake and Megan,
Josh's dad and I have been going out for a long time now, and we have some news.
You got me a dirt bike?
The announcement that Josh is going to be moving in and they are all going to officially be a family. Josh is super thrilled, obviously, and Drake is not.
I brought you some licorice, the red kind. I know some people like the black kind, but I thought I'd play it safe.
Immediately off the bat, we can tell that these guys are a lot more intense characteristics of themselves. Like, Josh starts out to be a lot more annoying and nerdy than he inevitably ends up being for Drake and Josh. And Drake is kind of a jerk. Drake is even less excited when he finds out that Josh is Miss Nancy, the anonymous advice columnist for the school newspaper. And that Josh believes he must dress like a woman to adequately portray this advice. To adequately write his advice, which is super, super funny. This is one of the funniest parts.
I help people with their problems. You can't help people by wearing pants?
Drake then uses this to get a date with Tiffany Margolis, who wrote to Miss Nancy. But then obviously Josh gets in trouble when he angers her boyfriend, Buck, which is played by Joey Mendocino. He thinks she is on a date with Josh and challenges him to a fight.
Have an ambulance ready.
So Josh trains all day under a karate instructor and I guess becomes strong enough to knock down an 8-year-old? Ends up still getting knocked out with...
Ready? Oh yeah, baby, come on, let's do this, let's go.
Only one punch. So Drake eventually apologizes and helps Josh realize that he could give good advice without wearing his Miss Nancy dress.
I gave good advice while wearing pants.
Not sure what kind of message we're giving here, but it's the pilot. We're just trying to get introduced to the characters. I definitely get that it's just supposed to be funny, not necessarily telling commentary on something. So then both of them make up and they accept each other as stepbrothers, and that's when the series kind of kicks off.
And we can't not acknowledge how different the room is. I kind of like how accurate it is. I definitely didn't notice the specific tiles above where Josh's bed would inevitably be. And I remember the drum set being there, but it wasn't until I saw this that it actually hit me, and that we don't see the couch quite yet. We don't see a lot of this stuff, which kind of is cool because it's like the set is its own character development.
Just once, I like to get away with something.
Josh, get your feet off the coffee table.
Okay, then we get to a fan favorite, which is Dune Buggy. So this is a notorious episode. I remember this playing over and over again. It's when Drake and Josh get a dune buggy from his friend Trevor, who's played by Taron Killam, and they find out later that it's broken.
You said it runs.
Oh, you meant the dune buggy. Yeah, no, that's broken.
So then Drake and Josh fully repair the dune buggy to the surprise of their parents.
You can't drive this out in the street.
Sure we can. This thing will do 50.
I mean, you're not allowed to drive.
Who forbid them from driving it. Drake secretly drives it with Trevor anyway and crashes.
My parents and Josh cannot find out about this. I'll try and figure out a way to hide the dune buggy so they won't see it's wrecked.
Drake attempts to conceal his bruises and the damages of the dune buggy.
Do me a favor, carry Megan upstairs, would you?
But she's heavy.
I've seen you carry upstairs a dozen times. Come on.
Drake, are you crying?
What's wrong?
She's just so cute.
But Josh eventually finds out when he gets a call from the emergency room and confronts Drake about it. So Josh is angry that all Drake cares about is keeping the accident and the injuries a secret from their parents.
But I won't be able to watch the moves if you do them on me.
Oh, yeah. Drake, come here.
I'd rather not.
Which leads to a really funny sequence where Walter essentially wrestles his injured son-in-law. So, racked with guilt, Drake confesses to Walter and Audrey that what really happened, and then Drake gets in trouble. And then, of course, Josh gets in trouble for knowing and not having said anything about it.
Huh?
And then, funny enough, due to Drake's injury, his grounding simply turns into staying home at school, resting, and making Josh be his servant. This episode is such a good example of the groove they were trying to get into. Like, we have Drake actually pushing his morals onto Josh and showing how Josh responds, and then we kind of see a more devious side of Josh, which comes out and ends up biting him in the butt, which starts this really funny narrative that every time Josh tries to be cool, bad things happen, and every time Drake and things just happen to work out for Drake. See, it's funny because Drake really does suffer most of this episode because of the accident, but this is like the most suffering he'll do in the entire series. Overall, great second episode.
So
Well, I am a huge fan of the dryer sheet.
Josh is convinced that Susan, who's Drake's new girlfriend, is actually flirting with Josh behind Drake's back. So Drake laughs at first, but then becomes angry when he catches Susan kissing Josh and believes that Josh is actually trying to steal Susan from him.
Susan?
Ew! Josh! What are you trying to do?
Yeah, if I had a nickel for every time this happened to me.
Josh tries to explain his innocence to Drake, but Drake ignores him and the two become increasingly distant.
Hello?
And then eventually they do the music video project which allows them to look back at the footage and see all these videos that Megan have taken of both Drake and Josh, which is...
Have you been a good boy this year? No? Well, then on there you go.
Oh, time sheet.
probably borderline illegal. Drake eventually learns the truth, and Megan inserts a video of Susan flirting with Josh. These videos ends up showing Drake that Susan was the one who did it, and he dumps her. So then Drake and Josh actually thank Megan for her prank, and even get back at Susan by putting purple paint in her locker, which is like that famous thing in the opening where they're both walking away from the locker and have the reaction. Classic. And this seemingly really brings the two closer together despite actually putting their flaws against each other, and I love that we actually start to see them grow close. Then we got Two Idiots and a Baby. When Audrey and Walter go out to dinner with Mr. and Mrs. Galloway, Josh offers to babysit.
How could you volunteer us to babysit? Because this dinner's really important to my dad.
Mr. and Mrs. Galloway's son, Max. And Max is like a little baby. Obviously, Josh wants to do like the responsible thing while Drake would rather not. So then Drake has to do everything that Josh signed him up for, and they actually try to have to get him changed, which leads to a really disturbing shot of a baby peeing on them, and then is put to sleep. Drake leaves to play at a concert during this, and Josh actually panics because Max disappears.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and so it's kind of like like that old movie where the baby gets away, baby on something, I don't know.
Oh, Max! Oh, say it again! Oh, Max! Oh, I'm so excited. Oh, let's go. I should be there for this.
But then Drake starts to feel guilty, which is obviously a common trope. It's really just Drake feeling bad for his brother, and he actually returns home to help Josh find Max before Audrey, Walter, and Mr. and Mrs. Galloway return. This one is also another one where it shows that the brothers can step up for each other. I start to notice more about Drake's character, and he starts as a selfish person and slowly tries to adapt and change as he forms this new relationship with Josh.
Look, I can explain. Here's what happened. Oh, evening, everyone.
And let me conclude the fourth episode with one of my favorite jokes in this one.
Thanks for dinner.
Oh, thank you, Bob.
Please, call me Mr. Galloway.
Okay, the next episode is called First Crush, which I guess they didn't cover enough relationships up until this point. So Josh gets his first crush on Kathy, who's Erin Chambers, but can't stop saying ridiculous things, such as...
Spoons? Spoons? Oh, yeah. Do you like spoons?
I think they're very helpful.
So while he's trying to impress her, he accidentally says that he can play the guitar, which he definitely can't. And Kathy wants Josh to play her a song at her birthday party. It's this coffee shop, not only run by Josh's former karate teacher from the pilot, but the same one that Drake got banned from because of a prank involving Megan's pet snake.
Are you kids out of your mind?
It's kind of funny to think for even a second that the owner of this cafe assumes Drake brought a snake just to be freaked out and run and scare everyone. I don't know how there's no benefit of the doubt on this. It turns out this girl has her birthday party at the exact same cafe that Drake is banned from.
What song are you gonna play?
Why don't we all be surprised?
So he ends up having to hide in order to help Josh, and then somehow does a really good job at impresses her.
Thank you one and all. Peace out.
But then inevitably they come outside because it's a terrible plan and they get caught.
They're conjoined!
But it's nice to see Josh kind of have more of a character moment and show that he's very flawed and actually wants things in his life, but it just seems to not work out for him. Then we're exposed to a really uncomfortable, slimy dance as a snake goes up Josh's pants. So then the final episode of season 1 is called Grammy, and it's Megan, Audrey, and Walter leave the house for the weekend, which it's kind of weird that Megan's like barely involved in some of these episodes. Drake and Josh's dreams of apparently a parent-free weekend are broken when Josh's grandmother and Walter's mom, Grammy, who's played by Randy Heller, she comes to babysit.
Whoa, $50. How'd you know? You just enjoyed. Wow, $2 off my next haircut.
Josh is glad that Grammy's around, and we see that he's a grandma's boy, which is not surprising at all, but super funny. And then we actually find somebody that favoritizes Josh over Drake, which is interesting because this dynamic ends up coming back more later with the teacher. So it's nice to know that like in the future they keep that dynamic. But Drake obviously doesn't like the Grammy, and he wants to attend a concert with his friends, but she's basically like, no, you can't go. However, they do make a deal where Drake can spend time with his friends if he beats Grammy in a basketball game, as long as he does not as long as he doesn't attend the concert. But obviously Drake is peer pressured into still going to the concert.
Guys, the tickets are not fake. Are you sure? I photocopied them myself.
And they end up finding out that the tickets to get into the concert are actually counterfeit, and they are detained at the venue until Grammy pays a $200 fine to release them. Dang, Drake. This is cool because it's like Drake actually shows remorse before he even, like, pilot episode Drake would probably not care, but this Drake seems to like it seems like he's starting to care about other people's feelings. So then Grammy reveals that she let Drake win so he could go with his friends, but Drake doesn't believe her and decides to play again under the condition that if he wins, no one tells his parents about the concert.
This is better than bingo!
Grammy agrees on one condition, that if he loses, he will tell the parents about the concert. And then Drake obviously loses the game, but when his parents come home, Grammy stops him from telling his parents, seeing as he paid back the $200 and was willing to tell them, and that was good enough for her. And instead, Grammy actually tells Drake's parents that she beat him at basketball, which is a fair punishment, I guess. Drake finally accepts Grammy, and they hug each other goodbye, which is really sweet. I wish Grammy came back after this episode. And then Grammy secretly sticks an envelope onto Drake's backpack, paying back the $200 she gave him. And this is really nice. It's nice to have an episode where, like, there's an adult character and a teenage character, like, seeing eye to eye and actually learning from each other. It seems like Grammy, like, kind of set this up, even though there's no way that could have happened. But, you know, there's a lot of anticipation to see the reactions of the characters, which is very engaging. Like, I definitely go through every scene being like, oh my gosh, is something gonna happen? Are they gonna get in trouble? Like, the stakes are very well raised in this. The episode where Drake's girlfriend kisses Josh is actually the first episode from this season that no longer airs on Teen Nick as of April 27th, 2011, but it is available on Paramount+. And then the episodes 2, Idiots and a Baby, First Crush, and Grammy don't air on Teen Nick as of September 10th, 11th of 2012. The first season, being only 6 episodes, was remarkably short compared to the second season, so it was actually aired in the same year. And a couple facts that we didn't know that I've learned through this rewatch is that Drake and Josh are in the 9th grade in this season. Megan is in 4th grade this season. Drake and Josh are 14, 15 years old, and Megan is 9 or 10. And this is the only appearance of Trevor, Scotty, Rena, Paul, and Grammy Nichols, which is such a shame because Grammy Nichols was a hero.
Beat you and you know it. You couldn't beat an egg.
And something I really didn't expect to remember was that this is the only season not to feature Craig and Eric, Helen, Mindy, Miss Hafer, Gavin, Crazy Steve, Leah, and the entire Premiere complex. It's so funny because obviously, like, a part of me wasn't surprised that we never went there, but looking back, that was such a staple of the Drake and Josh series that not seeing it introduced here is really interesting. This entire 6-episode cycle feels kind of like a pilot in itself, where we're introduced to a lot of first times of concepts, like, for example, like the peer pressure, Drake's group of friends that peer pressure him. Like, it seems like later on Drake didn't really have that friend group like that. But it's not like anything from these episodes weren't brought back later. For example, the Grammy dynamic was brought back with Miss Hafer. It's just really weird to think about how old this is, because this is nothing of what I remember Drake and Josh being. But but overall, this is one of the really interesting episodes of the series. But we gotta give a special shout out to some of the really good guest stars.
You're the guy that taught my brother karate. Remember, Josh?
Yeah! He was very, very bad.
The karate teacher, he's definitely played a role unintentionally. I don't know why he came back twice, but it's hard not to note. And then, of course, Grammy. Grammy was a very fun and witty character.
Your butt itches? Where'd that come from, I wonder?
And it's cool to see a little bit more into Josh's home life. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I purposely left out the cold open of each of these Drake and Josh episodes because they kind of are their own standalone little story. But I thought it would be nice to kind of put in all of the best lines from all of them in a small little compilation, so here we go.
I live here with my mom and my little sister Megan. I got a great family even though it's just me and my dad. I love that guy. I love girls. I follow all the rules, because if I even just think about doing something wrong, I get busted. I don't get it. I wish I knew Drake's secret. I wonder where Drake is with our pizza.
I cannot believe I ate an entire pizza.
The situation with Drake is working out pretty well.
Living with Josh isn't so bad, but he has got to stop clipping his toenails on my bed.
Drake's bed sure is comfortable.
Great! Bullseye! All right, back at ya.
Okay, now we're gonna rank the episodes from least effective to most effective, and I'm gonna be focusing more on the storyline, morals, and just relevance to the show. Like, if there was any episodes we could do without, it'd probably be at the tail end. So number 6, we have Two Idiots and a Baby. All the episodes in the show were good, but the only reason I'm putting this at the last is because I felt like we already kind of established that Drake and Josh needed to work together, and it kind of was the end point of every episode, so this is gonna be at number 6. Then at number 5, we have First Crush. I love that we have a Josh episode where we're seeing him have a crush, but I do feel like it also is a little bit more repetitive. The Believe Me Brother episode seems like it's also doing the same thing that this episode is doing. That's the only reason I'm putting it this low. Number 4, I'll say Grammy. I really like this episode, and I love that we get to see Josh. This is probably why I would put the First Crush episode at number 5, because this is kind of diving into Josh's personal life a little bit. But of course, it's like a good episode anyway. And then we get to Believe Me Brother, which I definitely think is a really good one. Like, I put it so high because I feel like this is like the heart of the show, is Drake and Josh being against each other, especially if there's a conflict of interest. Why Drake would trust a random person kind of over Josh, and I think by the end it actually draws them closer. Overall, just a really sweet episode. I'd put Dune Buggy. It's such a good episode, and it's so funny to watch Drake get into this situation, especially following his character and growth by the end of it with his guilt. And it's overall just super funny, and I like seeing this like darker side of Josh. I think it's really necessary. And then of course, number 1, we have the pilot. I normally wouldn't, I'm not really biased toward the pilot, like I didn't need to put it at number 1, but I feel like it does such a good job at setting things up, and some of the jokes here are very, very worth it. But I don't know, you guys have probably seen all of these episodes. What do you think about my rankings? And be honest with me about that scrapbook transition. Does it look weird? Is it cheesy? I won't do it next episode if you don't like it, but honestly, I stand by it right now. So if I had to recommend this to another generation, like for example, if I had to show the kid I babysit this show and be like, this is, like, what lessons did I want him to pull from this show? I feel like there's some really good social emotional lessons when it comes to getting along with other people. Like, at its core, it's a very basic story, and it's not like they did something super revolutionary. Like, if anything, Drake and Josh is known for its nuanced writing and the impressive acting of the actors, but at the end of the day, it's about two brothers with their own flaws that really clash against each other. And it's a very basic family sitcom where it's the two brothers have an annoying sister and parents with rules. Like, there isn't anything crazy about it. I think my kid would appreciate the humor, and I think they would have a lot of fun knowing that this doesn't take itself super seriously. Like, the comedy feels like it's more important than the plot, but the plot is very there. Like, I grew up thinking that this was just a simple comedy, but I do think this structurally was a very good comedy with pretty good morals grounded to it. I know iCarly and Victorious, like, later they kind of get a little bit murky with the lessons, and I think even Drake and Josh will get there, where it just becomes more episodes about having fun and just making somebody laugh. But at this place in time, it seems like this is a genuinely good story. I think if it ended after its first season, like, let's just assume it got canceled after these 6 episodes, that we never got to meet, like, Eric, Craig, the premiere, Crazy Steve, anything, I would probably think this was a really grounded, wholesome show, and I'd probably really want more seasons. I would never have anticipated that, like, the seasons would eventually become more focused on comedy than it necessarily is about the morals. or the grounded stories. But you know what, I feel like first season, like, you have something to prove. Like, you want to show somebody that you want to show an audience that you're a good show, but you can also be entertaining and also good at co-viewing, that parents and kids can watch this. And I think it accomplishes all of those things. You know, it's when they don't feel like they have something to prove, when, like, it's very clear that the actors is kind of what people are watching for, is when the show starts to become a little bit more comedy-centric. Now let's talk about some of the closing sequences. I mean, these are usually just little comedy bits.
Like that.
Oh, I wasn't on a date with him. I was on a date with him.
Oh, but it was just nothing.
In the first episode, it's Drake getting beat up, which didn't make the episode. And the second one, it's also Drake getting beat up.
Oh, octopus, don't attack me!
And then in the third one, it's a little bit of the music video, but then Josh in the bathtub. And of course, the fourth one is just this one really awkward joke going on for too long.
Well, Rena, you're a girl. You change him.
Okay, sure, yeah. Once.
And the next one is also an awkward joke going on really too long.
Thought this was about me. Oh, I'm sorry. Come here, Joshua. Give me a kiss. Come on, baby. Give me some sugar.
There'll sometimes be scenes that didn't make the episode, which I think are just, it's so cute to add all these.
I know his type. I dated a dozen musicians before I met your grandfather.
I'm not sure I want to think about you dating a dozen musical men.
And it's spherical. Spherical.
When Drake and Josh premiered on Nickelodeon in early 2004, it was an instant hit. Coming off the success of The Amanda Show, Drake Bell and Josh Peck had already built a strong comedic dynamic. The first season, however, was only 6 episodes, served more of like a proof of concept, like a pilot season, more than a full-fledged series. It had to do a lot with the family and Drake and Josh getting used to being stepbrothers, being super opposed when it comes to personality traits, Drake being this really cool guy who cares about his reputation, and Josh being a babbling neurotic that's essentially moved in with his stepbrother. Despite the small episode count, the show quickly found its audience and Nickelodeon saw its potential, so that's why season 2 actually had a lot bigger of an order. Instead of 6 episodes, now they have 14, a new intro sequence, and subtle production changes. The show was officially hitting its stride. This is the season where Drake and Josh became the show the fans remember best, introducing more recurring characters, refining its comedic tone, and solidifying its status as a Nickelodeon classic. But despite all that, the season also carries a strange legacy upon later seasons, which are widely available on streaming services and digital platforms. Nearly like half of season 2 seemingly vanished. I don't know if you guys saw my videos recently. It's kind of hard when I posted them every day, but out of the 14 episodes, 6 are missing from the official releases, making them some of the hardest to find episodes in Nickelodeon history. And it's not like that with Zoey 101, Ned's Declassified. It's not even like that with The Amanda Show. Why are these things happening? So when we dive into the complete second season of Drake and Josh, that's one of the mysteries we can uncover, along with reflecting on some of the wackiest, best, and strange moments. This season, we get a lot of surprises. We meet Helen, we get to see the premiere. Everything that makes Drake and Josh comes to life in this season. I had a lot of fun experiences finding all these missing episodes. Now let's take a trip back to 2004 and uncover why season 2 of Drake and Josh became one of the most controversial seasons in Nickelodeon history. But let's dive in. The premiere of season 2 Drake and Josh started with episode 1, The Bet.
Gonna get ya!
Jump the mushroom.
I'll jump the mushroom when it's mushroom jumping time!
So Drake has an addiction to junk food and Josh is addicted to video games. It lands them into trouble when they both forget to bring Megan home on a rainy day. Oh my god. Poor Megan, this is child abuse.
Hello!
Oh yeah. This is for you.
So they're both grounded by Audrey. They both make a bet to see who can live without their addictions, attacking each other, saying that one can do better than the other.
Food is a necessity. Video games have no value.
Video games teach hand-eye coordination, which is why I now have cat-like reflexes.
The loser will dye their hair pink, and Megan helps them come up with a contract, which is a really fun gimmick. After a few days, temptation starts to take over Drake.
I can't eat you now, but don't worry. We'll be together again soon.
And he gets a facial rash from his sudden change in diet.
I normally advise my patients to stay away from junk food, but in light of your face, I suggest that you eat some. Perhaps a doodle cake.
And is told that he actually needs to be eating more junk food in order to get rid of it, but he just doesn't want that. He cares too much about the bet to lose. Meanwhile, Josh actually gets a gift from his grandmother. It's the Game Sphere, obviously a parody of the GameCube. And so he can't play video games, Drake can't eat candy, and everybody is miserable.
Oh man, I gotta plug this in.
Good, because the second you do, you lose the bet.
Drake and Josh are ready to cave when Megan convinces them both to try and make the other crack first.
That's good. That's really good.
You have to sabotage Josh.
So Josh turns their room into a candy paradise with his own Willy Wonka-like jacket. And it has like cotton candy pillows, and this cannot be sanitary.
How did you do all this? Shh. Don't ask. Just enjoy.
Meanwhile, Drake actually tries to play Josh's Game Sphere right in front of him, also trying to get him to crack. Both cave at the same moment as they're about to physically alter each other.
You cave! No, you cave first! You always cave first!
Megan reveals that it does not matter who caved first because they both lost. And because of this, both Audrey and Walter apparently lose their bets. Yeah, apparently they had bets on Drake and Josh, deciding who they thought would win. So everybody has to dye their hair pink.
Well, you sign the contract. You have to honor a commitment.
However, everybody leaves the house, and Drake takes off the hair, revealing that it was a wig and he didn't actually commit to it. Oh my god, Drake, come on.
Few weeks, months.
School's gonna be rough.
Oh yeah. Idiots.
The second episode in season 2 is called Guitar. It's announced on the radio that the band Zero Gravity is coming to the town, and they're going to have call-in tickets, so the first caller would be able to win the tickets. Drake obviously wants to do this, so he takes it to the classroom. I don't know how he's so able to interrupt the teacher here, but he just blatantly lies to the class and says he's gonna have a party.
So this Friday night, I'm having a history party. Awesome! So just be at my house around 8 o'clock and we'll party it up. Oh, and you have to bring your cell phones.
It's so funny how they portray Drake with technology, like he just keeps it in his hand and is like staring at it the whole time. Like, I don't know if that's what we actually did during physical class. And who is this teacher? Where's Miss Hafer? We still haven't had any recognizable teachers yet.
Excuse me, everyone. Can I have your attention, please?
Drake, I'm teaching.
And you're doing a great job.
This show took a long time to develop because a lot of the normal everyday assets of Drake and Josh, I still haven't seen a lot of yet. So finally when he has this party and everybody realizes that he just wanted to use them to win this competition. Of course, guys.
I promise that later we can what? We can watch Yermo eat bugs, right, Yermo?
If it'll make me more popular.
It's so funny to think that Drake is so popular to a point where, if he had an entire party just for his own selfish deeds and he was found out immediately, he would just be able to continue being popular. But Drake is just able to come across as desperate, not worry about it, and every episode before and after this, he is the well-liked one. What?
Tell us your name, lucky caller.
Megan Parker.
Megan!
They find out that Megan is actually the caller. Drake and Josh run downstairs and Drake makes a bet that he'll do everything for Megan for the next week if she gives him the tickets.
Okay, fine, I'll do your homework. Now give it.
So Megan gives him the phone, and there's a question about the planets, which I don't know if Pluto's a controversy here. Maybe that's why they took it off Paramount Plus. But Drake remembers this song that Josh's teacher taught him, and they win. I forgot about this song.
Hey, Neptune! Neptune, it's Neptune!
You are correct.
Correct! Yeah, you are! It's all Mercury! And Venus! It's on the Earth!
Finally, Drake got the new guitar, and he's showing Josh. It's so funny because he idolizes it so much that he's like, do not take your eyes off of it. Josh doesn't know what to talk about with the guitar, which is hilarious. Like,
how's it going? I'm Josh. You like music?
Meanwhile, Walter is trying to get to know Drake a little bit more because Audrey mentioned that they don't really bond super well.
Why are you waiting outside the bathroom?
I'm bonding with Drake.
Later, Megan asks Josh to see the new guitar, leading him to turning on the amp and actually setting it on fire. Oh, come on, Megan, you knew what you were doing.
That is a special guitar.
She set him up for this. So Megan is just hanging out while Josh freaks out about what to do. How's he gonna hide the guitar? The fact that he was raving about it so heavily in the scene before this just makes it even more stressful. Josh comes up with the idea to throw it in the guitar case and lock it.
It's locked. Yes! Some people care about safety.
Just calm down and give me the key.
What for? For to open the lock. Why are you acting all freakish? Dude, I lost the key, bro.
I'm like, this is not a good defense, Josh. So later, Josh and Megan go to the store to try to buy a new guitar and replace the old one. He doesn't really know how to buy guitars, and Josh is really funny in this situation. Later, Walter is forcing Drake to have a good time with him, and it is more awkward than ever. Drake has a talk with him and ends up just faking their bond to make Audrey feel better, and that's enough for both of them.
Maybe you should ask your new girlfriend to go bowling with you and your friends.
That's perfect.
Thanks, Dad.
Later at the Zero Gravity concert, Josh tries to get the guitar to the lead singer and get the signature so Drake will never notice he took the guitar. But the guy thinks he's crazy because obviously he's rambling at him, and Drake even walks in on the conversation, overhearing the whole thing, and Josh is embarrassed, but Drake says that he actually really likes that he did that for him. Aw, so it's a sweet moment. I wonder if it was taken off Paramount Plus, with Drake and Josh being too nice to each other. Fans would have been suspicious, so of course they could not air it. While they're talking to the guy, Josh slams down the guitar case on the lead singer's hand.
What? Are you hurt? Yeah! Are you hurt? Is it your hand?
Yes!
Oh, I'm sorry. How many fingers am I holding up?
I don't care!
Oh. Get me a doctor! Somebody get me a doctor!
So he can't even go on anymore. Not only that, I guess he's rewarded for it because the band's manager wants to put Drake in instead of him, which would be super awesome, and obviously Drake's a good guitar player, so this is a big moment for him, and of course Josh helped it happen. In the end, Drake actually goes on stage and is super excited. The next day, the band manager even shows up to give him the check. Oh my god, he got paid. Dude, how old is he? He didn't have to sign a form or anything. They were just able to throw him on stage like that? I guess they did that back in the 2000s. Drake and Josh have another sweet moment, and Drake gives Josh the entire check in repayment for helping him with the guitar. Aw, what a sweet episode. We end with Megan taking away Drake's chips, and that's the end. This one is really fun because it's finally, the intentions of the characters are driven by something positive, like Josh not wanting to let down Drake, and Drake repaying Josh for something that he feels like they worked together to have. So when looking this up, I couldn't find the reason that this wasn't on Paramount Plus. Like, there's no like controversial themes on like some of the other episodes, or like moments that I think would constitute, you know, like hiding this episode completely. I think Megan is super adorable in this episode, and it does such a good job at establishing the bond between Drake and Josh in a more positive light, giving them an obstacle that both of them care deeply to solve. Some of the jokes are just hilarious, including the ones with Walter trying to bond with Drake and it coming across so unnatural. The show is so down to earth in such a weird way that I forgot about, especially in the earlier seasons, less put together. The side characters even have funny lines whenever they come up. Maybe the pee jokes where Drake is trying to go to the bathroom and Walter's trying to talk to him. Like, I can't imagine what thing would come across as too inappropriate. But overall, I definitely give this one of the better Drake and Josh episodes in general. It is classic, it has comedy, sticks to the premise of being stepbrothers trying to get along. Like, it's a good one. This is really good.
Next, we have the infamous movie job episode. Finally, a reason for Josh to be working at the theater. Let's get into it.
The movie slamming, the sound system bumping, the popcorn, dare I say,
poppin'?
So Josh gets a job at the Premiere Movie Theater after making Crazy Steve. Ooh, Jerry Trainor's finally in it.
This little lemonade being a teeny bit unbalanced.
I had the fruit punch.
Josh enjoys this new job and starts to buy a lot of things with his new paychecks, and finally things are going well for Josh, which is not usual at all.
My boss Helen's looking for a new assistant manager. If I get that job, I trade in this red vest for a shiny gold vest.
That would be so special.
This inspires Drake to get a job at the premiere as well. However, the manager, Helen, who is Yvette Nicole Brown, as you guys may know from Community or, you know, this show.
Don't get your hopes up. She's really tough, and it's not like she just hands out jobs.
Hey, Helen, can I have a job? Sure, start tomorrow.
Starts giving Drake more credit for his work despite his laziness, and Josh is completely annoyed.
Did you just sell those little girls tickets to a PG-13 movie?
Well, I'm not gonna lie to you. Those 4 kids, they're Norwegian.
What?
It means they're from Norway.
Drake's favoritism completely takes over, and he's rewarded for everything he does, with Josh even being demoted, and Drake promoted to assistant manager within, like, so quickly. That can't be possible. Josh tries to get Helen to notice him more by coming up with a promotion to sell more popcorn.
If you happen to find a golden ball in your popcorn, you will win free movies for a month. Now, if everyone will please form an orderly line, I would be happy to give you all the...
But this actually causes a massive brawl among the customers. Josh is prepared to tell Helen the incident was his fault, but Drake ends up coming through for him and takes the blame himself.
I'm the one that came up with the golden ball idea. Totally my fault.
No!
Yes.
Oh, Drake, say it's not so.
I'm afraid it's so.
No!
My fault, Helen.
Oh, Drake, I'm shocked.
Feeling that the job actually meant more to Josh than him. And Helen reluctantly fires him. And she is so sad about it. I mean, come on, Helen, this is not fair. Like, you can't treat Josh like that. Can you imagine having a boss that pays favoritism that much? It's not fair.
It's not gonna put mustard on itself.
Next we have football. So Drake calls Josh uncool after Josh humiliates him in front of a girl.
Say the magic word. Say it. You know you want to say it. Come on, say the magic word, please.
Sasha Kazam.
He encourages him to try out for the school football team to become cool. Josh makes the team and is the equipment manager. With Drake is like, okay, Josh, this is still uncool.
I get to be on the team, and nobody snacks on my ankles.
So Josh finds himself having to play a crucial game after the brownies he made for the team makes the entire team ill. But really, it's Megan's fault for putting dirt into the brownies, which is disgusting. Megan, you cannot be doing that.
Your vomit brownies got us into this, and you're playing center tomorrow night.
Yes. No.
Josh does not want to play against the toughest team in the state because he's just not ready for it. So Drake sneaks in the school janitor, who is a former pro player and lost his memory as a result of the accident. And this guy is super funny because every time he's seen on stage, he just has less and less memory, and it's just so funny.
Yeah, I'll do it. For $10,000.
Deal. What? Where are we gonna get $10,000? Oh, he's not gonna remember. What if he does?
Hey, who are you kids? And what are you doing in my chocolate factory?
So he goes in replacing Josh, and everybody thinks it's Josh. Kind of reminds me of the episode where Josh played guitar on stage, but it was really Drake behind him. I feel bad for Josh. Like, they think he's so not good at everything that they have to have somebody step in for him all the time, and he's smart. Like, he is a smart guy. Why can't he just be himself?
Shower.
But then the janitor gets injured in the game, regaining his memory, and forces Josh to go in and play.
Hey, you guys owe me $10,000.
Josh ends up scoring the winning touchdown, even though it's not really on purpose, and Drake finally admits that Josh is cool. Aw, that's another nice episode.
Josh Kazam.
So it seems like this season is all about Drake and Josh actually coming closer together, which is a lot less likely than what happened in the first season. The first season was more about them just completely getting on each other's nerves, being forced in multiple scenarios together, but now we're getting to a point where they're actually building their brotherly bond, their relationship, and making sacrifices to keep each other in each other's lives, which is really nice. Next is Pool Shark.
Him.
No. You said we could pick your partner.
So Drake discovers that Josh is actually really talented at pool, so he takes advantage of this and uses him to hustle people behind Josh's back. He learns the strategy from Megan, of course, when she pretends to be bad at darts and steals $20 from him.
Cash, please.
No way. You just hustled me.
No, I didn't. I just pretended to be bad so that you'd bet me, and then I stopped being bad and I took your money.
That's hustling.
There's a word for it? Cool.
Craig and Eric make their first appearance in this, and Drake tells them a really sad story on why they need to win.
You see, the thing is, Eric's mom, she's not well.
What's wrong with her?
It's her tongue.
So that way, when they lose to Craig and Eric, other people think that they're easy to win against. It's so funny he made up the story about how his mom's like losing his tongue, which is like, why would that be so tragic? They make such an effective first appearance here. I'm so excited to see them again because they become such a staple of Drake and Josh.
I've never won anything before in my life!
And Josh becomes way too good at this, where everybody at the premiere starts to resent them. With Josh working there, you'd think they'd say something to his face. Josh eventually finds out and vows to never play pool again, feeling that he's like dirty because of this. And it's really funny watching him deny his affiliation with it. And it's clear Drake does not care about Josh's feelings because he immediately asks him to do it again. He begs him to do it.
Will you play pool with me? Oh my. It's beautiful. This is so unexpected.
And Drake is even like, no, I'm gonna keep hustling more people. Why would I not do that? Josh rejects him once again, and that's the end of that. Meanwhile, Walter's trying to find the perfect gift for Audrey for her birthday. Turns out Audrey buys the exact same bracelet that Walter was intending on gifting to Audrey, and so he asks Drake and Josh to go and buy a new present for her.
Go out and get something else, will ya? Here, something good.
Like what?
Oh, I don't know. Get her some toothpaste. She's always using toothpaste.
Dad, there's $200 here.
Well, get her some mouthwash too. I'm just a man.
So on the way to getting the birthday gift, they pass a pool hall in which Drake asks one more time and Josh gives in. They show up to this really scary, dingy bar, which I don't know how they're allowed in. And Josh is like ready to hustle them with no awareness of how obvious he's being about it.
Damn, first time playing the pools. Not too good, and it's hard to shoot with all this money in my pocket.
Josh, seriously, don't overdo it. Boys looking for a game? No, sir.
Yeah, we are.
He starts getting into it more than Drake, almost trying to pick fights with Bard patrons just to get back to hustling again. He challenges them to a game of pool, and they get more and more intimidating, leaving Drake scared as heck. And he like doesn't even want to win at this point, he just wants to survive. Just to raise the stakes so much higher, they bet the parents money. Once they win, the guys found out that they hustled them, and they corner Drake and Josh into the wall, only to reveal that Josh actually knows these guys, and this was just to teach Drake a lesson about hustling people. I don't know how Josh became buddy-buddy with all these like 30-year-old men. I don't know where this could have happened, but it turns out the guy is actually wearing the perfect necklace for Audrey. He gives it to them, and everything is resolved. The end. This one's really fun because it puts Josh and Drake's dynamic in a really serious situation, unlike the normal episodes where it's just about social issues. Like, all the stuff they're doing is actually leading to a big threat. And I remember watching this as a kid and being like, oh no. Especially since as a kid you think of ways you could shortcut life, and at least this episode is telling you that there's always consequences for your actions when you take advantage of people. Like, that's a really good lesson. For episode 6, we have Smart Girl.
You know the closet in the hall?
The hall closet?
That's the one.
So at the premiere, while Josh is at work, Drake takes a liking to a girl named Michelle. Josh claims that there's no way he's gonna get her interested in him because she's smart which I would be kind of insulted.
Maybe I got a little more game than you think. Hey, it's for a good cause.
The idea that you can't date within your brain class means that I definitely would never have been on a date ever. But Drake is determined. Candy on the floor on purpose for her to help him pick him up. It actually works, and Drake is managing to smooth talk Michelle. He tries to ask her out for pizza, but apparently she has academic team practice.
I love grammar jokes.
Oh, yeah, me too. I too. Me also.
I guess I never realized how stupid Drake was until this specific scene. It's not even like this girl is acting like she's smart, it's just Drake is acting so dumb. I feel like it gets worse for him over the series, though. Later, Megan plays a prank on Josh where she puts whipped cream on his face. Josh is so fed up with the way Megan treats him, which I would be too. Can you imagine living in a house where you become the butt of somebody's pranks all the time?
I will get my revenge.
Yeah, nice speech. But just remember, Josh, I'm always one step ahead of you. One step ahead.
Josh vows to get revenge on her, which good luck, Josh. Drake announces that he's going to accidentally run into Michelle again, which is stalkerish. Drake, if you really wanted to form a relationship with this person, I don't think you should be so manipulative. Ugh, but it works. He pretends he walked out of the same movie as her and tries to talk to her about it, but obviously he can't.
Did you see the same movie I saw?
Oh yeah, Beautiful Mucus?
Bountiful Music?
Uh-huh.
She agrees to go out with him and says she wants to explore his mind.
She wants to explore your mind? So how long did you think it'll last? Like 45 seconds?
Drake's paranoid because, of course, when she starts to talk to him, she's gonna realize how dumb he is. So he's determined to figure out a way he can appear smart. While Josh is trying to prank Megan, filling the hallway closet with a bunch of laundry. Meanwhile, she gives him a fake ice pop that explodes in his hand. Always one step ahead.
Yeah, like I'd ever give you the last ice pop.
Josh decides to help Drake and actually teach him as much as he can in order to impress Michelle. Drake is a terrible student, which is not surprising, and keeps distracting Josh.
See, but no way, that's awesome.
I know. You see, learning can be really great.
Dude, Trevor got another pet cobra. He's gonna make them fight each other.
This is like the perfect representation of these guys' dynamics. Like, Josh is essentially like a substitute teacher and Drake is a resentful student. Josh realizes he could teach Drake through guitar, which actually helps him learn the information, which is awesome. Oh my gosh, I wish they did this in real school. So Drake goes on the date and still doesn't have a lot of information to work off of, so he keeps finding excuses to go ask Josh questions she's asking him. Oh my gosh, can you imagine? That is the rudest date ever.
What do I like about him?
Oh, there's so many things. His use of social satire.
Thanks. Social satire.
So Drake thinks they're about to kiss. Turns out she's asking him to join the academic team. See, if this were a real sitcom, this girl would be really religious, and Drake would be trying to fake a religion to get to know her, because that's the only thing I could see translating to an adult life. So yeah, Drake's freaking out, because not only is he going to be embarrassed in front of her, but the whole school if he does this academic thing. He insists that Josh help him through the competition, but Josh is like, there's no way.
I wear a really big coat. What?
Sorry, Lucy. Ethel ain't playing.
Josh, meanwhile, is trying to throw a water balloon of goo at Megan, and she gets to him first. Once again. Drake finds a bug in their room to find out how Megan is getting away with her pranks. Turns out she's listening to everything they're saying.
It's a bug. Kill it! No!
Drake gets an idea that maybe they can use this device for Josh to give Drake the answers during the mathalon. Poor Josh never defeating Megan, like this is so sad. So Josh is waiting in the broom closet and is feeling terrible because Drake has asked him to go against his own morals.
I helped you when you got your foot caught in the toilet.
No, you didn't. You laughed and took digital pictures.
It's funny that he's not like willing to do this, like the defiance throughout this makes it even more exciting. And it turns out the guidance counselor from Victorious is the MC of the academic bowl, which is awesome.
2364?
I'm sorry, but that year hasn't happened yet.
Josh manages to help Drake look better and better, answering all the questions right until they start getting radio feedback from a nearby fast food joint. This aggravates not only the team, the host, but the entire crowd as Drake yells out nonsense. But this is definitely one of the funniest parts in the show. It does remind me of when Josh was trying to impress a girl and Drake had to go behind him and play guitar. But clearly Drake being in this situation is a lot funnier. Craig and Eric make a return, and they are so funny. I love how, like, intense they are about the academic bowl. Like, you would expect that, but it's funnier.
We've been talking, and we would appreciate it if
you could just keep your big bazoo shut.
Later, the team actually asks Drake to stop answering questions because of how much he's embarrassing them. But when they get another question that nobody knows the answer to, Drake answers and wins them the game, causing everybody to be super excited, except for Drake, because he is not completely heartless. Michelle to the broom closet to explain everything he did and how embarrassed he is, and she's just impressed that he was trying to impress her. Which is like, you're not gonna tell the judge? Later, Drake and Josh reconvene and talk about how they're going to eventually get Megan back, but they end up glued to the chairs, so good luck, guys. And yeah, so that was Smart Girl. It's funny that this is called Smart Girl and that a later episode's called Mean Teacher. It seemed like they were just giving the most basic titles to the episodes. But this one is really fun because I like seeing Drake's attempt to impress a girl. Like, that's not usual for him. Usually he can just get any girl. And thank God this is one of the episodes that are not banned. I mean, I can't imagine why they would ban this one, but I guess I couldn't imagine it with the rest either.
Okay, so this one in reviewing, I definitely see why it didn't need to be on Paramount Plus. Maybe because it's about this little girl passing out and not even the same actress is playing Helen in this episode. Like, there's a lot of ways this could be seen inappropriate in the public eye. So I'm kind of glad they don't have this on Paramount Plus, although I do think it's a good episode. You know, no more chit-chatting, let's dive in. Season 2, Episode 7, Little Diva. So Helen informs Drake and Josh that a superstar is going to be coming to the premiere.
I can't tell you, it's top secret hush-hush business. Gotta keep it on the down low. We are having a real Hollywood premiere right here in this theater.
Helen's telling them about the after party, which Drake really wants to go to, and Josh is assigned to escort and protect this little girl around the premiere, which is weird because she has a bodyguard named Citrus, and isn't that his job? But I guess Helen just wants to accommodate her. The next day, Drake and Megan show up to Josh's work, claiming to look for the little girl. When she enters, Josh is more excited than them. We think she's humble at first, but then she starts bossing around Josh immediately, with her bodyguard even intimidating him when he gets it wrong.
I asked for room temperature. This water is chilled. Are you trying to kill me?
And she is a stereotypical snobby kid.
If you mess this up, I will thump you like a melon. You follow me?
Yes, ma'am. Like a melon.
Later, back at the house, Drake is asking about getting into the after party, but Josh is exhausted for tending to this little diva's really specific requests.
She doesn't like the green gummy bears, so I had to take those out. Then she suggested I do some sit-ups.
That's ridiculous.
I know.
Who doesn't like green gummy bears?
And Drake is just so selfish, he does not even care about Josh's well-being in this situation. The next day, Drake is badgering Josh still, as this little child is dictating the entire premiere. Helen is making sure Josh abides by every one of her whims.
If I'm gonna be helping you out, I think we should lay some ground rules.
Dance.
What?
Dance.
I don't wanna dance.
Citrus.
Dancing!
This is how he got the visual gags this episode for sure. So now he's working for her full time, even delivering a fridge? Why did she have this as a request? Later, the little girl goes to hang out with Megan at the house, and she starts bossing him around off the clock. Oof, this girl has got charisma.
Wow. Look at that. 7 seconds have already gone by, and still no soy latte.
Look, Ashley, I don't know who you think you are,
I
but...
think I'm Ashley Blake.
And this is one of the most infamous scenes. Megan and this girl set a bucket on top of the boy's door to knock them out, but instead accidentally dropped the bucket on the little girl's head. And they blame Drake and Josh anyway. This is like one of the most iconic lines from this show. Like, it was just so funny back then and such a meme.
She was reaching for a bucket on top of your door and it fell and it hit her head.
Man, jeez. Why was your bucket on top of our door?
Why was your door under my bucket?
The doctor from the episode before confirms that they hit her with the bucket and they keep that on the record, which is so not fair.
Perhaps you should have thought of that before you hit her in the head with a bucket.
Wait, we didn't hit her in the head.
Listen to the doctor, Josh. No more hitting little girls in the head with buckets.
Drake and Josh start freaking out because obviously they can't have the premiere without the star of the movie, and they are going to be in deep trouble. Until Drake comes up with the clever but obvious idea to Weekend at Bernie's her, use her passed out body to appear like she is still awake. This girl could be dead for all they know. Oh wait, no, a doctor just came. I don't think that's the truth.
It's Helen. She's gonna want to talk to her. Oh, the garbage can. Here, hold it.
So they have to hide it from Helen, which is not actually Helen. This is another actress that it's weird that they replaced her. And Drake and Josh have to go through the entire event making it look like natural that this girl is awake. And it is horrible. Like, there is no way this comes across as real. And right when they think they're out of the clear, the premiere guards expect her to answer a Q&A. So Drake and Josh insist on going with her to the podium and answering the questions for her.
You two gentlemen don't need to stay here.
Yeah, we do. She's a pescatarian.
All right. The press may now ask questions.
Ashley?
But obviously everybody gets frustrated and the facade becomes a lot harder to keep up. Finally, they get through it and throw her back into a trash can. Oh my god, these kids. Later, they pull her out and give her to Citrus, who puts her back in the trash can, and they leave her there. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I could see why they left this off Paramount Plus. This one specifically, having the little girl passed out the whole time, having the guys take care of her, but not a lot of the parental supervision coming into play. Like, this is a bad look for a kids network. And some of the jokes are funny, but I definitely think it's safe to put this one aside. It's not worth the risk. Although the bucket joke is exactly the redeeming quality for this entire episode. I wish they just rewrote it or at least re-edited it to take out some of the more ridiculous issues. Otherwise, it was a good Drake and Josh episode, but it definitely doesn't hold up with the culture of what we have today. It's not a terrible episode, but I definitely see why Nickelodeon doesn't want to publicly put it out there. Although I do wish there was like a section of that set aside for us. Like, these are really fun episodes, and I want to still be able to see them now. But let's move on to the next one.
For Season 2, Episode 8, we have Blues Brothers. Josh comes in all excited because he is chosen to be the weatherman alongside his father on TV. Megan is like, why didn't he ask me? And starts to build a vendetta against him for it.
I'm gonna talk to Dad about this.
Meanwhile, Drake is signing up for the talent show. Him and his band are going to perform, and this fangirl keeps coming up to him and saying all the details of his concert to prove she's the #1 fan, and it's very stalker territory.
Do I know you?
No. I love you. Bye.
And Drake dismisses it like impressed somehow.
It's gotta be fun being you. Yeah.
Then a guy named Hewitt and his a cappella boy group come up to threaten Drake, saying there is no way he is going to beat them. They show off by singing their a cappella version of Silent Night, which is not impressive, but I guess they're worried about it.
Sleep in heavenly peace.
And the stakes are raised. Meanwhile, Josh gets stuck in the window trying to put something up, and Drake has to help him. And it's one of these moments that, like, Josh's physical comedy is just so funny. He's, like, so committed to it. Apparently, he's going to be on in 2 hours and wants to get a feel for the weather, which, if you're on in 2 hours, Josh, I don't think you should be chilling at home. He practices in front of the mirror, and it's so funny.
Today's forecast. Today's forecast.
Megan comes in and actually warns him that he could be embarrassing himself in front of so many people, and obviously gets into his head. This is probably one of the first moments we really see Megan's personality shine and actually really affect the brothers' plot, which is a shame that this episode cannot be found anywhere else. Finally, Josh shows up on the TV show next to his father, and he looks like a nut. He's doing a great job at first, with Audrey and Megan and Drake watching them on TV, and suddenly Megan's voice comes into his head and makes him extremely nervous.
High pressure.
You make one mistake, and millions of people see it.
He begins twitching on television, and it is hilarious. He takes off his jacket and has pit stains everywhere, so this just gets kicked up another notch. Honestly, if I were a viewer, I would think that he was having a seizure on television. It's so weird that everybody's acting so casual around Josh about this. Like, does anybody want to help him? Drake and his band are prepping for the talent show, and Helen and the fangirl. Helen gets so impressed by Drake doing the most minimal of all activities, which is super funny, while Josh is embarrassed to be seen in public. They meet behind a trash can.
He reveals he's super embarrassed to be seen in public, which Drake is like, that's crazy, nobody cares, and then this happens.
You leave this boy alone. Isn't it bad enough that he humiliated and degraded himself on the television?
Thank you, Helen.
Drake tries to get Josh a pep talk, but he's so focused on the battle of the bands that he doesn't really think about it. As we finally get to the talent show, it kind of reminds me of the iCarly episode where they're trying out weird talents for kids in the pilot. I don't know why, it just gives me that vibe. But they're hosting this talent show at the premiere, which I never really thought about. And things take a turn for the worse when Drake realizes that this a cappella group stole the theme song of Drake and Josh.
It's gonna take some time to realize.
I mean, obviously they don't call it that, they just call it his song, but still, it's the theme song. Josh goes backstage because he is too embarrassed to be there. But Drake, needing to go out really soon, Drake needs to come up with a plan. Josh, who's too embarrassed, is about to leave when Drake has to convince him the Blues Brothers tribute.
You're gonna sing Soul Man with me. What is this, Twitch-a-palooza? You know what happens to me when I get up in front of people. Yeah, and it's gonna keep happening if you don't get over it now. No, Drake, I can't.
Josh says no to this. Until he shows off on stage. He surprises Drake by showing up in the outfit and does a cartwheel across the stage. They go through with the whole tribute, and this is one of the most iconic moments in the series, where Josh is surprisingly too good at dancing at some parts and really bad at others. And for some reason, they have an 8-piece band for this. Drake, you would have won, I feel like, at this point. The music number goes on for really long, which is not usual for Nickelodeon because they don't usually have musical numbers, so they don't really know how to do it correctly. It restores Josh's confidence, makes the a cappella group disappointed, and they win. This almost feels like an exact replica of the eventual dance competition they have in Drake and Josh. Remember one of the last episodes where Drake and Josh have to work as a team to beat this other couple? Yeah, that's kind of what this feels like. Overall, I don't know why this didn't make it. Maybe because of the Blues Brothers tribute, maybe they only had like a certain amount of time to air this episode, but it's become such a staple of the Drake and Josh series. When I look back on my memories, I do remember this specific episode so vividly. And to think that I can't just find it on Paramount Plus is kind of a shame. Do you guys even remember this one? Like when you saw this, were you like, oh, of course this one exists? Because this to me feels like a lost episode. I haven't even seen clips from this in years. Overall, this is the biggest tragedy in the entire group of Forgotten Drake and Josh episodes.
I seriously doubt our driving test is gonna include stealing a bus and ramming dragons. Do you know that for sure?
So Drake and Josh are just hanging out in the room with Drake playing video games super loud. Turns out that they should be studying for their driving test that's coming up. They get into a big argument, and I forgot how immature these guys were. When they get home from school, they find out that Walter's trying to help the boys learn how to drive. He has this whole stop sign set up in the living room and a hula hoop as a driver's wheel. Like, this bit is so funny.
Good driver is always prepared for the unexpected.
Yeah, I know. I'm always telling Drake.
A little girl!
I get to see a lot of Walter for the first time, which I haven't really seen him be this funny, and I feel like this definitely solidifies me liking him. Megan pretends to be a little girl being struck by a car, which I do not know how that would help you learn how to drive.
Nice going, Josh. You ran over your sister.
I get to run over her next.
Drake does not take this seriously at all, but Josh does. Later, when it's actually time to take the test, Drake gets somebody really pleasant and polite, and Josh gets a really bitter old woman who hates teenagers. With every interaction, Josh and this old woman just seem to butt heads at every corner, and Drake and his driving instructor really hit it off, and she's like really into this, which is really uncomfortable.
Let me just put up your window. Do you want me to rub it?
You expect Drake to get his license and Josh not to, but it turns out to be the opposite. Josh gets his license and Drake doesn't, which is not fair because this woman clearly did not warn him of the issues of his driving. She like only fed into it, which is really not cool.
You want to fry?
Gotta keep my hands on the wheel.
No problem.
But it's funny to hear all the reasons he didn't get his license. He needs to have it for the Drake and Josh Go Hollywood movie, but I guess that's not talked about yet. Megan rubs it in his face that he cannot drive, which is super funny. And Josh is living life on the edge, driving everywhere. Drake is bitter that Josh has to drive him places. When Josh actually gets pulled over Walter warns the boys earlier that if they ever get a ticket, their license is going to be taken away from them by the parents. So when the cop comes, Josh tries every trick in the book to not appear suspicious, and he looks worse.
Oh, my heart! Oh, the bacon! I think I'm having a episode!
Give this to him when he stops faking that heart attack.
Will do.
Later, he's freaking out, and Drake offers to pay the ticket for him in exchange for taking him on rides whenever he wants. And Josh is like, wow, that sounds like a great deal. Let's do it.
Actually, I wouldn't mind going to get the zero gravity CD. Drive me to the mall?
No prob. To the Josh Mobile.
Dude, you gotta stop saying that.
So later, Josh finds himself waiting around for Drake, taking him everywhere you would imagine. And Drake just uses him for his personal gains, which is not a surprise at all. Drake holds this over his head, even waking Josh up in the middle of the night to go get tacos, which of course he doesn't want to do.
I'm not driving to the night on some Mexican adventure.
Okay, I just thought that a corn shell full of beef and cheese would be a small reward for, I don't know, helping you keep your driver's license.
Josh stands up for himself and says that he's not going to just drive him around everywhere, and he could tell Walter about the ticket and stop holding this over his head. Later, Gavin comes by with a giant shovel, asking Josh questions about work, which is this his first episode? He's even waiting around as he goes on his dates. Everything gets kicked up even more when Drake asks Josh to chauffeur his date, insists on calling him Chives, and makes him wear a suit. So this is taken to the next level, as Josh just sits in the car and waits for Drake and his date.
Chives, do I need to have a talk with Father about the ticket you received?
Yeah, you do.
Eventually he gets so fed up and the two start arguing, leaving Josh to sit in the passenger seat and said, go ahead Drake, why don't you drive? Second he gets in the driver's seat, the cop comes again. And it's the same cop, and for some reason he doesn't recognize the boys. Josh tries to be against Drake, but it turns out to be his issue because since he's the one with the license, he's responsible for Drake being behind the wheel. And the episode ends on them fighting.
You're going to have to give me 2 tickets.
What for?
One for the faulty taillight, and one for this!
The first episode that really ends on a really dark note, and like we never see anything resolved, which is fair because it's like I do want to see the funniest parts, and this is definitely it. The next episode we have, I'm so sad I forgot about because this was such a fan favorite at the time. It's called Number 1 Fan, and it's featuring the all-famous Allison Stoner, who played similar characters at the time.
Cool guitar.
Who are you?
I'm Wendy. Well, my real name's Melissa, but I hate the name Melissa, so people call me Wendy.
She tells Drake that she is his number 1 fan, and it is her dream for him to play a song for just her. She asks for an autograph, and Drake gives a Frankie Muniz from Josh's desk, and she essentially is pretty unapologetic about taking it. Meanwhile, there's this whole through line of Josh being in charge of the Girl Scouts. It apparently belonged to Walter, but since the kids are being so crazy, Josh needs to take it over.
All right, listen up, children. I am your new Campfire Kids chief.
You're our new chief? Seriously?
That's right.
I'm out.
I don't think you're supposed to fight fire with fire, guys. So while they're all on a field trip to the movie theater, which is not very Girl Scout-like, Wendy notices that Drake is on a date. She's skeptical and begins to question the girl.
So, Larissa, what's your favorite song of Drake's?
I didn't know Drake wrote songs. I'd love to hear some.
I bet you would.
Only making Drake visibly uncomfortable. She shows up later at his house and gives both Drake and Josh gifts of Drake passed out in a shirt format.
Why are my eyes closed?
Oh, I took it while you were sleeping.
Right.
And this is one of my favorite jokes when she gives Josh the giant sweatshirt. Like, that's so rude to have assumed his size like that. I don't know why, it's just funny to me.
Is this for me or a sport utility vehicle?
Drake's getting ready because apparently this is his first radio appearance, so he's about to play guitar on this radio show. Wendy takes advantage of this too and decides to promote it by putting flyers all around Drake's school. Oh my gosh, how embarrassing is this? So Drake actually has to set a boundary, tell her what's going on, and that he will never care for her. Okay, wait, maybe he's taking this a little too far.
I'm not gonna sing a song for you, and I'm not your boyfriend. I'm not even your friend. So just leave me alone.
During the radio show, Drake is nervous and guilty about what he said to the girl. He takes out a note in his pocket that is his pick
that he gave her earlier, saying that she's super sorry for everything she did. And obviously Drake is very sentimental and realizes that this is a big deal.
It's a woman, isn't it?
Kind of. Little woman.
Go to her.
Go to her?
Fix it.
It comes with a really awkward conversation with another artist, telling him to run back to whoever this girl is.
I'm disappointed in you for not braving the outdoors during a gentle rain shower. However,
Meanwhile, Josh is being tricked into a tent and locked up so the Girl Scouts could listen to Drake's radio performance. Wendy obviously doesn't want to because her and Drake now have beef, but it turns out Drake returns home. He ditched the radio appearance because he felt so bad about the way he acted, and he even asks Wendy if she still wants that song.
For me?
Just for you.
But what about all that stuff you said? I thought you hated me.
How can I hate my #1 fan?
It's a very sweet episode to see Drake have a redeeming quality. It's not super often we get it, and while we understand that a stalker is a big deal, and that it's justified that Drake had to raise his voice to assert a boundary like that, I think we feel really bad for the girl, and look up to Drake for doing something he didn't necessarily have to do.
What are you doing here?
How come you're not on the radio?
Because
Otherwise, #1 Fan is just such a good episode, and I'm really sad that this is one of the ones that is not on Paramount Plus. Allison Stoner is a gift every time she's seen on these kids shows, probably because she does her one singular character so well, and I could watch it in a feature film if I had to. The side plot of Josh being in charge of the Girl Scouts is just so perfect for him, because while he's not in the main plot, he still plays an active role in the show.
Everyone gets one, and then we'll hold a rally.
Overall, great episode, and reminds me of how sad it is that it's not available to everyone anymore. I like that we have the through line of Drake's radio appearance because it shows that he's still pursuing music. And of course, every Dan Schneider show has to have somebody pursuing some kind of art-like tactic. It can't just be two brothers going through life like it was in the License episode. It has to be musically intertwined.
So the next episode is called Mean Teacher. It's kind of a Drake versus Mrs. Hafer episode. This is one of her first episodes, and she is such a funny character, almost as funny as Helen, but since she hates Drake, she's not as excitingly... She's not as fun. I don't think she's as funny. Her extremely blunt deliverance of all of her lines only make her even more exciting to see in this show. So Josh comes into the classroom wearing the ugliest t-shirt. Turns out to be one of the luckiest t-shirts of all time. Meanwhile, Drake is complaining that he has to have another date with Kelly, who is this girl he's been seeing that has a really obnoxious laugh. Wow, Drake, real mature. As they get started on class, Miss Hafer is really nice to Josh and rude to Drake.
Were originally written in what language, Drake?
Greek.
Wrong. Todd.
Greek?
Correct.
She has like absolutely no patience for him, and it's so funny. So later, Josh and Drake are at the premiere. Drake's just making fun of his sweatshirt, but Josh insists that it's really lucky. A couple nearby gets in an argument, and the guy gives him his watch, and the girl gives her, so Josh must be lucky. Kelly finally comes up to see Drake, and I think this is the closest thing he's had to a consistent relationship, being mentioned in one scene and showing up in another one. I mean, that's as much as Drake and a single girl that I've seen so far.
I had a pretty bad day, too.
What happened?
My hamster died.
We see what Drake means, and she tries to deliver information about somebody dying, and she still laughs. It's definite that Drake is gonna plan on breaking up with her soon. Meanwhile, Megan is shooting tomatoes at the wall with this giant contraption, but it manages to miss Josh at every corner. So I guess the lucky sweatshirt is really helping.
Darn it! I gotta go read the manual.
Aren't you gonna clean this up?
It's your room.
Drake is fed up with Kelly and decides that he needs to go break up with her right then and there. He shows up to her house, and who better to be at the door than Mrs. Hafer? This is like a great first appearance for this character, especially since she comes in so much more after this. That's probably why, because she did such a good job.
One of my mom's students?
If you use the term student loosely.
Miss Hafer ends up being even more mean the next day after he finds out she's dating Kelly.
Wrong, but you asked me what...
Wrong!
But what? Why
was I talking to you?
Kinda.
Just in time for another student to give Josh his game sphere. This really solidifies Josh's interest in video games, which definitely gets lost after this season. I mean, I like that he's a full-rounded person and has his own hobbies, and I hate that we kind of lose that over time. Later, Miss Hafer calls Drake to have a conversation with him in which she tells him that if he ever breaks her heart, she is going to fail him and he will go to remedial English. Okay, Miss Hafer was funny, but now this is borderline abusive. Like, no teacher should be pulling you aside and treating you so rudely.
Summer school, 2 words, even you understand. Do you understand?
Especially with no actual reason to back it up. Drake has a fantasy about marrying Kelly and he is so disappointed. It's like he's never going to be able to break up with her now. Megan's pranks continue to fail as Josh keeps wearing his sweatshirt. Megan's pranks continue to fail. She even tries to hook up an electric chair, which wouldn't that literally kill Josh, Megan? That is so unsafe. Drake comes back distraught because he cannot break up with Kelly, and I would be too. Josh suggests that maybe he can get her to break up with him, but Drake doesn't think this is possible. Josh tells him to like eat with his hands, be gross.
So all you gotta do is act un-Jewish. I'm not Jewish.
So he does this. They go on a date, and he is extremely rude, sneezing into his food, and it is disgusting. Drake is so gross in this scene. I wish this episode was banned for his behavior at the dinner table. But it doesn't work. Every time he's disgusting, she one-ups it and just turns it into a laugh. Later, Drake is about to have given up because he cannot break up with this girl and he cannot get her to break up with him. Until he realizes maybe if he wears that secret sweatshirt that Josh has,
you got video games, gold jewelry, a date with a model? Your life's not that good.
His luck will help him get out of the relationship. The two obviously get in a fight over it and manage to rip Josh's lucky shirt. Later, Josh and Drake both wear half of the outfit and it looks atrocious, especially the fact they're on a double date. And it's clear that the sweatshirt does not work anymore. Josh is awkward and bubbling.
Because you're a model, so you're probably watching your figure. Not that you need to watch your figure. I mean, you have a great body.
And Kelly loves Drake still. The boys excuse themselves to fight once again and agree to wear the sweatshirt one at a time. Drake puts his on first, and Kelly breaks up with him immediately, so it works perfect. Now he can get out of the relationship, and Mrs. Hafer will not hurt him, thank God.
You're gonna tell your mom that you dumped me, right?
Sure, I guess.
Great, you do that, bye.
Josh puts back on his sweatshirt, and his date kisses him. This is the best I've ever seen anything go for Josh. They see a movie, and that's the end of that. Later, we find out that Audrey threw away Josh's lucky sweatshirt, which of course Megan had to have had a part in.
It made a model kiss me!
The boys realize that maybe they should stop being superstitious and be grateful. But you know what, guys? It was lucky. There's no way. And yeah, another great episode. I love that we get to introduce more characters that will only further the comedy of this show. The superstition idea is always really funny in sitcoms, and I love seeing Drake and Josh tackling it, having Drake be completely defiant toward it until it benefits him, and then seeing Josh finally get his way. Like, it's a lot of fun in this episode where we get to see the characters heading out of their comfort zones.
Episode number 12 is The Gary Grill.
We start off at the premiere in this episode, and Josh is selling popcorn. Drake interrupts with no remorse for the people in line when he finds out that Josh is actually in cold water with Helen. Drake jumps behind the cashier and shows him how easy it is to upsell popcorn. He tells an old lady that she will live if she has it, which is borderline a threat, I believe.
The medical report that said popcorn helps the elderly not die.
Right. I do enjoy living.
But it works. Turns out the boys are actually really good at selling products. Two businessmen named Buddy and Guy approach them, complimenting them on their skills, saying that their charisma would work really well with a Gary Coleman grill. They offer them 20% per grill, and Drake is really bad at math. We didn't need to be reminded that.
$8,000 a grill! $8 a grill!
And they say they'll set him up with 100 grills. Josh and Drake are both excited by this idea. So Josh finds Audrey in the kitchen cooking. He tries to sell her a Gary Coleman grill with Drake's help, and the two have a very QVC way about them when they're trying to sell this product. I mean, I would buy it from them.
So it just cooks things.
No, it's also an MP3 player.
They sell the fact that not only is it a grill, but it can listen to music, which I am in 2025, where that is a lot more rare. I think at the time there were iPods, or I don't even know what people listened to at the time. Maybe if this grill hooked up to my shower, I would buy it. Oh wait, that would kill me.
Hey, why do you buy 6?
'Cause I'm not an idiot.
Honey, look. I bought a Gary Coleman grill.
Great. Now we've got 7 of them.
These guys are definitely a part of a pyramid scheme. The more I see them interact with other people about what they're doing, it just is so schemy. It feels like an episode of Ed, Edd and Eddy. The next day, they're in school. Josh has his Gary Coleman grill on his desk with a spatula, which I get that it's here just to listen to music. 1, it looks ridiculous, and 2, you don't need a spatula just to listen to music. I don't know why he would put that in his backpack and then unload it on his desk.
So why don't you go out and buy one? You know I can't. I'm not available in America yet. Yeah, that's why I bought 100 from my friend in Japan.
Drake turns his entire interaction with Josh into a infomercial, and all the kids fall for it. Suddenly, everybody wants to buy the grill. So now it looks like Drake and Josh are rich, and it's just crazy what they're choosing to spend their money on. They have a Coke machine, they have workout stuff, which I don't remember ever seeing them work out. And then art for some reason? Like, why would the boys buy art? They apparently still have $1,000 left. I'm not sure what their concept of money is, but this is clearly like at least $10,000 worth of material in their house. And I don't know how, 1, they bought it, 2, they transported it there, and 3, what they're gonna do with it. But of course, teenagers with this much money is obviously, this is the dream of what to spend it on. Megan comes in suspicious, saying she wants a piece of the action, but obviously the boys don't let it happen.
But just remember, I'm younger than you. One day, you'll both be old and sick. That's when you'll need me. But I'll be in Europe, laughing it up while the two of you are lying in bed, gagging on your own saliva.
Megan should be a poet. The way she uses her words are just vastly impressive. Drake and Josh are selling the Gary Coleman grills at the premiere, and everybody wants one. It's fair to say that Drake and Josh have entered the 1%. They even get in a money fight in public, which could not be safe for their well-being. 2 other guys come to buy some grills. When they say they have badges, Drake doesn't understand what they mean, which...
Wait, you want all of them?
That's right.
Sorry, we only accept cash.
These are badges.
Dude, cash only.
And these guys revealed that they are arresting Drake and Josh because apparently the grills are stolen and they're selling them. Ooh. So they're cuffed and taken away, which I don't know. I think they're minors. I don't know if this would affect them so much, but I'm concerned. And I would be at that age, I guess, so. They still don't have any answered questions, and they essentially have to get comfortable being behind bars. Josh starts freaking out with Drake telling him to be cool, but Josh just unapologetically insults everybody in the jail, and I would not want to be locked away with him.
Prison is for scum and lowlifes. Except for you guys. I'm sure you're all wonderful people.
The cops question them, and some of the best jokes are here.
Eyewitnesses say the thieves were 2 clean-cut Caucasian males.
There you go. We're not Caucasian, we're white guys.
They tell them about how the Gary Coleman grills were stolen off of a truck, which leads them to believe it's them, which I don't understand why this is the case. How these guys are like 16 in this season. I don't know why they would categorize them with these adult criminals. Like, can you even put 16-year-olds in jail with adults like that? All police officers, please comment below. The cops confuse them so much and even get an accidental confession out of Josh.
Oh, leave me alone, I'm confused and sweaty.
And they start questioning him about the quality of the grill, which doesn't seem like a fair question from cops. Drake and Josh are given 1 phone call each. Drake tries to call Megan, who immediately hangs up, and then Josh also tries to call Megan. He stays on long enough to tell her that they're in jail, but she does not believe him. She just wants to talk about with ponies with Denise. Eventually, Megan is no help, and the boys are back alone in jail.
Megan. All yours.
So in the next scene, we see Megan approach the 2 guys from earlier, the criminals, Buddy and Guy, and says that she wants in on selling the grills. I'm really confused at why this is going down now. She insists that she could sell way better than the guys and even goes up to sell one of them to a woman.
My daddy makes me sleep in the backyard. Will you please buy one? I miss my bed. Oh, of course.
and claims child abuse if she doesn't buy this grill. The two men are impressed, but it turns out that this is just a secret ploy to get them to confess. Megan manages to get them to admit that they stole the grills, and the FBI guys walk in. See, I love how they didn't believe in Drake and Josh, but they finally believed a 10-year-old girl. And I also can't believe that Buddy and Guy were probably about to work with Megan on this. Like, can we reflect on that? They almost convinced a 10-year-old girl to be a part of a pyramid scheme.
Excuse me, are you this little girl's father?
Yes, I am.
How dare you make her sleep in the yard?
I wonder if these episodes are banned because of how adult themed they are. Like, these are borderline like adult sitcom situations that Drake and Josh are getting themselves in. Like, they've been to jail twice in this series, and they're only getting older, so I don't know where the show is gonna keep going from here. So Megan, Audrey, and Walter show up to the jail to release Drake and Josh. They're surprised to find out that Megan actually did this for them. It's a really sweet moment between brothers and sisters because Megan's never really done a lot of positive things for them. But this entire arc is resolved with her help, so that's kind of nice. The detectives introduce them to Gary Coleman. Ooh, this is embarrassing. They think he's gonna thank him, but he actually just demands that he has all the money back from the stolen grills.
You know, I know you didn't spend all my money, because if you did, I'd be really upset.
And Drake and Josh are obviously really embarrassed, so they throw him in prison and run away. Oh my gosh, they have to be able to go to jail for this. In the end, Gary Coleman takes everything they bought one by one, and they try to fight for it, but it does not work. And that is the end of the episode. The Gary Coleman Girl episode is one of the most popular episodes that I have not forgotten to this day. I forgot that most of the episode is them rotting in prison, and only a small portion of it is them just selling these grills, but all around a really good episode. I can only imagine that this is not being aired because of the fact that the Gary Coleman name is in the grill, it's the guy in the episode, and so much, like, why would you be able to, like, why would you pay so much money to keep this episode airing? I guess that's the only reason.
Sorry.
Happens.
Season 2, episode 13 is called Drew and Jerry.
So Drake is watching Celebrities Underwater, some weird TV show in this Dan Schneider universe, and Josh just got the 2 tickets to see a magic show. Drake doesn't really want to spend time with him, so Josh says he's gonna find somebody else to go with him. Drake gives Josh a speech about why they shouldn't be spending so much time together, and oh my gosh, I would be heartbroken. So he says he's gonna go find somebody else. Look at Drake pushing a boundary. So Drake comes downstairs to see Josh already has a new friend, Drew. Drew is an exact replica of Drake.
Only 3? Yeah, I had an off night.
Not only repeating the antics him and Josh share, but also apparently he's a musician. The next morning, Drake wakes up Josh with a dog on his bed. I think this is his attempt to apologize without actually apologizing.
Whose dog is this?
I don't know, I just found him rooting through the garbage outside.
So you let him lick my face?
And says that they're gonna go to the cheerleader practice. But Josh says he already has plans. Ooh, tough break. Now Drake's experiencing exactly what Josh went through. Him and Drew are going to a virtual reality ski trip, and Josh looks so funny in the ski outfit. Drake is so bored that he even sits next to Megan and asks to take her to the movies. The two don't know what to talk about, and they just sit there aimlessly. It's so funny watching Drake try to strike up a conversation with Megan, especially knowing he knows so little about her. Like, he doesn't even know her age.
He always gets a root beer and I get a Dr. Fizz, and then we mix them half and half.
Whoa, you two have some crazy times.
Yeah.
Megan admits that he's only spending time with him because of Josh, and he's jealous. Drake listens to this and actually considers it, but instead of going to apologize, he says he's gonna bring over a new friend. Oh my gosh, of course. So Drew's there with the family for family dinner, and he's replacing Drake at every chance he gets. Until Jerry comes in, an exact replica of Josh. He joins family dinner.
I'd like you to meet my new friend, Jerry. What's up, fellas? Lady fellas.
And one by one, Drake and Josh try to one-up each other through their new friends. These poor guys, they're just being used as pawns in Drake and Josh's little game. Whoever this actor playing Josh is doing way too good a job. Like, they only had a couple episodes out at this point. I don't know how he replicated him so well.
It's called a game pod. It's podular. Podular!
I repeat things for emphasis. Emphasis!
Megan informs Josh that Drake's doing this all because he's jealous, giving him a little bit more insight into the situation, but it only makes him a little bit more sad about it. Josh even finds Jerry in his bed in his pajamas.
What, you wearing my underwear too?
No, I don't wear underwear when I sleep.
Okay. 3 words. Keep the pajamas!
This is one of my favorite jokes. So Drake keeps kicking it up a notch, trying to make Josh more and more jealous, just to compete with his own jealousy. The two get in a fight at the premiere, using both of these guys to prove to one another that they should be more jealous.
It's a boat. A big boat. With a motor.
They make a whole talent show at the premiere, essentially, and realize what they're doing to each other. Drake and Josh finally make up, and it's really sweet. They don't know what to do about Drew and Jerry because all they were to them were just pawns. But it doesn't matter because apparently they were just discovered by TV show producers that want to make a show out of their lives.
He thinks we'd be perfect for a TV show.
A comedy about 2 brothers.
We're gonna be on television. Television!
In the final scene, Drake and Josh watch the new Drew and Jerry show, and it's really, really meta, with them both ending at the scary thought of being on a TV show.
No, I'm sorry I got caught. And I'm definitely gonna do it some more.
Stomach aches! You give me stomach aches!
So the season finale is one of the best episodes of the entire series. I'm so happy because I forgot this was even in this season. I don't know why I just thought it came later along.
Hey, that's Mrs. Haver's car. What's it doing in the classroom? Okay, somebody has pulled the greatest prank ever. But how did they do it?
So in this episode, Drake is wrongfully accused of pulling a prank on Miss Hafer. Her car is parked inside the classroom. What? How in the world did this even end up happening?
Kind of parked in our spots.
Then sit in the car.
A shotgun.
Even though it's like unexplainable, she suspends him for it.
Suspended!
Come on, now you had
To the nurse!
So later at the house, Josh figures out that Drake has a right to stand in front of a trial of the school in order to prove his innocence.
We go to trial in 2 days. That's awesome. And I'm gonna defend you.
Oh, that's not awesome.
So Josh is like, okay, let me be your lawyer and I will help you defend yourself.
Once I prove Drake's innocence, he could take all 3 of you to the prom.
So they go to the whole council, and Mrs. Hafer is represented by Josh's arch enemy, Mindy Crenshaw. So Mindy, this is her first appearance, and this is somebody that likes to one-up Josh at every occasion, and she even likes to remind him that in this episode.
2, 3, 4, I declare thumb more.
1, 2, 3, you lose.
Like, oh my thumb!
Like, they're so familiar with each other, and dynamic works so well that it feels as if they've been in this show this whole time. Like, I'm surprised this is Mindy's first episode. This is episode, I think, 29 of the overall first series, which means there's only like half a series left for her to even make an impact. Mindy interrogates Drake until he looks guilty through all of her evidence, and this is the funniest part. Like all of the drawings Drake did, he is like such a hard time defending them. Like, of course he can't do that.
And who is this jumping out of the airplane?
Mrs. Hafer.
And where's her parachute?
Didn't draw one.
Didn't draw one.
But there's a lake below, so clearly she would land safely in the water.
Really? Drake, what are these things in the water?
Later on, all seems lost, and they even interview Drake asking him what he's gonna do after he loses. And it's like, guys, come on, you're the students. Like, why would you not be against the teacher? Megan tells them, Megan ends up finding a little bit of dirt on Mindy. I don't know how she got this information, but she gives it to Drake and Josh, and Josh knows exactly what to do with it. So now, Josh's turn to interrogate Mindy. He asks her about the B she got from Mrs. Hafer's class, the only B she's ever got. As Josh kind of like nudges her on.
Because we happen to have a copy of your transcript and your grades. That's what transcript means.
chance.
She admits that she is the one who put the car in the classroom, and I kind of want to know how it happened. Mindy's suspended, and Drake is cleared of all charges. Miss Hafer uneasily has to apologize to Drake for accusing him of putting her car in the classroom. Drake accepts and appreciates the apology, even though she tells him she still hates him, which, come on guys, you can't just be friends. I love this episode because of not only the humor, but all the characters that get to shine in it. The little bit where Megan's website is shown in this, especially since we all know iCarly came out later. Like, it's a nice little foreshadow.
He's allergic to cats.
But yeah, overall, this is like the best episode to end the entire season. It's the best episode of the show. I'm just super happy with this. Oof. And with all that, we come to a conclusion of all the episodes of season 2 of Drake and Josh. Whew. So yeah, that was season 2 of Drake and Josh in a nutshell. It's really cool how it went from being the 6-episode series that was not as funny and more of a family sitcom to this full ensemble show where we see Mindy, Miss Hafer, Helen, Craig and Eric. Like this is when the show really hits its stride. And I think seasons 3 and 4 have some really, really funny episodes and improve the show even further. But you can't not give credit to the season that really pushed itself to get to that point. This is one of the most important seasons in Drake and Josh. Whether it's the best, I don't know. The bottom of the list, at number 14, I put Guitar, because I just felt like there was a lot of episodes like it, and it wasn't really the funniest of its kind. It would be one thing if it was, like, super funny, but it felt like it was doing everything all the other episodes were doing, but, like, slightly worse. I mean, I love the part where they slam the guitar case on the artist's hand. There's just not a lot of promise in this episode. Like, the pacing feels a little more boring than the other episodes. And hey, maybe this is a part of me that's just angry, but there was a lot of copyright issues with uploading that video, so I'm a little biased. Okay, next we have 13, Football. So football is kind of similar, where it feels like the episode's more about Josh trying to be cool, which is a lot like the Blues Brothers episode. It's the 4th episode of the 2nd season, and also similar to Guitar. You could tell it's like before they hit their stride in this season. Like, I feel like we've had enough episodes about Josh that are better compared to this, but I put Guitar above it because I like the whole confused janitor bit. I don't know why, I think it was just fun. And it feels like the emotional moment at the end with Drake and Josh is a little bit forced, especially considering what we're used to on this show. It's before they finally figured out their tone. And if I'm going to take the show seriously, there's a lot of other stuff we have to kick into consideration. People are going to get mad at this, but the next one at number 12, I'm putting The Bet. So this is the one where Drake and Josh infamously bet each other that they can't go without one of their obsessions. Like, Josh has to give up video games and Drake has to give up candy. I think it's really cool how this episode was done. Like, not only do we see into the characters, we see into their relationships. Like, we get to learn a lot about these guys in just this episode. It's a great season 2 start, because it's the first episode of it, and I definitely think I put it above Football and Guitar because it feels like it's a little bit before we got the funniest jokes together, but it's a little bit better than those ones. The beginning of this season is a little bit rocky. It's before Drake and Josh really found itself. I feel like because only having 6 episodes in the first season, it's kind of hard to reestablish herself and then also come up with a further identity, especially since it's episode 7 of the whole series. I think they're starting to get on a better basis, although I think some season 1 episodes are better. That's why this is kind of lower on the list. Now, for episode 11, we have Movie Job. This is the one where Josh gets his job at the premiere. We get to see Helen, Drake's Helen's favorite. This one's just really funny about that. And out of all the episodes about the premiere, I feel like this is the least memorable, which is very disappointing. Overall, I don't remember a lot of things that happened in this episode except for the fact that Spencer Shea was in it. That's the only good thing. It's not like there's not funny jokes. It's just there's a little of nothing that happens, making this episode super forgettable for me. If I saw all of the episodes in order without seeing this one, I definitely would be confused. I definitely wouldn't have noticed. And this is one of the episodes that wasn't even banned, so it's kind of an insult about it. Like, it almost feels like, why wasn't I good enough to be banned? So even though we need Josh to be working at the premiere in order to establish that, it feels kind of shoehorned in, and they just wanted him to have a job on the show. Yeah, if it wasn't for Jerry Trainer, it would definitely be 14 and not 11. Then we have episode 10, Diva. The reason this episode is better than the others is because there's such funny jokes in this one. And the fact that this little child star passes out and Drake and Josh need to help her, like, it's just such a funny premise for an episode, let alone even funnier with the jokes. And this girl's relationship with her bodyguard Citrus is so funny, as well as having a friendship with Megan too. Like, it's suddenly like Drake and Josh versus Megan, and then suddenly this girl's into the mix. It almost feels like she's gonna be a mainstay for a moment, but obviously this doesn't pan out. This is one of the first few episodes where the show really just starts to shine. Its absurdness is kicked up a notch, and it's not as grounded, but it's not too out there that it's like unbelievable. Actually, it kind of is now that I think about it. And I hate that this one was taken off streaming because it's like so unnecessary, but you know, nothing we can do. So episode 9, we have the Gary Grill episode. It's slightly more funny than Diva, and I love that Josh and Drake kind of bond at first, but then their relationship takes a quick turn when they're sent to prison. Like, it's fun seeing them closest they've ever been making money, and then the furthest they've ever been trying to survive at jail. Like, it's not a lot of episodes we see them getting along, and I like that we throw them in jail to have them not get along again. And the whole Gary Coleman concept is just really funny. It's like this old actor selling grills. Like, why would that be a thing? It's probably only at episode 9 because it's not a universal joke that, like, we know what a Gary Grill would be. Not that that has to do with the quality of the episode. I just feel like it would be more universally funny if people knew. If you see this episode, it's definitely one of the best in the season. And to believe that I'm putting it already halfway on the list, like, this show has such good episodes in the season. I remember somebody recommended me to do a video on this one because somebody recommended it to me, and I forgot how funny this episode was. Now we have number 1 fan, episode 8. So this is a really good one because Drake's character development in this is just like, I don't know, it's really good. I think this is what really grounds the series as opposed to however it gets later in the show. Drake becomes like a stereotype of himself, but at least here we see like a lot of dynamic sides of him. Like, he's not only stupid. And seeing Josh like fight with the Girl Scouts is just really funny. The jokes in this episode are probably some of my favorite, with the giant shirt. Like, Allison Stoner giving Josh the extra large shirt is probably the funniest part of this whole series. And I'm gonna stand by that. Of course, Allison Stoner is super good, and I can't ignore that for points. I love the idea that she's like a super fan, and it's creepy leaving posters everywhere. Like, it gets kicked up a notch. It's not afraid to be outlandish with its humor and still kind of grounded. Then the next episode, better than that, is Smart Girl. So this is another Drake episode, but Josh is in it a little bit more than the last. This is why I put it above number 1 fan, because I feel like they get equal time in the plot. And while Josh doesn't feel like he resolves the plot too much, it's kind of funny how he goes about it and gets in Drake's way, despite the fact he's also helping him. And the whole spelling bee type thing is where we get to see Craig and Eric. So like, seeing their entrance is really good. It's really hard to compare it to the other ones. Like, while the title is generic and the plot is pretty basic for Drake and Josh, it's definitely one of its kind, and it leans into that. Being about something that happens at school that's more interesting than football. Like, Drake's relationship becomes the forefront of the episode, and not much more else. Next is episode 6, Mean Teacher. So this is the Miss Hafer debut episode. The reason why it's so high on the list, I feel like it does a great job at having Drake versus his teacher, and it's also kind of borderline sad. That's why it's like not lower on the list, because the teacher really abuses Drake. Like, that is not fair. So you almost empathize with him a lot more and see him more than just like a threat to Josh, which you've seen a lot in this episode. He usually plays the bad guy when Josh is the good guy, but at least it's a little more blurry as of this one. Everybody, let's stop Miss Hafer. Hashtag take down Hafer. No, I'm just kidding. Please don't do that. The episode titles in this are really dramatic. Smart Girl, Driver's License, The Bet. Like, it's just, oh my gosh. But it does do the whole Drake wanting to be in a relationship or having a relationship and maintaining it a little bit better than the last one, because it's a lot funnier. And the idea that he has to get out of the relationship is super funny. Like, Miss Hafer does not give him a break. And having him and Josh fight over this lucky sweatshirt, like, that is a really good premise. Like, the whole superstition hasn't been done yet in the show. It definitely gets the series closer to what it later becomes. And now we're down to the final 5 best episodes of season 2 of Drake and Josh. Are you guys buckled in? Let's go. So next we have Drew and Jerry. This one's infamous just because of its last on the culture. Like, everybody remembers the Drew and Jerry episode. The actors are so good at portraying Drake and Josh that it's almost like kind of disturbing. Like, how in the world did they get this much information? Like, at this point they were only like 7 or 8 episodes into the whole series, or I guess 10 to 15. And it's like, come on. My favorite joke is when Josh runs into Jerry in his pajamas in his bed. I don't know why. It just makes it feel like a better version of the bet, where it's a Drake versus Josh episode, and I feel like the way it resolves itself gives a lot of character growth and is hilarious. Episode 4, we have Driver's License. So this one was really hard to find. I did not see a lot of this episode back when it came out, maybe because that's when the show started having a lot funnier episodes and wanted to start circulating those more. But now that I rewatched it, I really regret it. Like, this is such a funny episode. To see Drake and Josh going through the same process of getting their license and almost kind of butting heads, it becomes like more of a fight episode. Kind of like the Gary Grill episode, but the stakes are a little bit more dangerous for the two, given the fact that it's them driving. It does seem like a little mature for like a Nickelodeon kids show. This is probably before they had a lot more standards of like what a kids show constitutes. I don't think we've gotten a lot of driving episodes since, like probably Victorious, but otherwise this is like one of its kind. It just shows how weak the characters can get when it comes to each other, like how low Drake is willing to go to take advantage of Josh, like as a chauffeur. Like, I can't believe how rude that is. You can't just ask somebody to drive you around all day. Like, the cattiness is at a level 10 in this episode, so that's why I'm putting it above all the other ones. I feel like this is definitely one of the funniest episodes in the second season. Okay, now down to the last 3. So next is Pool Shark. It takes Drew and Jerry and the bet even funnier with Drake versus Josh again. I remember this episode so well because of the shock at the end. You know, like when you think the two bad guys are gonna actually hurt Drake and Josh because of their little partnership, like that part always stuck in my mind. So I needed to use that when I was choosing the top 3. Like, which of these episodes, despite loving them or not, do I remember the most? Like, sticks with me. And these top 3 are definitely episodes I can remember vividly, and that has to be good writing. This is definitely up there, especially since the guys like go to a bar in this. Like, what? You guys can't be here. It starts with Drake taking advantage of Josh and Josh actually getting revenge, which doesn't happen super often. It's not necessarily against them, it's more like Josh trying to teach Drake a lesson that we as the audience don't even know right away, which is kind of cool. And unlike the Drivers episode, they do a great job at getting them all together and making up at the end. Unlike the Drivers episode, they actually do a great job getting together at the end. In this one, they end with just fighting. Isn't that crazy? They do not make up at the end. And the number 2 is Blues Brothers. So this is one of the most iconic episodes. Not only is it funny, but it's a Josh episode, which we don't get to see too much of, at least done really well. It showcases the premiere, it showcases all the people in Drake and Josh's life better than it has before. And I feel like this is a turning point for the series. Like, everything after this point is just completely hilarious. And the show is just like on the perfect track. Now for number 1, we have Honor Council. Isn't that crazy? So like the first number 1 episode of the season is the last episode of the season. It feels like the entire second season needed to like kind of grow up. Like, it started out at a more clamshell version of itself, but as it became more absurd and the characters came out of their shells in more wacky ways, it felt like it started to become itself. In the meantime, I'm not sure if you noticed, but a lot of these episodes are very repetitive. It's either a Drake episode, a Josh episode, Josh versus Drake, Drake and Josh versus someone else. Like, there's not a lot of leeway. And it just got better and better. Like, it did really good for it. Something unique about Honor Council is, like, not only is it my favorite episode of the whole series, but it kind of takes a break from being both of those repetitive plots. I mean, it is like Josh and Drake together, but they do it in a new way and introduce Mindy, who is essentially like a villain. And to have a villain team up with Mrs. Hafer this early in the series, it just makes Drake and Josh have to be a lot closer together, which is super funny. The best part of this entire show is like when they're going through the whiteboard and Drake has to explain his drawings that he drew of Miss Hafer, kind of making it fair that Miss Hafer treats him that way a little bit, especially with how threatening he can be. And I'm a sucker for the funniest jokes when they have the drawings. But yeah, like the drawing with the alligator is so funny.
So yeah, that's all the episodes of season 2 ranked from worst to best. And isn't it crazy that they're all so good? I can't even believe this. Like, it felt like even like the furthest best episode, it felt like even the least best episode was still a really good one. So I don't know if you guys noticed, but I purposely left out the cold opens from Drake and Josh. While I love these, they're not always tied into the plot. Now, as I did in my first season retrospective, I'm going to sum them up super quickly and put the best part of all of them into one quick compilation. And it's not going to be quick, so sit down.
We had this contest to see who could hold their breath longer. After 2 minutes,
I won.
I lost. Consciousness. Mustard, mustard, mustard. I like doing dishes.
I like sleeping,
breaking leaves,
playing guitar,
doing homework,
tricking Josh into doing my homework.
I like eating cheeses that much. I just like looking at them, sniffing them, feeling them.
Do you know that Josh sometimes feels cheese?
Drake, move to Australia! That's not even an Australian accent.
Yes, it is. Fromage.
That's French! And what does he do?
I handcuffed him to a tennis racket.
He handcuffed me to a tennis racket.
Josh and I were in the same room as the vice president.
I got to meet him.
I got to meet a 16-year-old granddaughter.
Sometimes things just don't always go the way you want them to.
Things just work out the way you want them to.
I'll be able to drive Megan to soccer practice.
I'll be able to back over Megan's bike in the driveway.
The club hit me in the eye. Bruised my retina.
After I gave the kids these huge cups of coffee, oh man, you should have seen them on those go-karts. It was out of control.
And tails. Heads. Every time.
How cool is this thing?
All right, Megan, you're in big trouble.
Yeah, wait until we tell Mom what you did.
It's good being me.
Want to know what's been kind of bugging me lately about the whole Josh thing? We hang out together all the time.
Hey, is Drake telling you bad stuff? Oh, vegetables?
Uncool.
Wait, wait, I have to talk to you!
So I don't know if you guys saw my last retrospective on season 2, but Drake and Josh was really hitting its stride when we last saw them. The season finale of 2 was Honor Council, where Mindy is going against Josh in the court of school, trying to get Drake in trouble. And it really picked up the pace and made everything a lot more fun. And we get to see a lot of the best characters that were introduced in that season in this one. For example, we're going to see a lot more of Mindy, we're going to see a lot more of Helen, and Craig and Eric definitely make an appearance.
Because most people I know put their underwear on before their pants.
It's when the show really shifted from being more family-oriented, staying within the family, to branching out to the jobs, different locations, going to Megan's school, Drake and Josh's school a lot more. Like, there's a lot more that transpires in this season. And I learned a lot through online research and, like, seeing these episodes once again, and I have a lot to tell you guys about how unique these are. Like, not only is it, like, a great memory, like, some of the most impactful stories I've ever seen were told in this season, which is kind of sad to hear. I also learned that Drake and Josh are technically in the 11th grade in this season, and Megan is in 6th grade. So they're around 16 or 17, and Megan's like 11 or 12. This is also the season where Josh gets a girlfriend. Yeah, I'm not going to spoil it right now, but you definitely know what I'm talking about. Filming for the season took place in December 2004 to August 2005. And before filming the first episode, Josh Peck actually went out to lose the weight by going to the gym. According to Peck, he said that he lost like 100 pounds between these seasons. And I don't know if you guys remember Drake and Josh Go Hollywood, but it's a really good special branching out Drake and Josh from the series. It was filmed during this time, but isn't counted as a season 3 episode, so I'm going to kind of judge it separately on another occasion. But it is cool to think that between like episodes 10 and 16, that these events go on. Drake Bell and Miranda Cosgrove actually starred in the feature film Yours, Mine, and Ours while this season was being filmed around the same time, which is quite a coincidence to think about. But now that we've got all of our setup and excitement, hype for this new season of Drake and Josh, let's dive right into the episode, shall we?
Ruined my first baseball game.
Oh, poor little Josh didn't get his foam finger.
Okay, so for episode 1, we have the Drake and Josh in. Audrey and Walter leave the house to go to LA for spring break by leaving Drake and Josh in charge of Megan.
Why are you guys on the floor?
It's a long, painful story.
Drake spends the $200 they're given for food and emergencies only on toys and other really unnecessary items. Desperate for money, Drake gets the idea to turn their house into a bed and breakfast after he notices a couple that has no place to stay. Josh initially disagrees and is furious at Drake for his greedy spending, but later agrees because they really need the money.
Por favor.
No.
Por favor.
All right.
Megan also agrees as long as she's treated like a guest. Oh my gosh.
Thing, honey. Ma'am.
Drake invites over 75 college kids to stay at their house, and then they start partying. Surprise, surprise. Josh wants everyone out, but Drake refuses until he discovers someone destroyed his guitar.
They're paying us a fortune and I'm having fun. Hey man, is this your guitar? Okay, I want all of these people out of here now!
Drake instantly agrees with Josh and they try to get everybody to leave, but everybody refuses and keeps partying. Josh tries to get help from Helen, which is kind of weird. I don't know why your boss would be able to help with that.
Look, I need your help, all right?
You wanna borrow my ointment?
No. Look, I have 75 people at my house.
How much ointment do you think I have?
And Helen doesn't actually care until he mentions that Drake's in trouble. But Helen ends up joining in with the crowd, and MTV starts broadcasting, which is when Audrey and Walter get suspicious because they see their house on TV, and obviously that's suspicious.
Okay, now please, if everyone could just be quiet for 60 seconds, and then you guys can make all the noise you want, okay?
Well, we're watching TV and we could swear we're looking at a wild party going on in our living room.
It's for you!
So they start heading home, leaving a clock on Drake and Josh's bed and breakfast. But with the help of Megan, Drake and Josh successfully get everybody out by saying that there's this gas leak of monoxous something gas.
All right, there is a serious leak of hydro... monoxapuff gas. Yeah, it makes your eyes bleed.
And at the end, Walter and Audrey come home, and everything is back to normal.
And a big hairy guy with a root beer bottle.
And a woman was singing R&B tunes.
She had a lazy eye.
Until they are arrested for having a televised party without a city-authorized permit. Oh my gosh. Drake, Josh, and Megan realize that their parents disappeared, and that's kind of where it ends. It's a dark ending for the first episode of a new season, but I'm here for it, I guess. During the end credits, Josh is super upset with Drake spending all the money.
I bought gum. Gum is food.
So this was actually the first episode filmed at Tribune Studios instead of Nickelodeon on Sunset. It's also the first episode featuring HD graphics. The man who plays Terry also appears in the episode of iCarly, I Find Spencer Friends. He's also the dad in Jonas. This episode actually premiered after the 2005 Kids' Choice Awards. And this is the first time that Drake and Josh turn their house into a hotel. Starting with this episode, new episodes have been moved from Sunday to Saturday nights until the next season's episode, Josh runs into Oprah. So it's kind of consistent with this one. In this episode, Drake buys a Mexican robot toy which speaks Spanish when the button is pressed, and it's actually used later in the Victorious episode Jade Gets Crushed. Dan Schneider confirmed it on his Twitter, saying, if you recognize Beck's red robot from Victorious, it's the actual robot I used in Drake and Josh. Starting with this episode, the door to Drake and Josh's room is on the eastern wall of the corner facing the right side. In the first 2 seasons, it was actually facing the southern side, which is kind of specific, but you know. The opening sequence is new, with clips from season 2 and 3, alongside new scenes of Drake performing in the theme song, which is really cool. The episode is very similar to the Even Stevens episode, Stevens Manor. This is the first episode where Drake has an anime-like version of his bowl cut from season 2. The hotel where Walter and Audrey stay is called the Four Schneiders, which is another Dan Schneider reference. Oh my gosh, you cannot escape it. It's also a pun on the Four Seasons Hotel. Starting with this episode, Josh has significantly lost weight and has a new hairstyle, which is a lot more curlier. The party music played in the background is heard in an episode of Zoey 101 too. This episode's also similar to a Family Ties episode called 4RMS OCNVU, with both episodes containing a story about a couple staying at their house for the weekend in order to make money, which is kind of random. Same thing with Keenan and Kel. They have an episode called Da Bomb, where one of the characters uses their workplace is converted into a nightclub, which is kind of similar, but it's a little different than that. If you look closely at Josh's orange and blue polo, you could see the American Eagle symbol. This was the first episode to air in 2005, and the only episode where Megan pulls a prank on Helen. So this becomes more like an Airbnb situation with actual laws being in place since this episode. It's so funny because back then Airbnb wasn't really a thing, and now it's like a lot more common and less comical. Then we have episode 2, Peruvian Puff Pepper. So Josh enters a salsa making contest and asks Drake to help him in order to win the prize, which is a plasma screen TV.
Just for winning some stupid salsa contest? Well, alright, will you stop humming? We got salsa to make. You start chunking the tomato. Chunking. Should I get the first aid kit?
Megan wants to help the boys, but they decline, wanting the prize for themselves in their room. So as revenge, Megan sabotages their salsa by causing it to explode all over the kitchen, blaming the boys.
What was that?
I don't know.
Drake and Josh are sick of getting blamed for Megan's pranks, so they try to dig up proof on her deviousness.
Wait. What? I'm afraid.
They discover a surveillance camera in her room, only for them to get in more trouble when they can't prove that the panel was there in the first place, which is so cool because they look crazy.
Don't act all innocent, Megan.
Yeah, your prankster ways are about to be exposed.
They knocked my poster down.
It's okay, sweetie.
Care to explain?
Megan then enters the salsa contest on her own, obtains this thing called a Peruvian puff pepper, and Drake and Josh figure it out.
And these are among the finest specimens in the world, the pinnacle of peppers, if you will.
Figure out that this is one of the best tasting peppers ever. So Drake and Josh use it too.
Just grab it.
And end up winning the contest, but they're disqualified when they learn that the Peruvian puff peppers were there because it's illegal in the US, leaving Megan as the winner.
Thank you. How great is this day?
When the boys accuse her of having set them up, she points out that she's not smart enough to enact a plan that complex, and we're pretty certain it did happen. And in the end, Drake and Josh are grounded while Megan has a new TV. This episode's actually one of the most hated episodes of the show due to how Megan treats Drake and Josh throughout, and she once again wins at the end of the episode, while the duo gets no happy ending whatsoever. People also blame Walter and Audrey for siding with Megan over the duo, which is kind of really sad, despite the fact that there's zero proof they were responsible for the mess. In the iCarly episode I Toe Fat Cakes, Carly is seen watching a part of this episode, specifically a part with Megan in it, which is kind of surreal, and Megan and Carly are both played by Miranda Cosgrove, so like, what? In the book version of this episode, it's called Sibling Rivalry. When Walter, Megan, and Audrey are watching TV before the salsa explodes, they're watching the Zoey 101 episode, Defending Dustin.
What do you think this button does?
This is the first episode since the pilot where the phrase "oh my god" is used, which is kind of random. I didn't know that until I looked it up. This is the third episode in which Josh is wearing an earring, with the first being pilot and first crush. In the beginning, it's implied that Josh lost a limb off screen from cutting the tomatoes, and in the scene afterward, he has a bandage on his pinky. This is almost the first episode where Drake and Josh finally get Megan in trouble by showing her parents all the cameras, but it ends up not really working out, starting a more consistent surveillance on Megan. Megan refers to Drake and Josh as Boob and Boober, which is a parody of Dumb and Dumber. Megan's new TV in her room does not appear in any other episodes. When Megan asks Drake and Josh where the Peruvian puff peppers went after stealing them, Drake makes up an excuse by saying that it's the name of a band, which is a reference to the real-life rock band Red Hot Chili Peppers. It is possible that Megan's conversation with the botanist was staged the whole time. While the botanist may have withheld mentioning the Peruvian puff peppers being illegal so that she would buy them, there was no guarantee that in Megan's perspective. And yeah, this episode does a really good job at capturing the dynamics of the siblings. I like that Megan is a lot more active in her role in these episodes compared to earlier seasons where she was just kind of like hijinks or a B-plot that bled into the A-plot. Like now she's like a more active role. In episode 3 we have We're Married. So Josh is thrilled when his e-pal from Udonia, Yuka, comes to visit.
Whoa, really?
Yeah, I gotta get a haircut. Yuka's coming.
While Drake is more interested in snacks and pranks, as Josh prepares for her arrival, he vacuums Drake's food before Yuka shows up.
You're done.
Though Josh is excited to bond with her, Yuka ends up spending more time with Drake, making him jealous.
It's a Glockma.
No, this is a goat.
Especially since he rents out an entire theater to play one of her home country's most famous movies, and she just wants to go with Drake to another one. Like, I would feel disrespected in that scenario.
Talking Helen into letting me screen it for you, so now that I've done all that, somebody's gonna be watching Ick Glockma tonight! Well, somebody's gonna be an organ donor before their 17th birthday, Josh! Nickel!
Hoping to make her feel at home, Josh arranges a friendship ceremony, but due to a misunderstanding, it turns out to be a wedding ceremony that accidentally marries Drake and Yuka. Kind of like the Full House episode where DJ Tanner walks around the table and is suddenly married to somebody. I feel like that's where it's stemming from.
I'm gonna shoot back off. How dare you marry my e-woman?
Hey, don't get mad at me. You told me this was a friendship ceremony. I thought it was. Well, we're really good friends now.
While Drake enjoys being married at first, he grows tired of the commitment. Things get messy when Yuka's parents arrive in San Diego to meet her new son-in-law and reveal they're billionaires. Drake then hesitates to end the marriage because he could be rich.
Then what is this meat?
It's goat.
But a scheme involving goat meat, meatballs, which is offensive in Udonia, pushes Yuka's parents to call off the marriage themselves. The episode ends with Yuka returning home and getting engaged with somebody else, leaving Drake devastated, which is super funny. I've always thought this episode was really good because of the cultural misinterpretations is just such a funny concept, and having Drake be the one who accidentally marries her and Josh having been the one who set it up, like that is classic Drake and Josh sibling chaos. The supposedly made up word for Yuka's mother, Busha, caused a little controversy because it actually means BS in another language. The writers claim they had no idea and they just made it up, which I don't know if it's real. It's possible that Udonia could be near Russia because some of the accents of Yuka and her parents sounded a little Russian, and the actress Anastasia Baranova was born in Russia. Ironically, neither of the things Drake mentions are American, like sushi is from Japan and Mexican food is from Mexico, although the dishes normally served in Mexican and sushi restaurants tend to be a little different from their actual counterparts in the country of origin. But in a way, Drake and Josh would have been showing Yuka something American, but they technically weren't. This is the first episode that the term skunk bag is used, which could be a substitute term for skank, as Yuka uses it to berate another woman, which is really not nice. And I can't believe this aired on a kid's show. This is the only episode where Walter appears in the opening segment with Drake and Josh, although Audrey could be heard in that Dune Buggy episode in the opening segment in season 1. This is actually Crazy Steve's first and only season 3 appearance, which is crazy. I thought he was a lot more active in this show. Although Josh said that meatballs were made of goat meat, it's entirely possible he was lying to Yuka since she had explained that goats are considered sacred in her home country. It's very likely he just made it up to make Yuka and her family mad and end Drake's marriage. The movie Glockma can also be seen in the iCarly episode IQ, when Carly was on a date with Kyle. And this episode was actually included on Teen Nick Picks Volume 1. So episode 4 we have Mindy's Back. Josh is excited about the upcoming science fair and feels confident about his project.
You hear that, San Diego? Josh Nichols' time has come. So look outside, fix
Until his lifelong academic rival, Mindy, unexpectedly returns from a mental institution and beats him once again.
How embarrassing.
Yeah, not really.
With Megan's advice, Josh tries to ignore her, but things get complicated when Mindy picks him to be her partner for a new project.
But then, Mr. Calvin, but that would mean that we would have to, but I don't think we should, but then
Initially frustrated, Josh eventually realizes he and Mindy work really well together, and their dynamic shifts from rivalry
I just like you too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, maybe I've liked you for a really long time, but didn't realize it because I hated you so much.
To romance, which is super interesting. Having been the last episode with Honor Council, these guys were really at each other's necks, but this relationship is starting to give me Jimmy Neutron and Cindy vibes, with their knowledge bringing them together, which is not a super important reason to be dating, but you know what I mean.
Later, horrible girl. Oh, you with the comments and the pretty pants.
I cannot believe Drake would talk that way to his brother's girlfriend.
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
Nervous about how Drake will react, Josh keeps the relationship a secret, which makes it so much more interesting. And I like that we're getting deeper into relationships in this series. And it leads to tension with Megan and even more anxiety for Josh.
Mindy and I are boyfriend and girlfriend.
After a heart-to-heart with Mindy, she ends up breaking things off, leaving Josh heartbroken.
If you can't tell your own brother we're dating, then I don't think I can date you.
Oh, Mindy.
I'll see you later.
Surprisingly, when Drake finds out, he's actually supportive and encourages Josh to go after what he wants. And in a wild attempt to fix things, Drake lifts Josh up to Mindy's second-story window.
Hey, Mindy.
Hi. What are you doing at my window?
Where the two talk and share a kiss before tumbling into the grass. And it's a really good episode with Drake and Josh forming a really deep bond that we haven't really seen since the earlier episodes. The episode ends with the three lying on the lawn and the end credits of Craig and Eric's experiment backfiring, which is super funny.
Fix it. Oh.
Nice going, Eric.
This is the first episode in season 3 that Walter and Audrey are actually absent. Ted Lang was also known as Isaac Washington, the bartender in The Love Boat, who guest stars as Mr. Culvert in this episode. He also guest starred in the guitar episode. This is the only episode where the premiere theater is mentioned but not shown, with Drake saying, "I'm gonna go to the premiere to meet the guys." This episode is also on the Drake and Josh Go Hollywood DVD alongside with Helen's Surgery, which was probably filmed around the same time. Josh quotes the 1989 Kevin Costner movie Field of Dreams by saying, "Welcome to my magnetic field of dreams," which is interesting. At the beginning of the episode, Drake and Josh talk about their first meeting. A vintage Illinois license plate dated June of 1986 is shown, same month that Drake Bell was born in. Josh's line, "I get to be the boyfriend," is referenced by Mindy again in Really Big Shrimp, the finale. And it's nice to have Mindy finally back. She's definitely too interesting of a character to ignore, and Honor Council was just such a strong episode. Like, that's one of my favorite in the entire series. So seeing her back and continuing that hijinks always like made me have more fun with the show.
F-O-R-T, F-O-R-T.
Say it 2 more times.
Fort.
Now, what do you eat soup with?
Fork.
Really? Because I eat soup with a spoon.
When Drake mentions Josh getting his foot stuck in the toilet, he also mentions how Josh got his foot stuck in the toilet in the episode Smart Girl, which is a fun reference. Drake asks Mindy if she came back to get him suspended again, referencing the Honor Council episode. And Drake's head explodes in Josh's nightmare, which, in case of many fans, Drake and Josh would consider this one of the weirdest scenes in the entire show, which is totally true. According to the credit scenes, there are stunt doubles for Drake, Josh, and Mindy in this last scene, which is kind of interesting. The next episode we have is The Affair. At home, Josh tells Walter about an upcoming profession day at school, a common trope where all the kids get a peek into what they want to do when they grow up, something always interesting for a kid's show as opposed to throwing you right into their lives. But Walter claims he can't attend because he has a cloud conference. But Drake's suspicious of this. He catches him acting strange on a phone call with some random woman and overhears him saying he needs to think about his family.
This isn't a dandruff problem, Josh. It's a woman problem. Dad has cramps?
So this is convincing him that Walter might be cheating. Drake and Josh agree not to tell Audrey until they find actual proof. So later that night, Josh catches Walter sneaking in wearing a suit. Walter says he's just going out to buy milk, even though he drank it all.
I drank it on the way home.
Why are you wearing a suit?
What, a man can't look nice when he goes dairy shopping?
So wanting to remind Walter how great Audrey is, the boys cook him breakfast and pretend she made it, but it backfires when he has an allergic reaction to the cumin in the waffle.
Cumin? 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 You put cumin in his waffles? You told me to put cumin in his waffles. I said cinnamon. Cinnamon.
Which I don't like cumin either. I wish I was allergic to it. Audrey gets upset over the misunderstanding, and it makes the tension actually so much worse between the two. So Drake and Josh are not helpful, which is no surprise.
I like it.
Determined to uncover the truth, Drake and Josh ask Megan for help. She reveals first that Walter has been emailing somebody named Peggy Sherman, which is a disgusting name, and plans to meet her at a restaurant. So the boys actually skip school to confront this mystery woman.
Walter's our dad.
Oh. Oh, this is awkward.
Ultimately throwing food at her in attempts to defend their mom. When Walter finds out, he's furious and explains that Peggy is actually a TV producer he was trying to impress for a career opportunity. Aww. As a punishment, and to teach him a lesson, he forces Drake and Josh to pour drinks and food on themselves in the restaurant, which is fair. I guess that makes sense. The episode ends with Walter actually being proud of how far his sons were willing to go to protect their mom, and in the end credits, Josh screams about being bitten by a lobster. It's revealed in this episode that Walter is allergic to cumin, and that's something new we get to know. Good Morning Today is also a late-night satirical animated talk show on Fusion, which premiered in 2013. Good Morning Today. Drake and Josh might have thought that Peggy was bisexual when she said that she's still considering one woman, which is a funny reference for a Nickelodeon show. This is the second time the term skunkbag is used, which Drake and Josh used to antagonize the woman, and it's not really an appropriate term. Josh changing the password to his email account is likely reference to football when Megan told Josh that he has 5 new emails. This is one of the few times that Drake and Josh are not grounded for their antics, but instead punished in a different way. This is the only episode without a scene after the opening segment before the theme song. This might be the reason why the end credits are longer than usual. The restaurant's name in the episode is called On Vine, which is a reference to the now defunct real-life restaurant in California called Off Vine. According to the 3rd episode of Quiet on Set, The Dark Side of Kids TV, Off Vine next to Nick on Sunset is where Dan Schneider took Drake Bell for lunch when Dan told Drake he was thinking about making a new project with him and Josh after the Amanda Show, which is really interesting. So in the next episode, Drake fears that he may soon break up with Tori, his most recent girlfriend.
Well, I wouldn't say I'm dumping you.
You're not dumping me?
No, I am. I just wouldn't say it.
When he wants to win her back again, though, Drake finds out that Tori's already seeing other guys.
Yeah, that bothers me.
So he ends up going on a date with another girl, Liza Tupper, to make Tori jealous. And it's literally an episode about Drake manipulating multiple girls at the same time.
And I love animals.
That's nice.
My dad's in the military, so when I was little, we used to move from city to city. And then I moved to San Diego, and I got into teen modeling.
Meanwhile, Josh also grows a mustache, but nobody approves of it.
Not make fun of Grammy's hormonal imbalances. Ooh, sorry.
Megan actually makes jokes about it, and Mindy gives Josh a razor to shave it. Eventually, Mindy pays Megan $30 to shave it off herself. And this is cool because it's like we actually get to see how Mindy fits into Josh's life, and this is definitely the way to do it, to kind of keep them also being friends and enemies at the same time. Megan is caught in the act by Drake.
Hey!
What are you doing in our room?
I, forgot to give Josh a hug goodnight. Sweet Josh.
Causing half of the mustache not being finished. This leads Josh to fill in the other half with magic marker with the help of Mindy, making him look literally ridiculous.
You know my brother Josh.
Sorry, chap. What's up with this?
Come with me.
In the end, Drake tries to get Tori back, and she doesn't care about the guy she's with enough to go with him, so she leaves him. And Liza and him hit it off. That's kind of how it ends.
Oh, you kids have fun.
A few seconds later, he and Josh end up on the couch and begin to leave. So in this episode, Audrey and Walter do not appear at all again, and the title is kind of a reference to the British TV series. This is also the only episode in the entire series where Josh's facial hair and his mustache is not seen in future episodes, which is necessary. Liza is later mentioned in the Dr. Phyllis shows, where she reveals that she is the daughter of the show's host, which is really funny. This episode was actually featured on a special podcast called Drinkin' Josh, which is interesting.
Drake, what's wrong? Are you alright? Did something happen to Oprah?
The next episode we have is Helen's surgery. So this is when Helen became like a really mainstay character, probably because of how funny she is and her prominent role in it. So Josh is feeling confident after being promoted to temporary assistant manager at the premiere, while Helen recovers from her laser eye surgery.
Laser eye surgery? Yeah.
so I get to be assistant manager until she gets back.
He hopes to impress her to make his position permanent. When Megan pitches him the idea, the cupo stuff, with a container holding popcorn, soda, and candy all in one, Josh dismisses it as ridiculous, which I think it's actually a pretty good idea, Megan, till this day. And at the theater, a customer actually spills all of his snacks at once, proving Megan's concept is actually super useful, but Josh still refuses to consider it. Helen returns early from surgery, but she's still blind and makes a complete mess, spraying soda all over the counter.
What are you doing here? You just had laser eye surgery an hour and a half ago?
That's right, I had my surgery, dropped off my dry cleaning, and stopped off for a fish taco, and here I am!
Josh convinces her to rest at home and offers to take care of her for the day, which is really inappropriate. Like, you don't really have to go out of your way that much for your boss, but I mean, if he cares this much about the position, it makes sense.
Just get my purse, right?
I'll get it.
No, I'll get it!
Josh brings Drake along to drive Helen home, and they're stunned by how extravagant her apartment is. Like, it has a hot tub, a disco-lit dance machine, like, it is insane.
It's like $1 billion.
Yeah, how do you afford all this?
Is that some of your business?
How do you afford it?
Well, I'll tell you, Drake.
Josh tries to be responsible and accidentally spills Helen's eye drops and rushes to the pharmacy to replace them, leaving Drake with her. When Josh returns home to get extra supplies, Drake shows up.
Drake! Hey! Hey!
Hey.
Drake, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be watching Helen.
I know, but I came back to get a bathing suit for the hot tub.
They rush back to find her gone. So Josh checks the premiere in a panic, only to be guilt-tripped by Gavin into imagining Helen's funeral.
Because Helen was abandoned in her time of need. Abandoned by that man, Josh Nichols. How could you, Josh?
Fortunately, Megan calls to say Helen wandered into the park and started talking to a shrub, and she brought her home.
One cup that holds soda and popcorn and candy. That's revolutionary.
Hear that?
Which is really interesting. Megan uses the opportunity to pitch her the cupo stuff directly, and she ends up loving it.
Don't forget the candy compartment. Oh, brilliant!
Josh returns home to Helen's apartment, only to find that Drake has thrown a party without her knowing. Oh my god, Drake, are you serious?
Drake, why are y'all sweaty?
Well, that's just what happens when I hug a pretty girl.
Drake, you are too much in that, son.
When Helen says she wants to get into the hot tub fully clothed, the teens try to hide and be super silent.
Yeah, that's just me, Helen. I wanted to take a hot tub with you, so I just got in. I hope that's okay.
Of course it is.
But once Helen removes her badges, she reveals that her vision is back and there's a full party going on. She's furious at first and blames Josh, but then when we find out it's Drake's idea, she immediately shifts her tone, believing that Drake threw a party to celebrate her recovery, which is really messed up. Oh my gosh, the favoritism has gone way too far in this episode.
You threw a party just to celebrate my new and improved eye vision.
Meanwhile, Josh is demoted back to the red vest, and Megan's cupo stuff becomes a hit, earning hundreds in royalties after Helen buys the idea, which is so crazy that Josh's mishaps end up with Megan having such a great opportunity. During the credits, Megan and Helen are at home watching Happy Times, which is a cool reference to the earlier mention of Helen's young stardom. It's revealed that Helen was a child actress in this episode who played Little Georgia in the show Happy Times, who had the catchphrase, "That is not my job."
That is not my job. Yeah, that was the catchphrase. That is not my job. You don't do it right.
And it's also on the Drake and Josh Go Hollywood DVD. In Josh's funeral dream, he imagines all the premiere employees are wearing their usual vests, but colored in black to represent grief, which is a really cool artistic choice. Helen might have broken the fourth wall in the credits when she told Megan you would not want to be a little girl in a TV show, which she literally is.
Yeah?
Yeah, trust me, you would not want to be a little girl on a TV show.
Interesting.
Helen's apartment is seen for the first and only time, which is kind of cool. And Josh saying Teens Gone Wild in this episode is a reference to the season 1 finale when Grammy's Gone Wild in the episode's deleted scene of the credits. Helen references Happy Times again on the victorious episode Helen Back Again, which we do not need to get into. I think that episode is so weird. Groove Machine is definitely a parody of Dance Revolution, and many of the laugh tracks from Keenan and Kel are used during this episode, including the Happy Times scenes. It's possible they reused the live audience sound files constantly, and I don't know if you grew up watching this show, but I definitely picked up on that pretty quickly. This is the first episode where Drake steals Josh's story at the beginning of the episode just because he didn't have one of his own, causing Josh to run upstairs quickly, call him out for ideas, and stop him and jump as they fall into the ground.
Don't forget to breathe.
Now you tell me!
Next we have paging Dr. Drake. So Josh injures his foot after Drake accidentally launches a potato at him using a homemade potato launcher, which is ridiculous.
Hold it! Hold it!
While the injury gets worse, Josh refuses to go to the hospital out of fear. The family eventually forces him to get checked out, where he's relieved to learn that he won't lose his foot, but he will need surgery.
See ya!
And Josh's fear of the hospital is so real. It's crazy that we don't really touch upon it later in the show, but it definitely is really helpful for this episode.
Code Red! Code Red!
What's wrong with him?
I don't know! I'm out of here.
At the hospital, Drake becomes smitten with many of the attractive nurses, which are super old for him. You cannot be doing that, Drake. You are in high school. But he pretends to be a doctor to impress them, and even scores a few dates.
You can't do that.
Sure I can. Look, Michelle's Thursday, Kristen's Friday, Letitia's Saturday.
Which is not okay. Josh warns him that impersonating a doctor is a crime, and Drake agrees to drop the act. But before he could...
I thought I'd stop by to say, I don't think we've met before.
Right. You see, I'm just filling in.
Just filling in. Just filling in.
Josh's doctor mistakes him for the real Dr. Elliot Nussbaum, a young medical prodigy due to arrive later that day, which is a great justification for them believing Drake could be in this position at his age.
Really, I can't.
Why not?
I don't know how.
Drake tries to back out, but Dr. Carlson insists to perform a live demonstration in front of the entire hospital staff. So, there's no way out. So Drake has to stall for as long as possible.
Well, shall we, scrub up?
Oh, I'm cool. I took a shower last night.
My God, man, you are a joke machine!
Until Josh bursts in, dressed in scrubs himself, pretending to be Dr. Vichyssoise, a fellow doctor. Oh my gosh.
Okay, Donkey. Dr. Nussbaum is ready to do the surgery on the foot person.
The two stage an argument and use the distraction to flee back to Josh's room. Moments later, the real Dr. Nussbaum appears, and Dr. Carlson calls out Drake for impersonation. The two officers enter the room to get rid of Drake, but he leaps out the window to escape, breaking his arm in the process. These episodes never end well for Drake and Josh. Meanwhile, Megan seeks revenge for being frozen out of temperature control, since the thermostat is in Drake and Josh's room. She relocates it to her room and sets it low so that Drake and Josh wake up to snow indoors as the end credits roll, which is kind of insane.
Looks like we foiled her little plan.
Yeah, so she made the room a little cold, like we care.
Hey, wanna watch some TV? Sure.
Drake tries to help an injured Josh back to the hospital. When Drake explains what went wrong with the potato launcher, Josh just throws it out the window. The episode of Drake and Josh feels very similar to Forever Plaid, where London and Maddie impersonate the two nuns, but it's definitely a common sitcom trope where the kids pretend to be something they're not and get thrown into the midst of what they pretended to be. It's definitely common. As clearly mentioned in the episode, it is actually illegal to impersonate a doctor. It's unknown why Dr. Nussbaum and the hospital didn't press charges against Drake, although it is possible they decided it wouldn't be worth the time and money to do so, and it's more of a misunderstanding than anything else. But I don't think the writers were used to writing their ways out of stuff like this.
You mean he's an imposter?
It would appear so.
The real name for impersonating someone is called identity theft. The end of the episode is similar to the end of Megan's First Kiss, when Drake breaks his right arm and Josh has a broken left foot with crutches, which is so funny. Josh names himself Dr. Vichyssoise, And as Josh points out, it's actually a type of soup. It means potato soup in French. And it's translated by Mr. Weezer as heard on the episode of Jimmy Neutron called Mighty Weezers in my recent Season 2 retrospective, which is so funny. The episode is quite similar to the episode of Danny Phantom called Doctor's Disorders, when Tucker actually was terrified of going to hospitals as well as Josh. John O'Hurley, who played Dr. Carlson, actually has no distinct memory of filming this episode, which is kind of crazy. The next episode we have is Foam Finger. This is definitely one of the infamous Drake and Josh episodes that have been remembered over time, just because of its creative format change into being completely flashback episodes. They also did this in Victorious, when somebody committed a crime and they were trying to figure it out. I really like this concept. So after school, Megan tricks Drake into eating Josh's last toaster strudel by swapping Josh's warning note with a fake one giving permission, which is super funny.
Property of Josh, do not eat. Ha! Oh.
This causes Drake and Josh to argue, surprise, unaware that Megan switched the note back to their places. That night, Josh refuses to go watch a Padres game with the family, still bitter over the foam finger incident from 8 years ago.
Never go to a Padres game again!
It's been 8 years.
Since what?
Since some rotten kid started a fight with me when I was trying to buy a foam finger.
You were 8 years old. Let it go.
He recalls getting into a fight with a boy who stole the last foam finger.
Didn't you get into a fight with some boy at a Padres game when you were little?
And this guy actually turns out to be Drake. Each remember the moment differently though. Josh paints Drake as rude and spiteful.
Ha ha, I got the last foam finger. Daddy!
And Drake imagines himself as the nice guy, even helping a dying British orphan in line.
May I please cut in front of you? Every minute counts. Aw, for the love of crud!
Their memories clash and the two end up feuding again, with Drake moving out of their room and crashing in Megan, snoring loudly.
What'd you do that for?
Get out of here!
And I like that we have an episode that takes their fighting to the next level. Like, we've never had Drake have to literally move out of the room before, but it's gotten that bad, and I like it when it gets that bad.
Can I help you?
To resolve things, Megan actually tracks down Lenny, who is the Padres Stadium worker from that day.
Who's your little friend?
His name's Lenny Spodnik, or you may know him better as the guy who sells foam fingers at the Padres games.
Used to sell foam fingers. I got promoted to bobbleheads.
And Lenny remembers the truth. Drake and Josh were both polite, let girls cut in line, and Drake accidentally got the last foam finger. But the real fight started when toddler Megan threw a cookie that hit Josh.
You thumped me! No, I didn't.
Making him think that Drake attacked him. Realizing this was all a misunderstanding, the boys make up and imagine themselves as elderly versions of themselves still bickering, which is definitely going to be happening. In the dream, old Megan throws a cookie at Josh again, reigniting the same fight. And it's funny that all the events of this episode are surmised in that moment when Megan gives them notes for the toaster strudel, and then also at the end of the episode. Like, that's just really good writing.
The girl did mention $100.
$100?
Oh, just pay him.
When Drake and Josh are fighting over who started the fight about the foam finger 8 years ago, it occurs in 1997, regarding what happened to Drake and Josh in the flashback. This episode is very similar to the Victorious episode, Who Did It to Trina. In both episodes, the characters recount their stories and going through different flashbacks. It's revealed that Drake and Josh met at a Padres game, which is really interesting backstory. I wish they brought it up a little bit more, but it doesn't seem relevant after this plot.
Why are you in here? Because this is the living room, and yeah, living!
Lenny Spodwick is a reference to Mike Spodrick, a cinematographer who works with Dan Schneider on many, if not all of his shows. Megan saves the day by calling the stadium where Lenny Spodrick works, and doesn't actually pull any pranks on Drake and Josh this time. A futuristic flash forward of Drake, Josh, and Megan at 97, 96, and 91 could also be seen in the resolution of the show where they fight over some hot food products, which are used to help people's GI tracts recover from GI illnesses. Ironically, Drake Bell's cousin is a former Padre pitcher, Heath Bell. Isn't that interesting? In one of Dan Schneider's other shows, Henry Danger, the episode Tears of a Jolly Beetle, a clip is seen of Josh saying his famous line, "I ain't calling you a truther," which is funny because it's a popular internet meme. Yeah, overall a good episode.
Josh, hurry! Hurry, there's smoke in Theater 7! Smoke! All right, All right, out of my way! You disappoint me.
So the next episode we have is girl power. So Drake wants to break up with his girlfriend Lucy after finding out that she possibly is tougher than he is.
I'm not done with you.
I beg to differ. Now you and your little hoodlum friends get out of my movie theater before I pop you like a zit. Move it!
But he challenges her to a fight to prove that he is tougher than her. And I like this episode's premise because it's not a lot that we talk about gender norms anymore, but like the fact that Drake is falling into them and it's kind of a lesson about coming out of them, like this is what TV should be made for. Like,
We weren't even looking. Okay, Lucy is not tougher than you.
Yeah, I guess you did kind of catch me off guard.
accidents like this, like misinterpretations of gender, like that's, like overcoming that is where real stories come in, and I'm happy they have episodes like this. Meanwhile, Josh tries to impress Mindy's parents so he can continue to date her.
That flickering bulb is giving me a headache.
Huh? Well, it's probably just Lucy. I could fix her. Now, who would like some chicken?
He later organizes a dinner with all of them at his house to prove that he is a stand-up boyfriend, but it happens to fall under the same night that Drake and Lucy are planning on fighting.
Drake, you know how hard it was for me to convince Mindy's parents to come here and have dinner, all right? This is my last chance to impress them, and if I don't, they're not gonna let me date Mindy anymore.
So she's icky.
It's normal that you see an episode with a guy challenging his bully to fight, but like a boyfriend and a girlfriend fight? Like, this is so weird. Josh is concerned that the fight will ruin his chances of impressing Mindy's parents, so he makes Drake and Lucy wrestle upstairs in the bedroom, where Megan is waiting to watch the fight with her groups of friends cheering them on, which is so funny.
You can't throw us out. I charge these people $10 admission.
You charge us $20 each.
But during the dinner, Drake and Lucy wrestle their way into the living room during the dinner. Josh gets so upset about how Drake ruins his plans, he calls him out in the worst way it's ever been in the series so far. But it's understandable, like, Josh really cares for Mindy.
It's a draw!
Mindy's parents see how much Josh cares for their daughter and allow her and Josh to keep dating because of his commitment.
What were you two fighting about?
Because he didn't believe that I was tougher than him.
Well, of course you're not.
Huh?
Physically, boys are genetically superior to girls.
And then Mindy's dad asks Drake and Lucy why they were fighting, causing Mr. and Mrs. Crenshaw to fight each other and see who's tougher, which is super funny. During the end, Josh tries to pick up a piece of chicken for his dinner by using his fork, but Mindy's brother Aiden gets mad because Josh picked the piece of chicken he wanted and he leaves the dinner table, which is funny. So Lucy actually does come back in the Storm episode, but this is like one of the only times she's here. One of the kids Megan invites to watch the show actually reappears in Megan's new teacher.
I just made a date to fight my girlfriend.
Seeing how Mr. Crenshaw was super offended by the daisies when he says, in Czechoslovakia, the daisy is known as the flower of death, it could be assumed that he is either part Slavic or Czechoslovenian.
Good to see you, sir.
Nice to see you, Josh. You're hurting my hand.
Sorry. My fault.
Clearly.
This is like the only appearances of Mindy's parents and her younger brother. And the Aiden scene was cut out from the episode itself, but it was shown during the end credits.
Okay, here.
I don't want it after you put your fork in it.
Okay, well, how about this one?
I don't like the breast.
Well, who knew?
Then we have Sheep Thrills. So Megan bought a machine that shoots paintballs. At first convincing Drake it will shoot Josh only for it to shoot Drake instead.
What just happened? You said you were gonna get Josh, huh?
And then Josh to shoot back, causing them to fight. Then Drake and Josh eat pudding, talk about how Drake barely passes his algebra test.
An intruder. We better go wake up Dad.
Yeah, I don't think a burglar's gonna be afraid of a weatherman wearing footsie pajamas.
They hear a strange noise in the garage, only to find out that Megan actually adopted a sheep named Bob, which is a super funny joke.
You hit me repeatedly! What up with the sheep?
It's her secret pet that she ordered online. She talks to Drake and Josh about temporarily babysitting her pet sheep, which kind of gives me the vibes of the babysitting episode of Drake and Josh from season 1, Two Idiots and a Baby. That was a really funny one.
If you two hide him, just till I figure out a way to explain him to Mom and Dad.
Yeah. What?
I promise not to pull any pranks on you for 3 months.
For real?
You swear?
Swear.
Think about it.
We'll do it.
Bob ends up giving birth to a baby lamb on Drake's bed after being assisted by Dr. Jeff Glazer.
If you want my diagnosis, I'd say that Bob was pregnant. Was. Pregnant. Not anymore. It's $100.
When Megan's out, Drake and Josh have to hide the sheep from their parents. So when Audrey and Walter go upstairs, they both become super suspicious.
What? Oh, something in my eye.
Something in his eye.
Pinging sound whenever I'm...
I'm so alarmed by the pinging sound.
I don't know how the parents aren't even more suspicious, and I always thought this part was really funny when I was a kid.
It might be coming from the alternator unless...
Like, there's no way you can realistically convince your father you have a reason to shut the car door on his face. After all these horrible attempts to keep this a secret, surprise, surprise, Walter and Audrey finally show up. It's about time.
They're suspicious!
They try to tell him it was Megan's fault, but their parents don't believe them, of course, because Megan is viewed as the nice child.
So you want us to believe that a sweet little 11-year-old girl somehow managed to go on the internet and buy herself a pregnant sheep?
It does sound unlikely. It's true! It's true!
When Megan goes into Drake and Josh's room, she pretends she's never seen him, causing Drake and Josh to get grounded for a month, and it's just like they give up completely.
How long are we grounded?
A month.
Fair enough.
After that, Bob and the lamb end up going to the petting zoo. A month later, the night before Drake and Josh are free from their punishment, the boys discover that Megan actually bought a zebra, which they choose not to do anything with. And it's super funny. Like, I love that Megan put them in this position. And this, I feel like, this dynamic would have been really funny in season 1 as opposed to, like, just a random lady and her baby. Like, I like that Megan is in the plot. Megan technically broke her promise and lied about pulling pranks for the 3 months, because the sheep thing definitely counts as a prank. Bob was pregnant, diagnosed by Dr. Glazer. It's been discovered that she gave birth to a lamb on Drake's bed. Drake manages to feed some Diet Mocha Cola to the lamb. The episode was initially going to be about kangaroos, which were harmful and vicious according to the episode's cast and crew members, instead of the sheep. In many, if not all, subsequent episodes, a no kangaroo sign is visible in Drake and Josh's bedroom. Josh wears the same shirt in the beginning of the episode that he did in the second half of Foam Finger, which is interesting. And it's super unknown how Megan got the zebra. Like, that's ridiculous. This was one of the last episodes to air in 2005. Wow, they really spread across these episodes. This episode marks the last appearance of Dr. Jeff Glazer. I'm not sure if you remember him from The Bet or Little Diva, those band episode stuff we did. He's such a funny recurring character. They have Mountain Fizz as the parodies of the soft drink Mountain Dew. And the cereal Wheat Squares is possibly a parody of the Frosted Mini Wheats from General Mills. The episode took place during June 2005 and is seen on a calendar in Drake and Josh's bedroom, which is interesting. The next episode we have is Megan's new teacher. So when Drake's drummer Mitch quits the band to join a church choir, Drake struggles to play both guitar and drums for an upcoming performance at the premiere's 3-year anniversary party.
Mitch?
No, Mitch.
Oh, he quit my band so he could go join his church choir. Jerk.
Oh my god, it's only been around for 3 years? That doesn't make any sense. At school, Josh joins the TTT, Student Teaching Program, and is assigned to teach Megan's class while their teacher relaxes in the lounge.
We're her brothers.
Well, don't tell them.
He overloads the kids with college-level chemistry, quickly earning their resentment toward him.
Huh? None of us are. It's way too hard.
Listen, little girl. I am your teacher, and you will show me some respect.
Megan is mortified her brother is her teacher, and her classmates blame her for all the bad lessons. And Josh is definitely unbearable in this episode, like, is brought to a whole new level because of how committed he is to challenging these students. Like, that's so not fair to them.
I am a very famous person. Who am I?
A hobo?
No, hobos aren't famous.
He tries to make it more fun by going all in dressed as Albert Einstein, but the class thinks he's a homeless man. After the students all fail his pop quiz, Megan's actually uninvited from a birthday party.
Duff. Lohan. Duff. Helen, who would win in a slap fight, Lohan or Duff?
Oh, no contest, Lohan.
And at the premiere, Josh confronts Helen about being excluded from the event, and when she tries to deny it, Drake does expose the truth, so Helen has to ask Josh to attend, which is so annoying.
All right, you can come.
Oh, sweet. Oh, what should I wear?
That red vest, you parking cars.
Megan and Drake grow frustrated when Josh's strict teaching disqualifies Neil, the talented 11-year-old drummer Drake found, from playing in the band.
Hey, what's up, my drummer?
Listen, my mom won't let me play in your band because I failed Mr. Nichols' quiz. Sorry.
They end up trying to sabotage Josh's teaching by tampering with his chemistry setup during the evaluation he has.
I don't know why that helps us.
Just go get your car keys.
So they sneak into the school and actually rig it, and this is one of the funniest scenes in the entire series.
What are you doing?
Look, it's a bunny.
Stop that!
But it's totally fair because it's like Josh is easily aggravating everybody in his life, so of course he's not going to be invited to these events. And I like how both Megan and Drake have the same annoyance about it.
I realize this can be very enjoyable, but the most... What the...
Why are those clowns hurting each other with chickens?
Yes, Josh, why?
So Josh's experiments end up going haywire, and he is fired from the TTT program after 3 strikes.
Next.
It's a super funny scene where, like, all of his experiments go dangerously and he just keeps trying to make up for it, but it does not work. And on Friday night, Neil does get to drum at the party where Josh works. And to his surprise, Megan's classmates actually present him with a draft trophy for best teacher ever, explaining that while they didn't love his teaching, they're grateful he caused their hated teacher, Mrs. Hunter, to quit.
But I thought you guys hated me.
We do. We hate you both, but in different ways.
Which is definitely a positive ending. They think he's still kind of a dork, but a cool one. And then in the end credits, Drake auditions new drummers, only to lose his temper and punch a hole in the wall, which I don't remember this scene that much.
So how'd you fix the wall?
Rabbi had some spackle.
Tara Lynn Barr guest stars as Katie in this episode of the show, and she guest starred in 2 episodes of Sweet Life of Zack and Cody as Haley, who's a character who's very shy and puts a bag on her head.
They think I'm cool.
I heard almost.
Megan asks Josh to give her Pintendo GS, which is a parody of the Nintendo DS, obviously, but it's funny because Drake and Josh actually have a video game on the DS. Megan and Drake are on the same side for the 3rd time in the series. And this is the 2nd episode where kids hate Josh. The first one was the #1 fan episode with Megan and her Girl Scout troop, if you guys remember that one. In one scene where Drake, Josh, and Megan are at the premiere, Drake is wearing an England rugby jersey with a Q2 logo on the front. Random. This is the only episode in the series where Josh takes on an antagonistic side and also torments Megan, even though it's not on purpose. This could be considered one of the episodes where all the roles are kind of switched. This could also likely be Josh's revenge for all the pranks that Megan plays on him and Drake getting away with it. And this was the first episode to air in 2006. And sadly, in 2014, the last episode to be airing on Nickelodeon. I feel like the morals is like teachers do not teach a subject, they teach a student. And respect is earned, not demanded, which is kind of cool that they come across this lesson. So the next we have episode 13, Little Sibling. So Drake is late for class, again, but he gets help sneaking in when Becca distracts Miss Hafer.
What is it about Sloppy Joe Day that makes those women so violent?
With a fake fight story in exchange for a kiss. Oh my god, is that Vanessa Hudgens? This is crazy. She's like the background character in all these teen shows, but also the main character of High School Musical? What the heck? Unfortunately, Miss Hafer already suspects something's up and asks Josh, who can't resist, and accidentally rats Drake out.
Was Drake on time to my class today?
You know, like, what is time when you think about it? Because, you know, Einstein theorized that time is actually connected to... No, he wasn't here on time.
Instead of detention, she assigns Drake to a wild remedial English class filled with chaos. There's like a dog on a leash, 2 creepy Bartleby sisters. It's just, Drake needs to avoid this. So he goes in with the little sibling program. And he's paired with a little boy named Sammy.
Why the denominator? Take this. Hey, Carmela, how's it going? Oh, you do? Oh, you do? No, I'm not busy.
Drake quickly bores Sammy, but Josh wins him over with his magic tricks and a tour of the premiere. Jealous, Drake...
He just wandered up here with some tinfoil looking all bored. He wasn't bored.
Tries to win Sammy back by taking him girl watching and offering bribes.
6, 8, and 9.5. You agree?
No, they're way older than that.
But Sammy prefers Josh, and it's really funny seeing Drake's advantages, like, not work for him. Like, he clearly thinks Drake is a loser, and that's, like, so rare for anything in Josh and Drake's life.
If Sammy prefers Josh, well, I think we know what will happen to you.
Won't someone please call the police?
Later, Josh and Sammy actually make a homemade chef show in which Sammy calls Josh cool, which is a huge moment for him because nobody's ever called him cool, and he's used to Drake being the popular one.
Kind of nice having someone think it's the other way around for once.
This moment kind of reminds me of iCarly, where it's like 2 kids in front of the camera, and they're acting as loopy as Carly and Sam would, so it's a nice to think about iCarly happening later. Drake ends up faking pancreas troubles to let Josh and Sammy bond at the magic show, being like this selfless deed for him. Megan catches him faking, unaware that Josh actually did hear everything, and we kind of respect Drake a little bit more. I like it when Drake does a selfless act, especially for Josh. Like, it makes the show feel a lot stronger with their dynamic.
You don't even know where your pancreas is.
Yes, I do. It's right somewhere in the tummy area.
You're not sick.
All right, so I'm not sick.
So you faked pancreas trouble to make Josh feel good?
Yeah.
You are sick.
Feeling guilty, Drake tells Miss Hafer that Josh has been the real big sibling all along and ends up in remedial class. But Josh returns the favor. He lies to the teacher to get Drake out of it, which is a really sweet moment. In the end credits, Sammy dreams up an Oprah and Blaine Darby crossover show, and Josh tries to impress the group with another magic trick. This episode marks the 3rd time somebody thought Josh was cool. The first was in football, and the second was in Megan's new teacher at the end. When Drake and Josh are watching the near ending, there's no laugh track, even though there was when in the video. It's possible the show used a live off-screen audience, or the editors edited the track on the cutting room floor. When Josh gives Sammy some fountain drinks, Mocha-Cola is like a parody of Coca-Cola, and Mountain Fizz is the parody of Mountain Dew. This is one of the first and only times we see Miss Hafer at the premiere. This is also the first and only episode to have Mrs. Hafer's husband appear, although he never appears on screen with his wife and daughter, which is kind of random. Sammy is from an organization called Little Sibling, which is a parody of the real-life organization Big Brothers and Big Sisters, which actually partners adult youth mentors with children and teenagers to educate and guide them as a positive influence, which is a really cool concept. And Sammy's actually mentioned later in the Dr. Phyllis show as a flashback from the episode. Despite refusing to lie, this is one of the few rare times that Josh actually does lie for Drake by pulling him out of the remedial class, which is a really nice character growth from the beginning of the episode.
FBI's Most Wanted? Well, I love that show. I watch every Saturday night.
Really? I'd think a teenager like yourself would be out on Saturday nights.
Yeah, you would think that.
Next, we have the Theater Thug episode. This one is definitely a cultural milestone. Like, everybody knows the Theater Thug episode.
You want me to play the bad guy?
Sound fun?
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not much of an actor.
Neither's Jennifer Lopez.
True that.
Josh reenacts a criminal called the Theater Thug on FBI's Most Wanted. It's the spoof of America's Most Wanted, and they're filming at the premiere.
Where's the money?
He does a great job, and all the family watches the show. But the next day, they end up mistaking him for the real Theater Thug, and he ends up getting arrested on numerous occasions.
Helen!
Where have you been?
At the police station.
Again?
Yeah. People keep
keep recognizing me from FBI's Most Wanted.
Yeah, me too. You know I've signed like 7 autographs today.
Megan tries to help Josh disguise himself and actually get out of the situation.
I call this Little Joshica.
Click.
Okay, how about this?
See, this is sort of a retro Mr. T look.
When we're looking at the different pictures of what Josh could be, we see like Joshica, and that's a really funny moment. Seeing Megan actually work to help her brothers is really sweet. But it also makes it worse.
Wearing a hippie disguise!
Nah, see, my name is Antoine. How are you?
And Drake even signs autographs and becomes super famous for his one line on TV despite Josh's misfortune about this. This is another thing that Drake and Josh does well, is Josh's misfortune and Drake's privilege. Like, they clearly live very different lives, and this episode is such a good example of that.
You give me the money, I ain't playing.
Whoa, just take it easy, man.
Later on, the real theater thug shows up at the premiere, and Josh thinks it's just somebody that's gonna accuse him of being the theater thug again.
But look, I am not the real theater thug.
Yeah, I know that.
Good.
I am.
Look, I'm about to close us. Hello.
He ends up actually threatening him, closing down the premiere, and confronting Josh. Like, we're actually worried about Josh's well-being here. It's like one of the few times since that episode of Pool Shark when Drake and Josh were in danger that I'm actually worried about their well-being. That seemed like they were gonna get hurt, and this seems like even worse. So he robs Josh, and after the fight, Josh manages to pin him down, but the cops arrive and mistake Josh for the theater thug, arresting him instead of the actual thug, which is so depressing. I can't believe it ends on such a negative note.
Sweet, what are you doing? I'm not the guy! I am not the guy!
I cared so much about Josh's safety, so like seeing this negative ending definitely gave a bad taste in my mouth. Like, I was like, oh my gosh, am I gonna have to worry about this when I'm getting their age? I don't know, it just scares me. One of the most iconic moments is when Josh calls himself Antoine, and his line is what it is, because it's like, that's just such a cringe moment. This was also used in the episode of All That, where Kenan Thompson plays Antoine. The second disguise that Megan and Drake show Josh is a morphed picture of Zoey Brooks from Zoey 101, which is crazy, I never knew that. One of Josh's opening lines was heard in the Sam and Cat episode #favorite show, which I didn't know. They also see the Mr. T reference with its catchphrase, I pity the fool, from Rocky 3. The real theater thug's whereabouts following this episode is unknown, but it's likely he was eventually captured or still at large. I wish this came back. Josh gets beat up and arrested 3 separate times. This is the second time Josh gets tortured by other people after being on television, with the first being the Blues Brothers. Do you guys remember that episode when he was twitching on the Weather Channel and then everybody called him Twitchy? Like, Josh must be super famous in this town. And it's completely, like, illogical that they would have missed the thug and gotten Josh. Like, there's no way the police missed that due to the cruelty and stupidity of the townsfolk and police, which makes a lot of sense because it's definitely used for comedic effect and super funny, but obviously it's not going to paint a great picture and would not be seen today. This is the only episode that's actually not seen or shown as a flashback in the Dr. Phyllis episode, unlike all the other season 3 episodes, which is interesting. To this day, people ask Drake Bell to say, "Whoa, take it easy, man," as a phrase that came from this episode. So this is actually a really historical moment.
Least you could do is act like you care. Dude, this is a news report about the Demonator. The Demonator!
Next we have the Demonator, episode 15. So Drake and Josh plan on riding a roller coaster called the Demonator on the first day. It's open.
What is this?
Audrey and Walter told the boys that they're not allowed to ride it because they want them to stay home and watch their great-grandfather, Papa Nichols, who's 81 and has just had surgery.
Fine. Here, come on, he can come with us. Come on, Josh, grab his feet.
I always have to grab the feet.
Why are you trusting 2 teenage boys to watch over this elderly man? When Audrey and Walter go out to the news awards, Drake calls Craig and Eric to babysit Papa Nichols while he and Josh and Megan go to ride the Demonator.
Where's the party? Are we early? You know I don't like being the first ones at a party. Don't start with me.
It's very disrespectful to assume that Craig and Eric just weren't doing anything. Like, they're definitely stereotypes of nerds and don't have a lot of substance to them, but they do such a good job at being funny. Like, this was one of the funniest episodes that came out at the time.
When's he supposed to wake up?
Don't worry about it. Yeah, he just had surgery. He's on tons of medication.
He'll totally sleep through the night.
You ready? I'm ready to demonate.
While at Mystic Mountain, Drake, Josh, and Megan are bumped to the back of the line after Josh upset the other people to use the restroom. Meanwhile, though, Papa Nichols wakes up disoriented and thinks he's back in World War II.
And we're not Germans.
We're honor students.
He pranks Craig and Eric, believing they are German nerds, and proceeds to attack them on multiple occasions.
Where's it coming from? My shirt pocket? What is this? Some kind of weapon?
And Drake and Josh also get bumped back again for messing with Milford Mouse.
You do not yank off Milford Mouse's tail.
Josh, stay out of it.
Hey, buddy, you do not yank off my tail.
Yeah, I know. He's the one that...
Yeah, how would you like it if I yanked off your tail, huh?
And then Megan actually ditches them, takes the opportunity to remain in line, and pretends not to know them, which is so disrespectful.
You with these guys?
Never seen him before in my life.
Come on!
After Megan rides the Demonator, Drake and Josh finally get to ride it as well.
It's better than love.
It's better than girls.
Okay, don't get crazy.
And they get back home before their parents arrive. In the end, Drake, Josh, and Megan come home to see Craig and Eric tied up by Papa Nick.
Why are Craig and Eric tied up?
Because your great-grandfather went berserk.
So their well-being is completely at risk this night. Is Drake even paying them? Like, this is nuts. And as Audrey and Walter arrive home, Drake and Josh quickly send Craig and Eric out of the house, and we think that they got away with it.
Papa Nichols, wake up. It's time to go.
Nice try, German! USA! USA!
Oh my gosh, another episode that just does not end on a positive note. During the ending credits, Craig goes upstairs to Drake and Josh's room to look for Eric, but he opens the closet and gets pranked by Papa Nichols once again, and this bit is just so funny. This is the first episode with more than one writer. The second and third episodes would be Dr. Phyllis Show and Really Big Shrimp, unlike the newer shows like iCarly usually does 2 writers anyway. But this must have been the beginning of having more writers. Mystic Mountain appears to be a parody of Six Flags Magic Mountain. The exterior shots of the amusement park are actually the park on the Santa Monica Pier, which I didn't know. Roderick McCarthy, who plays the security guard on Mystic Mountain, also plays the music teacher in the victorious episode Begging on Your Knees, which I never noticed. And the guy who played Papa Nichols actually died on Christmas 2005 before the episode was even released, which sucks. The clothes Drake and Josh wore in this episode was also in the Drake and Josh Hollywood DVD cover. After Drake and Josh ride the Demonator and their hair gets messy, Drake's hair looks kind of like the spiky hair from season 1 that he wore all the time. This is the only appearance of Papa Nichols, although he does get mentioned in the season 4 episode The Wedding, when they announced that he used his cell phone against the wall, which is definitely a random continuity anchor. When Papa Nichols picks up his shoe and begins to talk to it like a real soldier does, a walkie-talkie, he believes he's talking to General George S. Peyton Jr., which is a real-life general in World War II. This is one of the episodes where Walter actually asks Megan to be called Dad instead of his first name, but she just denies it.
Don't you think it's kind of fun?
Yes, this is kind of fun.
Next we have season 3 episode 16, Alien Invasion. So Megan got a new telescope. She's using Josh's laptop and Drake's leather jacket without their permission and like studying aliens.
Is that my new leather jacket?
Maybe.
Megan?
Well, I'm not putting my brand new telescope on the grass.
Drake and Josh get in trouble when Megan pretends like she got pushed down by them, and it's just so funny.
Just out here trying to learn about space, and Drake and Josh pushed me down.
They end up hatching a plan to actually turn the tables and prank Megan back because they're just so tired of her taking advantage of them.
Let me write that down.
Freeze her.
Didn't really write that down.
No!
First, they insert fake images of aliens onto the laptop screen, and Megan falls for the prank. And she's actually scared, and I've never seen Megan react so scared like this. It's kind of crazy. Then, of course, something bad has to happen to Josh, with Walter throwing out the trash while they're hidden in there. Of course, Drake doesn't get it. Drake and Josh then get Eric to adjust the electric switches in the kitchen to control the technology inside. And if I were Eric, I would never talk to these guys again. Like, just last episode, Papa Nichols assaulted you. Why are you helping?
Here's the remote.
Awesome. Well, you should probably be getting on home, huh?
You know, sometimes I feel you just use me.
Then they frighten Megan by making her think that the aliens are interfering with the electricity. Drake and Josh try to continue to prove that aliens are invading.
No such thing as aliens.
There are 2. I saw them, and I heard them. And now they're coming. The aliens are coming. Aliens!
And when Megan is left alone one night, Drake and Josh actually get fully prosthetically made up to look like aliens, which is so intense. Once they actually scare Megan, Drake and Josh celebrate. Until real aliens, quote unquote, show up. They get freaked out and run away. Until we learn that they're actually Megan's friends dressed up as aliens.
Nice job, Danny.
Sure thing, Megan.
And she's just paying them back for what they did, which is so crazy. I don't even remember how she picked up on their prank. Then later, Megan's making coffee for the alien in the kitchen, and when Walter sees him, he's like freaking out and jumps out the window, which is kind of dramatic for no reason. The fact that Megan pulled a prank on the boys by involving someone dressed up as an alien to scare them is just such a funny concept. Drake and Josh's particular use of the ham radio was technically illegal. Like in the United States, a ham radio operator must have a license to channels on certain frequencies, and on top of that, all outgoing transmissions will require the operator to identify themselves using a designated call sign.
Zeep.
Zeef.
Come on, do it with me.
The episode shares similarities with the 90s sitcom Step by Step titled Get Organized, in which the sisters Dana and Karen trick their stepbrother and step-cousin that a UFO is coming to Earth. This is one of the episodes where Eric appears without Craig, not counting Eric's appearance in Mindy Loves Josh, or the background fighting during the pilot. The DVD version has missing scenes that are cut from the TV version, including Josh telling Drake, "Please don't breathe in my ear," the scene after Megan and Walter wash dishes.
No way!
Really?
Swear, it was an alien spaceship, no doubt about it.
Well, that is incredible.
Astonishing.
The person dressed in and wearing the Danny alien costume is never identified or revealed, which is kind of weird. Now for the season 3 finale, episode number 17, The Dr. Phyllis Show. In this episode, Drake and Josh are kind of taking stabs at one another. Like, Drake gets mad at Josh because he apparently told his English teacher he needs a tutor, and Josh explains how Drake sprayed his girlfriend Mindy with a hose, so they're like at it already.
Not hit another golf ball in this room.
4.
Megan is had enough and is continually awoken by their fighting.
It is 11:45 p.m. I am a little girl. Little girls are supposed to be asleep at 11:45 p.m.
So she gives them tickets to the Dr. Phyllis Show, which is, I guess, better than therapy, I don't know, hoping that Dr. Phyllis can end their bickering. After she leaves Drake and Josh's room, she sets off a smoke bomb so that they pass out and she could sleep, which is kind of crazy. Dr. Phyllis kind of feels like a parody of Ellen and Dr. Phil at the same time, like just by her appearance, the way she conducts herself, and she's a little bit more friendly than Dr. Phil would be.
I'm telling you, it is not easy having Josh for a brother. Oh, and you think you're a walk through a fresh meadow? See, who says things like that?
And it's really cool to have this change of pace for this episode. And it doesn't get as bad as Blooptorius gets, or I Bloop from iCarly. So Drake talks about how much of a spaz Josh is, and Josh talks about how aggravating Drake is. Dr. Phyllis then asks them if there's anybody that causes them stress, and they kind of come together on agreeing that Megan is one of the cruelest people ever. Before Dr. Phyllis begins to calm the boys by doing an exercise with hand-holding, Drake and Josh begin to close their eyes. And suddenly they fight all over again.
Back to a time.
Ow! He pinched my palm.
Drake.
I did not.
Josh.
Ow! Ow! He twisted my thumb.
Resulting in physical violence. And Dr. Phyllis is like, is this how you handle your problems? And Drake and Josh definitely do. That's them coming to terms with it. When she sees that they use physical abuse to handle their fights, they mention those times as well, which is a really funny throwback. And we even get to see the time Drake dated Liza Tupper to get his old girlfriend back, and Drake admits it happens and calls her a dumb and bad kisser.
Liza Tupper happens to be my daughter.
Oh, well, this is awkward.
But then we learn that Hot Liza apparently is Dr. Phyllis's daughter. And she's like, you call him that? Which is one of the very many messed up things that happen on this show. Then she attacks Josh, and the show just kind of ends with them never resolving it.
She only made us talk about the bad times between us. Yeah. We're not always fighting. No way.
We do nice stuff for each other.
Totally. Once back at the house, the boys kind of talk about how Dr. Phyllis only made them think of the bad times, and they start reminiscing about the good ones, which actually brings them closer together. In a nice clip show, they end up making up with each other, but then immediately go back to fighting when they see that Josh gave Drake a Diet Cola. And the episode ends how it started.
You know I hate diet, man.
Are you really gonna get mad about this?
You're always
So
doing
dumb to
this,
get
man.
mad.
Come on.
I'm always doing
Look,
this.
This is what I'm talking about.
You know what?
I'm enjoying a
I bet you did
delicious
this on
regular
purpose.
You're still mad
beverage.
about the
With Megan putting another smoke bomb and having them fall asleep, which totally fair. This show just keeps resetting its episodes. In the UK airings, they actually took out Drake's line, "he's a spaz," and redubbed it to "he's a dork," because it's apparently offensive in that culture. This is the second and last episode where Drake plays golf in his bedroom, which the first one was Sheep Thrills. Why does that have to be his hobby? And it's the last episode to premiere on Saturday night until Megan's first kiss premiered. This is the first time that Megan gives Drake and Josh 2 tickets to the Dr. Phyllis show and demands them not to keep fighting. The last episode where Megan is young and short, like every episode later, she looks a lot more like Carly Shay from iCarly, specifically the last season, and it starts with the next episode. Liza Tupper is mentioned for the first time since playing the field, and it marks her last appearance in the series. It's also the last episode where Josh has messy hair. And there's no flashbacks from season 1 episodes, which is kind of random. The only season 2 flashbacks they use are the bet, football, pool shark, driver's license, mean teacher, and Drew and Jerry. Which is like, why is the second season so neglected? If you guys want to check it out, my second season retrospective is available. They don't have any scenes or clips from the Theater Thug because Drake and Josh don't really fight in that episode, which is interesting. Dr. Phyllis revealing that Liza is her daughter is similar to the ending to Mean Teacher when Drake learns that Kelly is Miss Hafer's daughter, which is not super special to recycle these same plots. But I don't know, Drake and Josh isn't necessarily about a lot. The episode's also quite similar to an episode of Alf titled Tonight Tonight, where Alf shows all of his flashbacks from season 2. I don't really like these clip show episodes. I mean, Drake and Josh did a good job at somehow weaving it into the plot and still having original content, but for the most part, it feels like a clip show. And that's kind of how we end season 3. The show definitely brought out some of its best material in this season, with notably the Theater Thug episode going crazy. Whew, that was a dense hour and 18 minutes I just gave you. Now let's switch gears. Let's rank the episodes. The best episodes of season 3 of Drake and Josh. Yeah, I got a lot of great feedback on the complete second season retrospective, and I'm excited to jump back into this again with a new third season one. Definitely the best and strongest episodes in the entire series, and I cannot hold back my excitement for diving into them with you guys. From episode 17 all the way to episode 1, this episode is full of comical moments, clever plot lines, and even more hilarious characters, with the show hitting its stride at the maximum peak it could possibly get. But without further ado, let's talk about some of the best episodes and see my personal rankings. To all of you that have been dying to put the Dr. Phyllis show as your number 1 episode, I'm sorry. I'm not a clip show lover. Like, it's cool that we get to see all the funniest moments, but we're only 3 seasons into the show. I don't need to see a recap of like 20, 25 episodes. It just feels unnecessary. Of course, I'm not going to put it as the most valuable episode. It does have some great moments, and in the Drake and Josh fashion, it does really well. I just don't think it deserves to be higher. This one is pretty forgettable. Like, I love the Josh bit with the mustache, like that part's really good. Mindy asking Megan to shave the beard, that's a great bit. But all around, it's kind of forgettable. I didn't remember this episode at first, and I could see that the jokes weren't as strong, so I wasn't super invested. I just didn't want to have this compete with the other episodes. Sheep Thrills is also a really funny episode, but it definitely feels like a rehashing of Two Idiots and a Baby. With the same premise, this one definitely does it better, but because of it not being super unique, I didn't want to put it higher on the list. Although, learning about how it was going to be a kangaroo instead was pretty interesting, wouldn't you say? Girl power is a strong premise because of the whole gender against each other, and I really like that. And having Josh have to deal with Mindy and her family at the same time definitely was a formula for chaos in a really inviting way. But at the end of the day, the jokes didn't outweigh the plot line. It just felt a little bit boring. It felt funny, but the rest wasn't as good. Number 13 is The Affair. Definitely a really strong episode. I love seeing Drake and Josh out of their element, following Walter around. Like, we don't get a single Walter episode, and now we get one, and it's just anticlimactic. It's just one big miscommunication, and I like that we actually believe the dad could be cheating, but there's just a lot more memorable episodes before it. Number 12 is Helen's surgery. This is such a good one, like getting backstory into one of the funniest characters, having Drake be so into the hot tub that he actually invites people over Josh's boss's house. And Josh trying to keep everything in line is definitely what Drake and Josh does best. I just think that there's better episodes than this, and I'm gonna keep saying that because honestly, like, this season is really strong, therefore I'm only gonna appoint the stronger episodes. Number 11 is The Demonator. I love this one because of the Papa Nichols and Eric and Craig plotline, and it's super funny having them constantly getting kicked out of line and going back in line, but for the most part, not a lot happens in it. And no one character is being focused on, it's more about the ensemble group, which isn't bad, I just think that it's been done better. Then we have Alien Invasion. This one always freaked me out as a kid in the best way. Like, seeing Megan have her comeuppance from Drake and Josh is awesome, and I think it's hilarious. It turns out that Megan is the one who actually knew all along. Like, that is the perfect Megan episode, and I just love watching them focus on individual characters. Then of course Mindy's back. We're at the top 10. Number 9, Mindy's back. Not only was Mindy hilarious in the Honor Council, but she's back with a twist, and it's so funny to think that these two science enemies can switch it up and be into a relationship, and seeing Drake's approval matter in that scenario makes it even funnier. The memorable moments are definitely within the science fair, and when Josh is going to Mandy's window, it's so cute. For number 8, we have Megan's new teacher. This is the one where Josh dresses as Albert Einstein and starts challenging the kids to an extent that none of them asked for. And seeing Josh play the villain in this episode is a welcome switch up for its usual format. It makes it unique and really special, and I love seeing this season be so dynamic, and this episode is definitely one of the ones to thank for it. Seeing the kids interact with Megan also kind of gives us a deeper look into her life, which I'm so interested in, being she's so devious and cunning. Episode 7 is the Drake and Josh Inn. Yep, the season premiere. This one is really good. Just having that whole house party and hiding it from the parents flipped on its head and having it be more about Drake and Josh needing to get money and how far they're willing to go to do it, compromising with Megan, compromising with their house, and then even Helen getting involved. Like, it's the chaos at its peak for Drake and Josh. One of the most memorable episodes for sure. Now, number 6, we have We're Married. This is a really cool one with the cultural differences playing such a hilarious role, and Josh and Drake fighting over the attention of Yuka, leading to an accidental marriage. Like, the stakes are so high in this episode for no reason, and it's perfect for the comedy, the plot, and it all just ties in together in a really unique way. Like, this deserves to be number 6 on the top 10 list. Of course, paging Dr. Drake is episode 5. Like, seeing Drake impersonate a doctor and have the risk being that it's completely illegal is super funny. Being thrown into a surgery that Josh then has to get him out of by acting like different people. Like, this episode is really good at making the chaos go in a different direction. Josh's fear of hospitals definitely anchor the emotions of it. And the guest star of the doctor is super believable to a point where it's like, I'm worried for Drake too. One of my favorite episodes growing up. That's where the top 5 needs to come in. The next couple episodes are going to be the number 1 episodes of the season, and they are just so good. We have episode 4, Little Sibling. So this is the one with Sammy, which is kind of similar to the one with Yuka, where Drake and Josh are both vying for attention of one particular person for their own reasons. But the fact that it's a little sibling, like a kid that's influenced easily, is so funny because you see how toxic Drake is and then how caring Josh is, and it ends up having an emotional beat of Josh that he could be cool, and that's a really memorable episode. I remember all the promos for it, and having Miss Hafer in it only makes it stronger. Like, season 3 of Drake and Josh is phenomenal so far. And then, of course, number 3 is the Peruvian puff pepper. This one is super infamous. For me, it's the scene where Josh and Drake sneak into Megan's room and try to uncover what she's up to. Like, it's early in the 3rd season, but it definitely gives it a good head on its shoulder. And having the rare Peruvian puff pepper actually be illegal and being a prank by Megan all along just makes it even more interesting. The location of the salsa challenge invites a lot more new and a lot of new environments to see Drake and Josh in, and they are just as funny in them too. Then number 2, we have the infamous Theater Thug episode. It's probably no surprise that I put this here to you guys. One of the most memorable quotes is the "Whoa, just take it easy, man" from Drake and Josh, and seeing everybody pummel Josh just because they think he's this true villain is super funny. Like, I would not only say this is the best one of the best episodes in the series, but this is definitely Josh's best episode. He shines hilariously in this, and seeing Drake get all the compliments in return only adds to the fire. This is one of the episodes that people look back and say, I remember Drake and Josh for this reason, the Theater Thug episode. So therefore it had to be in the top 3 just because of its cultural impact, its memeage, and everything else in between. Like, you can't not look at this one. And then, of course, number 1, we have the Foam Finger episode. 1, because it's super creative in the way it breaks the normal sitcom trope of sticking to one location, involving multiple characters, and they actually make it a full flashback episode. Not in the way Dr. Phyllis is, where we see things that already happened, but where we get insight into Drake and Josh's childhood. And the fact that it's so much more coincided than we thought makes us realize that the brothers really are destined to get on each other's nerves. Like, it happened since they were kids, and even until this day. And having Megan be a part of the solution is really heartwarming. All around, it just does the comedy so well with the miscommunication of what exactly happened, up until the actual store owner comes out and explains the full story, asking Walter for $100. Like, it's just so unexpected and really deserves the crown as the best episode in this season. I don't know who these 2 child actors are, but they did such a good job, and the little orphan girl, hilarious. All in all, Drake and Josh had phenomenal episodes in the 3rd season. Like, the first 2 seasons had some really good ideas, but this carries it out to its peak. It's gonna get better in the 4th season when we get to it, but up until this point, I definitely think this is one of the golden seasons.
You love me again?
Love ya?
Okay, this is so going on the internet.
Okay, so for episode 1 of season 4, we have Josh runs into Oprah. I'm not gonna spoil this now, but this isn't actually the first episode filmed. It is the first of the season, though, so I'm gonna talk about it as if it is. So Josh and Drake are talking about how unlucky they are, one of my favorite talking heads.
I'm not asking for like a pat on the back every day, but, you know, I just think you could give me a little more credit now and then, you know? I mean, come on.
This is such a funny one, and a great intro to the season. Josh even gets electrocuted by the end. It's funny to think that Drake is like that delirious that he thinks none of this has to do with him.
Hey, did you get tickets to see Oprah?
No.
Maybe she'll come back to San Diego again sometime.
I doubt that.
No one needs your negativity.
You sang flat.
You want to pop in the chops?
So Craig and Eric surprise Josh for his birthday in bed, which is really sweet considering their relationship is like super one-sided. Like, think about all the times Josh and Drake asked for things from Craig and Eric, and very minimal times they've ever given it back. Like, they took care of Papa Nichols, they set up wiring in their houses, like, for them. I don't even know.
Oh, hi, Drake.
Hey, Drake. We'll let you guys in our house. Well, Megan opened the door and told us that we could.
So Drake comes in and doesn't even mention Josh's birthday, despite Josh's hints. He seems pretty upset, which is heartwarming that Josh cares so much. Like, I like seeing this side of him.
Today is a very special day.
No.
See?
How much you want to bet that this entire episode is going to reflect the cold open? I like it when they do that, though.
I do not have bad luck.
Because he has bad luck.
Anytime something terrible happens to me, it's because of Drake.
So Drake is talking about how he wants a new girl and some bongos. It's so funny that out of all situations Drake has been distracted by, this is what keeps him from remembering Josh's birthday.
Yeah, you see, the first 50 people who buy something from there get a free set of bongo drums.
So Megan wishes him a happy birthday. We think it's sweet, but then she gives him a cake that blows up in his face.
I wouldn't let you eat a cake that made you sick on your birthday.
I'm sorry.
I didn't say it wouldn't explode.
I don't blame you so much for doing it, as I blame myself for not anticipating it.
And there's a little funny B-plot where she's talking about this guy named Toby, which is a parody of Tamagotchi, and that just continues as the episode keeps going. So Drake invites Josh to the premiere for a surprise, making Josh think that the birthday is for him.
Why don't you show up to the premiere tonight around 8 o'clock?
Sure.
All right, cool. See you there.
So he plays his bongos. Josh gets to the premiere, thinks it's his birthday party, but obviously nobody calls out or anything, so I don't know how he even believes this is for him.
Hey, Jess, thanks for coming out. Means a lot. Stevie, got your haircut. Liked it better the old way, but you're a good guy.
His comments to the people, though, were so funny. Like, who are these people? This party turns out to be, like, for Drake's new girlfriend, Tabitha.
Why is everybody hiding? I'm already here.
Tabitha, like, isn't that a name of a witch? This ends up with Josh running off sad, and Drake learns that it's his birthday when Helen asks him about it.
A nose hair trimmer?
Yeah, Josh needs one. Not me, though. My nostrils are naturally hairless because I have a condition called nostropecia. Yeah, you will not find one hair in this nose on account of the nostropecia.
She keeps talking about nostropecia, which is actually one of my favorite gags of hers. Megan is panicked about Toby, and it keeps going because she seems like she's raising a child the way she's panicked, and it's kind of funny. I like seeing Megan like this, concerned.
I know how bad you must feel right now, but tomorrow morning, I guarantee you'll feel much worse.
That doesn't make me feel any better.
I know. Night.
So Drake ends up surprising Josh with tickets to Oprah, which is the perfect solution to this problem. I think it's a great idea. Josh kisses him. Oh my god. This is like a moment I definitely didn't see coming. Like, how in the world did they make this happen? Definitely one of those shocking moments in Drake and Josh. I can't believe looking back that they did this. And this is Nickelodeon on Sunset. They filmed Victorious here. Crossover time? No, I'm just kidding.
Park far away, then we might have to walk too far and I could get sweaty. And I will not meet Oprah with pick steak.
Josh ends up running over Oprah on the way. I thought this was Oprah at first when I was little, and I'm annoyed how obvious it is that it's a stunt double. Like, it's literally, you don't even see her face, but it's effective. So Josh is pretty much mortified while Drake gets another cop's number.
Are you the young man who ran over Oprah?
Oh, no, that's my brother Josh.
He's the one!
Then people attack Josh, like kind of they did in the Theater Thug episode, for hurting Oprah. It's funny because Drake seems to have given up on making things better already. He got the tickets and suddenly he's not worried about being inconsiderate again. Like, he's barely getting by. Drake comes up with a plan for them to apologize to Oprah. So they go to the hospital. Turns out to be way too hard because Oprah's bodyguards do not let them in.
Apparently you've forgotten I'm Drake. Just wondering if it's okay if my brother Josh and I go and say a quick hello to Oprah? You know, Winfrey?
Even tase them, which is such a funny bit for physical comedy. It's definitely a really good step for season 4 already. Drake says Josh has a flesh-eating virus and it gets rid of the guards, perfect, but the nurses come in and try to save Josh.
That's him! That's the boy with the flesh-eating virus!
The one with the big head?
Yes!
Okay, it's not that big, first of all. And whoa, wait, Drake, wait, no!
And Drake doesn't even do anything. He just gets the mashed potatoes on the floor. Like, how is he so ignorant? So later Drake is playing bongos when Josh gets back.
Hey, man.
Hey, man!
Hey, man.
He is fully aggravated because he had a acidic bath, apparently. They fight again, but I wouldn't forgive Drake for ditching him this time. Like, that was a little too shallow. The fact that Josh had to get this whole bath is disgusting. But I do like their back and forth about it.
You are never gonna make up anything to me ever again.
Josh goes back to the premiere and Drake has a surprise party for him. Why didn't he just do this in the first place? Thinking about it though, it's not Drake's fault Josh hit Oprah. Although the other events were Drake's fault. Not that it's a debate, just saying. Not that it's a debate, but just saying. I don't know how these extra birthday gifts make up for it. I would be a little bit still annoyed about the acid bath. And then he gets a motorcycle, but it's on his dad's credit card, so it's not even like Drake paid for it.
Dude, how did you afford to... No, Dad's credit card.
Yeah.
Overall, really good season 4 opener. I forgot how good this show gets from season 3 to season 4. So next we have Vicious Tiberius. So Drake and Josh are talking about how bad things just consistently happen to them in the talking heads.
The tube slipped off the needle and my blood started just spurting all over the room. Spartan!
Then we go to Miss Hafer's class. Drake ends up getting a bad grade because he turned in the newspaper with his name on it.
This is today's newspaper with your name written on top.
Well, you can't get more current than today's paper, right, Josh?
Oh, please leave me out of this.
Which is actually kind of funny. I would definitely give him an A. And Josh essentially volunteers to watch after her dog, Tiberius.
When I was little, I had a poodle and a fern. I named them both Jerry.
Of course you did.
Miss Hafer literally almost physically assaults Drake. Jesus. Meanwhile, Walter starts working out in order to compete with Bruce Winfield, and I feel like this is when his name gets mentioned a lot more. Drake and Josh laugh at him because obviously it's not gonna happen.
On your way home, would you pick Megan up from oboe practice? I'm gonna be here all night working out. It's not funny!
And then they go into Miss Hafer's house. It's so funny because this house is so memorable because of this episode. Like, it's not even in other episodes, but like, once I saw Drake and Josh enter the house, I like knew what was gonna happen. Reminds me of how like Carly, Freddie, and Sam get stuck in Miss Briggs' house in iCarly. That's definitely like, what's with their thing at going into teachers' houses? Breaking and entering teachers' houses.
Well, I'm in charge, and I don't want you rifling through Mrs. Hafer's drawers. I'll grow up.
The New Jersey joke is super funny. Obviously, it's a meme now, but I just had to point it out. Then they find out that Miss Hafer is a comedian when they find like a tape and they put it in the TV. And it kind of reminds me of when we discovered that Helen was on Happy Days. Like, getting the adults a little backstory is so fun. I didn't ask for it, but I appreciate it. Josh finds her funny, which is kind of sweet. I feel bad for her here.
Okay, who threw the chair?
Hey, she has a booger in her nose there, too.
At first, they like the dog, but immediately get scared when they have to give him the medicine. I used to be scared of dogs and had many situations where I would have to hide and run away from them, so this episode related to me a lot. The dog ends up scaring them enough for them to run into the bathroom, and they're freaking out.
What's this dog's problem? Its problem is it wants to eat us, and we're in here.
Their acting is really good because I feel like this scenario in itself is not a huge deal, but the fact that they're reacting so intensely to it is what sells the episode for me.
I'm scared. Oh, and I'm in here because I love hanging with you by a toilet.
They call Walter, but he doesn't answer because he's still working out. And then they eventually drop the phone in the toilet. Oh my gosh.
Probably doesn't even work anymore. Yeah, well, let's see. Still works. I knew the toilet still worked, Drake. I meant my phone!
Oh, well, that's gone.
And that is such a funny joke. Then they try to ram the door, but bash into it. Josh counts 3, 2, 1, which kind of reminds me of how Freddie does in iCarly.
Why didn't you open it? You didn't say go. I said on 3. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, go.
They attempt to get another cell phone, so Drake runs into the room, confronts the dog, drops the phone, and Tiberius eats it. Oh my gosh, back to square one. So they're stuck in the bathroom when Megan comes in.
Megan!
Suddenly, she's super friendly with the dog. Drake and Josh are surprised at first, but then they're like, oh, they're both evil, that makes sense. She doesn't help and ends up leaving them in the dust, too.
Really?
Yeah.
See ya.
Then they try to figure out how to go to the bathroom without the other there, and it's really weird until the animal control guy interrupts.
Yeah, we got a call from one of the neighbors. Said she'd heard loud barking and girls screaming all night long. Are you the screaming girls?
He ends up being just as scared of the dog and getting stuck in the bathroom with them. Oh my god. Eventually, they just decide to, like, go and make a run for it. Drake inevitably gets, like, stuck in the fan as if he's trying to get out.
Josh, help! Josh! I'm dangling and rotating!
As he's trying to get out. Why didn't they just do this earlier? They should have just ran away. And I wonder how long they were in this bathroom. It feels like hours, but it could have been like a half hour. Josh uses like meat from the kitchen to throw the dog off guard, which, Josh, you're supposed to be taking care of him and you just like leave the house with the doors open and the dog in the yard. Like, this is terrible. I don't know why he's not worried about losing Tiberius, and that's not a part of the plot. They end up coming home and learn that Walter was looking for them. He's not even there. Little did they know that he actually went to Miss Hafer's house. How did he get the address? I'll never know. And confronts the dog himself. He even runs into the animal wrangler.
I made a duck.
Hey.
Oh!
I like that we have like a normal episode, then a bottle episode, but then we're gonna go to another bottle episode. That's kind of where it's annoying.
Have you ever met my great Aunt Catherine? No? Well, hey, lucky you.
Next episode is the wedding. So in the Talking Heads, Drake and Josh are complaining about their great aunt, and this is like the closest crossover between the actual plot of the episode and the Talking Heads, because it's all about the great Aunt Catherine.
Since when do you like Aunt Catherine?
I don't. But she's not gonna live forever, and I want that beach house.
Apparently, she's mean and disgusting, and we learn she's getting married, and they want her beach house. Craig and Eric come over to borrow a laptop, and Drake gives it to them along with Josh's keys and everything else. And I love that that's why me and Craig and Eric don't have girlfriends. Like, that is so funny.
Women. Yeah, women are crazy.
That's why me and Craig don't have girlfriends.
You know, I think there's a lot of reasons why you guys don't have girlfriends.
So Drake is being rude to them again, despite the fact they've done so much for them. I wish Craig and Eric came in more often, but it's good to know that they're a part of the show a lot more than before. Like, they're in almost every other episode. Very welcome. It would be so cool if Craig and Eric actually went with them on this trip. Like, I think that would be so much funnier than how it ended up. Come on, Drake. So Drake and Josh are apparently responsible for getting the cake to the wedding on time. And since Josh doesn't have his keys because of the bag, and apparently Craig and Eric don't have cell phones because of Papa Nichols, which is a cool throwback to that other episode.
Cause Papa Nichols threw Eric's against the wall and broke it, and Craig's mom thinks cell phones cause ear sores.
Didn't even need to have continuity, but it did. That they have to take Trevor's car, the character we haven't really seen in like forever.
What about Trevor?
We'll borrow his car.
His girlfriend sleeps in it.
No, they broke up. She sleeps in some other guy's car now.
So as they're on their way to the wedding, the car breaks down on the side of the road. I know I made a video about this one already, but the bottle episodes are weird back to back. Apparently Drake doesn't have his cell phone either, and I can't believe how many times these guys can't use their phones.
My cell phone was in my bag, which you gave to Craig and Eric.
It's either in the toilet, it's breaking. Like, the writers are really good at making calling for help not a way out of their situations. Things get worse when they don't know how to fix cars.
Yeah, that belt came off.
Uh-huh. So what do we do about it?
And it wrecks Josh's suit, which is really funny. And Drake doesn't even know when to stop. He just keeps the engine running.
Don't touch it! I think
A really awkward moment where Drake tries to put his suit back on him. No.
See what I can do here.
Apparently they only have 40 minutes, and there's no way you're gonna get there in that time. I feel like I remember time being like a big part of this episode. Like, I remember being worried for them that this clock was going off and they're gonna miss the wedding, which is a good conflict to build.
You like the keys in the car?
Don't hate me.
I don't hate you. Here.
What's this?
Big rock.
What do you want me to do with it?
Kill me!
Josh asked Drake to kill him, which would not happen on a TV show nowadays, but it is funny. They need to go to the bathroom and have to leave the car for a moment, and in that time, they actually miss help. Like, 2 cops come, check out their car, give them a ticket, and then walk away. And these guys are kind of funny, though. Like, they're really funny dialogue between them.
You're not really married, are you?
What? Of course I am! You can't just pretend to be married and not have a wife.
Later, Drake and Josh ask strangers to help them, and
you guys are stranded out here.
Flagging down strangers.
And you got no cell phones.
And it's just the 2 of you.
Alone.
Exactly.
The strangers end up robbing them and pushing them over. So basically this just gets worse and worse. They end up finding a tool bag in the car, and there's like stupid, unhelpful things in there, but, you know, really funny.
Seeing you always say Trevor's an idiot.
A quarter? A can of salmon?
Open.
An ice tray? And half a shoe.
They try to break into the car, but they end up hurting Josh instead, and I don't know how this could get any worse. Next, a tow driver comes by, and his name is Leslie.
Hey there.
Hi.
Hey.
Hello?
He's about to save the boys until Drake kind of makes fun of his name, and then he ends up turning on them and leaving them behind. Oh my gosh. It's so funny that Drake manages to push away the only help they were about to have. Like, clearly he's not aware of the situation or at how intense it actually is. They eventually get the car working and think they're about to get there. They end up getting the car working, and we think that it's all gonna be good and we're gonna get a happy ending, but then it catches on fire instead. Super depressing. So they never get to the wedding, and I wish they had a positive ending to like any of these. Overall, really fun episode. I just wish the bottle episodes weren't back to back, but nothing wrong with that. The next episode we have is Mindy Loves Josh. So this is fun. We got a little relationship episode going on, some drama. So Josh and Mindy are working on a science project together. Apparently they're going to do the fair this year, and I'm not sure if you remember, but last year they were super competitive about it. It was before they were even together.
We're building a hyperbolic photon cannon. Oh, wow. I'm hungry.
Drake is still disrespectful to Mindy, which I don't know why he's not if they're dating. It's cool to have like a sequel episode to something that already happened. Megan finds Drake eating her cookie, and she decides to get revenge by convincing him he has a skin rash.
That was my big cookie.
Want it back?
Mindy sees that this is happening, but she does not try to stop it, which I wouldn't blame you either. He's rude to you. Josh and Mindy start to have tension when they work together, and they actually decide that, like, hey, let's just do this separately. A twist comes when Mindy actually tells Josh she loves him.
I love you.
See in chemistry.
And he just responds with, see you in chemistry, which kind of reminds me of the That 70s Show episode where Donna tells Eric she loves him, but he just says, I love pie. I do love that plot. It's like not getting the emotions received back that you put out. It's definitely like a good premise.
Drake! Hang on, I'm busy. Mindy just told me she loves me.
So Josh tells Drake she said I love you, but Drake shoots him in the eye, hurting poor Josh once again. This is like the 50th time he's been hurt.
No.
Drake is freaking out because he thinks this is like the end of the world, which is so funny because that is so in his character to think this is a bad thing. And he says that Josh needs to cut and run.
What if I love her back?
Meanwhile, Megan does convince Drake he has dermatomeculitis and sprays something on him while he's sleeping. It's so funny because Drake rarely gets hurt, but when he does, it's always because of Megan specifically. Like, he doesn't have bad luck, she's just targeting him.
Hey, we'll go to what'swrongwithmybody.com.
What'swrongwithmybody.com?
I have it bookmarked.
He doesn't want his parents to find out, so him and Josh look up how to cure it, and it turns out to be lizard pee. Ew. So meanwhile, Josh and Mindy have a talk and have great communication. Like, these are a really well-communicated couple. She says she'll give Josh the weekend to think about how he feels and respond, which is really nice.
Yeah, that was just the impression I got when you responded by saying, see you in chemistry, then running away like a frightened little girl.
But Drake convinces him that she's doing this as a tactic to get him to be distracted from the science fair.
She's trying to distract you so she can beat you again. Drake, Mindy's not like that, okay? And I'm sure she's just as distracted by this as I am. I don't appreciate you accusing. Hey, I don't.
Josh doesn't think so at first, but then starts to believe it when he sees her rolling in her invention.
What's all this?
Just some components for my science fair project. Got a lot of work to do this weekend. Later.
So they end up having the science fair, and Mindy and Josh both have a proton cannon. Josh wins with his being more powerful than hers, and then approaches Mindy saying that she didn't get away with tricking him.
You finally beat me.
What, is someone upset their little plan didn't work?
Excuse me?
Which is funny because obviously the only relationship Josh has to a girl is Megan, so of course he's gonna talk to her in a similar manner. Like, he doesn't have that much experience with girls. Mindy's offended that he thought this, and she basically says, like, I let you win, proves it, and we feel bad because they break up.
I wasn't lying. About anything.
They like work so well together, and I'm so sad that they ended up breaking up. I get it, it's to say goodbye, but like, you guys didn't even need to break up, so like, why are you kissing? This was like the most dramatic episode of Drake and Josh. I remember when I was little skipping it because I was like, oh, this one has too much drama going on. But looking back, I'm like, this is definitely as character development as Drake and Josh will ever get. Drake ends up doing the lizard pee, and Megan tells him what she did. He even like...
Or, you know, there is another cure.
What?
Next time, don't eat my big cookie.
What are you saying?
Wipes his lip and gets it in his mouth, which is disgusting.
Oh!
And then in the end, Josh and Mindy decide to just be friends, and it kind of feels like it all works out.
So, you two aren't gonna be making out anymore, but you're still gonna hang out and study together.
Basically.
Yep. Yeah, and I'm the dumb one.
Next we have Who's Got Game. So this is kind of important to the episode order because in the last episode, Mindy and Josh broke up, and in this episode, Josh is seeking out other girls, which would be really upsetting if he was still with Mindy. I would be really annoyed. So Drake and Josh have a bet in the opening, which is kind of a spoiler because they have a bet in the episode, and of course, in the opening, Josh loses.
My tuna!
We find out that he has a crush on a girl at the premiere, and Drake thinks he's like incapable of making it work.
Come on, man, look at her. She's ridiculously hot. Don't you think she's a little more my speed?
And they end up even getting in a fight about it. You can't be fighting while you're on the job, right, Josh? Right?
Hey, what's the haps? I'm Josh. Just saying if maybe you wanted to hang out.
So Drake and Josh do another bet, and that's why it's referencing the cold open. And Josh bets that he can get more girls than Drake.
One of us can date the most girls in 1 week. Me or Drake?
And you could tell there's just like an insecurity thing going on with him. Like he really needs to prove himself, especially with all the exterior factors going on outside of the show. Like Josh has so many transformations from season 1 to 4. It does like work on both levels that he tries to prove himself.
We switch beds. Whoa, no way. I'm Drake, okay? I sleep in the cool bed.
I'm afraid you're gonna lose?
They bet their bed, so if Josh wins, he gets to sleep in Drake's bed, and if Drake wins, he gets Josh's trophy.
Do you understand and accept these rules as I've explained them to you?
This is your last chance.
Do you understand and accept these rules?
Okay, yes, it's a bet.
I think we need more bet episodes than bottle episodes. So Drake is in no rush, which is so funny because Josh literally runs out the door and tries to get dates as quick as possible. And he ends up getting a girl's number.
You're just mad because I got that girl's phone number.
11?
Oh, man.
And then it ends up being just 11, which is the funniest rejection I've ever heard. They go to a record store, which is a really cool location. Like, I wish this was a more common location they use, especially with Drake developing his music career, but I guess that's only for the finale. And Drake meets a record store girl, and they actually kind of hit it off pretty quickly.
Yeah, that was me.
I was kidding.
I know.
Meanwhile, Josh does not know how to take no for an answer, which makes sense because he's never like really been with girls before. So it's funny to see him not have the social awareness, but he gets a little aggressive and it's like, Josh, please back off.
How about some ice cream?
I'm lactose intolerant.
I don't believe you. Oh, come on, you gotta eat something.
So Drake tells Josh that he has a crush on the record store girl and he wants to call off the bet because he had a really good time with her.
Look, I know the terms, okay? Whoever dates the most girls in a week wins, but I'm telling you.
The most girls?
She ends up overhearing it. Oh, great. Classic sitcom. And feels super betrayed. He tries to go back and apologize to her, saying that he can be honest even though he came across as dishonest, but ends up just being rude to people in the record store, and it's not really helping his case.
I'll show you honesty. You have bad taste in music. Your head's shaped like a lemon.
That's not honesty. That's just being rude to people.
The montage of Josh dating other girls is so funny. Like the emo girl, the old lady. It's like he doesn't get like a single normal person, and I kind of love it. Meanwhile, Drake uses Craig and Eric again to reenact like one of them losing a wallet so Drake could look really honest.
And it's full of cash. Let's keep it.
Keep it? No. We have to find out who this belongs to.
And he even ends up taking Craig's mom's credit card in this. Oh my gosh. But this is a really funny bit. I love that the fake acting that they're doing.
Because you didn't invite us to your birthday party.
Well, did you invite me to yours?
Yes. Don't you remember? You showed up, ate my fudge cake, and took a nap in my bed.
Drake ends up calling a bunch of people to the premiere, and it turns out to be a bunch of people he's wronged in the past. And he gets the record store girl to come see him be honest.
When I broke up with you, it wasn't because I was moving to Switzerland. I don't even know where Switzerland is.
South of Germany, east of France.
Thank you.
Which still feels a little performative to me, but she gets it a lot easier. This is one of the funniest parts in the whole show, like hearing Drake admit to all these things that didn't happen on screen. Like, I don't know why, it's just really clever.
Yeah, it was my fault that my dad's car ran into your mailbox, not Josh's.
Unbelievable!
And now Josh.
She ends up believing in him. The end. So Josh ends up winning and then immediately falls off the bed. Like he does not like Drake's bed, and it's over.
Want to switch back?
Please?
Never can have a good ending, huh? So the next episode we have is a little off its rockers. It's The Great Doheny. So Josh and Drake are at the premiere, and Drake is bothering Josh because he's making these weird noises with his wrist, and I always thought this plot line was really stupid, but it is funny seeing him be so impressed by it.
Why are you doing that? Oh, I'm showing him how my wrist makes that funny sound when I flap it.
And Josh nerds out over this magician that enters, Mr. Doheny. Apparently it's somebody he saw when he was little and one of the greatest magicians ever.
I'm just such a huge fan of your magic, sir. I remember I was only 7 when my dad took me to see you at the San Diego Megadome, and I love the trick you did.
He meets the boys and he's super nice. He's played by this guy named Tom. You might see him from The West Wing, ER, Modern Family, and a couple other shows. So Josh is excited to meet him and tries to show him a trick with a quarter behind his ear, but then Doheny counters it with blood.
Your ear is bleeding. What I do?
You've done nothing wrong, Josh. It's not real blood.
And calls him a delightfully awkward young man, which is the perfect way to describe Josh. And he even takes it as a compliment. Josh tells him if he needs anything to ask him. And this is where it gets weird.
How about lunch? I was thinking you could prepare me a sandwich, which I could then eat.
So Mr. Doheny shows up at the house and tells Josh to make him a sandwich, which cringes me out because, like, that is something really rude. And even as a kid, I recognize that. It's like, you're an adult man and you're gonna go to these teens' house and expect them to wait on you? Like, what the heck? So Drake hates him pretty quickly as he keeps trying to do magic tricks on him while he's watching TV.
Now what?
Now, put it back. Very good.
So what's my card?
Cough. Is that your card?
Yeah, but could you do me a favor and not make things come out of my body?
And it's so funny to see Drake play the straight man because he's not usually doing that. His sarcasm delivery is a lot different than Josh's, and it's so funny to think that Josh has a reason to be stupid in this episode because his admiration for Mr. Doheny blinds him. So Drake is almost like in the more responsible role. A huge change of pace for the show. But I do like seeing Josh be the dumb one. Like, it's very earnest.
Yeah. It's almost midnight. Time to jam it up.
So while they're about to go to bed, Doheny appears in Drake and Josh's closet, and Drake says, "I'm calling the cops," which is fair. I don't know why he stopped him. He tells the boys that he wants to go see fusion jazz at this club, which, what teen wants to see fusion jazz? Drake is unamused, and when they say that he can't go because of the parents, Walter comes in and is just as excited and wants to go too. He doesn't even question why there's a grown man in the middle of these teenage boys' rooms. Like, what the heck?
He hid in our closet, now he's trying to get me and Josh to go to some fusion jazz club with him downtown.
The one with the onion rings? The very same. Oh, can I come?
So he and Josh end up going and Drake goes to sleep. So Drake is on a date when Mr. Doheny interrupts him again. I love these two's dynamic. Like, I wish they had a spin-off sitcom together.
Ah, that would be some trick. Would you like to see a better one?
No?
Sure.
Very well.
And Doheny makes Drake's girlfriend disappear, which is ridiculous. And it makes me think he's a murderer.
What? Your magic friend just made my date disappear. And I'm sick of that guy always being around.
Yeah, I know, he's starting to bug me too. I'm gonna go talk to him.
This makes Josh buckle down and ask him to stay? Yeah, so Josh goes in with the intentions of like telling him to leave, and he kind of gets it at first, but then he tells him that he's not been doing well.
Come on.
Ah, it's true. I have nothing. Nothing to do, nowhere to go.
He hasn't been asked to do magic in such a long time, and Josh is like, okay, well, you could stay with us, which is not the intention. These are the character traits that Zoey should have had in Zoey 101. Like, I feel like she's expressed as like a selfless person, but doesn't actually do much to show it. But Josh in this scenario is like a good example of like, he has to sacrifice something in order to help someone else, and it makes him more likable. But I'm not gonna go off on a tangent at how much I don't like Zoey 101 again.
Did you talk to Doheny, tell him to stop hanging around all the time?
Yeah.
And?
He's gonna be staying at our house for the next couple of months.
Good. What? Dude, how could you have done that? You know about it. I can't do it.
And apparently he has to sleep in the boys' room. Oh my god, why is this man paired up with these boys so much? Because of Walter's train set. Oh my god. He has a loud sound machine that keeps Drake up at night, and he's like, I'm gonna murder him, which is insane. They end up hatching a plan to help Doheny do a magic trick that makes him so confident he doesn't need to live with them anymore. Mr. Doheny's kind of on the edge about it until Megan comes in and says, I have the perfect trick for you, and we don't really know what it is.
It's something no magician's ever done before. And I bet it'd put you right back on top.
Do tell.
Okay, grab that pad and pen.
Doheny!
Okay, first note. Stop doing that.
Next thing you know, Drake and Josh are dressed up in a hilarious attire as Doheny's personal assistants. And you could tell this is a part of Megan's plan too. Like, she had to have told him to make them wear that.
Nice outfits!
They stick swords in Doheny, and when he's supposed to come out, he doesn't. And Josh's reaction to this is priceless.
Some of you may be asking yourselves, how could any man live with 4 swords thrust through his body? Well, don't ask us. Ask Doheny!
They end up having a funeral and are aggressively called out during the speech about how it's Drake and Josh's fault, which is not fair. Like, I don't think these 2 teenage boys are responsible for this man dying. Like, it was his plan.
It's more than just a magician impaled before his time.
But the funeral reminds me of, like, last season when they thought they killed Helen and they were all, like, in their premiere outfits in black. Like, that was funny. And now it's actually happening. Like, the show has taken such a dramatic turn into the fantasy that it's, like, crazy. So during the funeral, he ends up coming back to life, and it's clear that this was all a part of his trick. It turns out to be the greatest trick of all time, and he even makes Josh and Drake's trousers disappear, and they run off in embarrassment. You could tell that they needed Drake and Josh to believe it, so it looked more convincing, which you could tell is a part of Megan's plan, because they definitely didn't need to do that.
Doheny!
Look!
Oh my!
If anything, it's like the most traumatizing thing to think that Megan's biggest prank was convincing Drake and Josh that they killed a person. Like, they definitely went through a day or two with that in mind, and something like that would psychologically change someone. Like, poor Drake and Josh have never been affected more than this.
It was your reactions of horror and guilt which helped make the illusion so convincing.
I can't believe how far Megan goes in this episode and how much we don't, like, associate with her. In 2 instances in this episode, they get a knock on the door and Megan just says, "You'll get it," to Josh, which is so funny.
You'll get it. You'll get it.
So despite Drake and Josh's emotional and psychological sacrifices in this episode, Doheny comes back and gives Megan $50,000 for the trick, and only giving Drake and Josh yo-yo.
A check for $50,000?
Oh, I couldn't forget you boys. Here. Yo-yos for each of you.
Like, they suffered through all of this and they just get some yo-yos, which is insane. Overall, like, this is such a funny and unpredictable episode that I never really saw coming, and when I was a kid I thought it was so funny, and if anything it's kind of funnier now because I can't believe how much this Doheny gets away with.
Of course, Walter. Eyes closed.
Where'd he go?
Vegas.
Okay, next we have I Love Sushi, which I didn't immediately remember from the title. So Drake goes to Josh with the girl he's about to see a movie with, and she's obsessed with syrup and popcorn. Oh my god, this is disgusting.
Don't your hands get all sticky?
Uh-huh.
What happened to the record store girl from like literally one episode ago? There's a crew of signups in the premiere for apparently the show Pump My Room, parody of Pimp My Crib from MTV, if you guys know that. 2000s, they were nuts.
Oh, let's go sign up.
What about your date?
Yeah, she's fine. She's got popcorn and syrup. Come on.
They just have to send in a video of them saying why they want their room pumped. So Megan comes in looking for a hot glue gun for their parents' anniversary. Apparently she's in gymnastics and all these extracurricular activities that I didn't realize. Like, how does she have time to do all this stuff? And is it like even in character for her to do them?
Oboe practice, gymnastics, and collecting antique sponges? I barely have time to breathe.
Well, feel free to stop breathing anytime. He said it.
Drake and Josh are like, wow, we could just do the Pimp My Room thing for their parents. They make a cringe video where they're bad at acting and asking for their house to be pumped.
But not for us. For our parents. We call them Mom and Dad.
And I love seeing them attempt to be innocent. Like, it's so cheesy.
Please.
A kid shows up with nachos, and this is one of my favorite B-plots in the show. It turns out to be Megan's new assistant. Drake and Josh eat the nachos, and their mouths get stuck. They try to answer a phone, and they literally are like speaking gibberish. They can't get it out.
Hello?
So the crew find Drake and Josh at the premiere saying that they won, and all they have to do is leave the house key under the mat, and they'll come home after a few hours with their house completely pumped.
Just leave a key under the mat.
Oh, we don't have a mat.
Buy a mat, leave a key under it, and the Pump My Room crew will come in and make sure that your mom and dad's living room is the most special living room in all of San Diego.
I don't know, I'm really excited for them. This feels like a win pretty early in the episode.
Driving all over the city.
What's going on?
Get ready.
Obviously, they come back and everything is completely gone. Oh my gosh, so they were robbed. They try to bring their parents in as if this is this big surprise, and it is completely empty.
That's right, yeah.
And at their request, you made sure that no one was home today for 6 hours.
Right, that's pretty much it.
So what do you guys think?
I think you're idiots.
I don't know, I would have trusted those people. They seem pretty peppy and not like robbers, so. The cop asks for Walter and Audrey's coffee, but then they don't have the coffee machine, so he just eats it with a spoon. I don't know why this needs to be in here. Megan's little assistant throws an egg at the cop, and they think it's Drake and Josh, so they make them do push-ups. I don't know if as a cop you can make somebody do push-ups. This is insane.
And whose are these? The egg fairies?
I don't even know where those came from.
50 push-ups.
You can't make us do
push-ups!
Oh!
So Drake and Josh realize that they need to get jobs because of how much they need to pay back. They get dressed up and go to a temp agency. Josh actually wears a suit and Drake doesn't, which is so relevant. I don't know why Josh just allowed him to do this.
We'd like one?
Yeah. And I'd like to meet a woman who doesn't change her phone number after the first date.
I don't know why they also didn't just try to do something in their interests. Like, Drake literally is a guitar player. They could apply to other jobs. Like, why a temp agency? The man is pretty aggressive about the girls that change their phone numbers to him. And this is a long-running joke that's kind of funny, but he's a scary guy.
The number you have reached has been disconnected.
Every time!
They end up getting the boys a sushi job at $18 an hour. Jesus, that is a lot, especially for the time. I feel like $18 an hour here is like kind of normal, but like at the time, that's like, I think minimum wage was like $10 or $11.
Let the sushi roll!
I get it, sushi roll.
That wasn't a joke. That was an unfortunate coincidental pairing of words.
Then they recreate that famous I Love Lucy scene. The boss is like super aggressive and says she's going to check their performance in 2 minutes. Like, you go 2 minutes on this new job and you're already getting a performance check? What the heck? And it's just them like throwing sushi at the ceiling, trying to stop the sushi from going through the belt. It's a lot of physical comedy and it's funny, but obviously not their best jokes. Suddenly they come home and they realize that their furniture is all back. Okay, so it worked out. I guess the moral of the story is you don't have to work for things and things will just come back to you. I don't understand what they're doing here.
We can't just leave Mom and Dad's living room empty.
Look, man, we tried our best, okay? I can't think of anything else.
And how did the stuff get reorganized so quick? It would make sense if they came back and there were like boxes and like some furniture in the wrong spots, but like this is like so perfectly put back together.
The police found the robber's moving van.
It was broken down about a half mile up the street.
And they found everything?
Yep.
It's all here.
We learned that Megan fired her assistant Tyler because apparently she wants to do all the pranks herself, which is funny, but that was like barely a plot as it is. So season 4, episode 8 is The Storm. So in the talking head, Drake and Josh talk about the things in life that don't go as planned, and Josh has a story about how he had an unfortunate dentist appointment, and Drake apparently had the best time of his life, where apparently the doctor gave him $200 and to go on a date with his daughter. I don't see a world where that happened, but whatever.
Instead, I end up with a hot girl, $200, and a half dozen free burritos. I spent 3 hours having a sneezy dentist sew up my tongue hole.
So we see Drake practicing with his band, and even though it's episode 8, we're reminded that he isn't just plain stupid. Like, he's actually hard on his band, and I like seeing Drake like this. He's more assertive, he's a little bossy. It's funny that he actually does get some character traits from Josh.
A minor, not an A7. And you? Dude, you're wearing a woman's shirt. It's called a blouse.
I don't know who all these people in his band are, like, maybe it happened off screen, but still, like, no one is recognizable? I missed the season 1 band. Apparently a Mid-City Records producer is going to be at the show they're about to perform, and it's super important. I know the finale talks about his music career, but like, it's just so intermittent between the episodes when he's striving for his passion and just plain stupid. I feel like the last time we saw this was in the Go Hollywood movie. I guess it just took 8 episodes to even get there here. Apparently he rented a bus for Drake, which is very sweet. Like, he didn't have to do that. I feel like Drake's gonna do something worse to make him resentful of him anyway. Walter talks about Bruce Windshield again, tries to get better hair just to show off.
If it's a 5-day forecast, shouldn't it really be called a 5-cast? Get it?
Oh, Dad.
And this one guy in the band's sister takes his shirt back, so he has to be completely shirtless. And there's a tattoo of a foot on his chest. Why? Why is this necessary? Is this an insinuation for something? I don't even know. So everybody's at the house celebrating Drake's gig. Helen insults their drink and pours it into the plant.
Josh's world famous limeade.
His limeade tastes like mucus.
Is like, you're a guest in the house. The drummer keeps taking different girls' shirts, like he has Megan's shirt on now. Like, why can't he just borrow from the dad or Drake or Josh?
What, one with a panda on it?
Just burn it when you're done.
And it's like literally a bunch of the characters just being weird. We even have Crazy Steve needing to learn temper control throughout this episode. And Gavin and Walter kind of fight over Audrey, with Gavin trying to make a move on her, not worried that she's married, which is, okay.
Your mom's hot. Dude! How tall is she? Like 5'2", 5'10"?
I'll measure her later and let you know.
Don't forget.
Drake is very rude to Craig and Eric again and doesn't even know their names here. They talk to Drake about having a girlfriend, which I didn't realize was a continuous plot considering that popcorn girl from the last episode. Drake recruits Megan to help keep his exes apart. Jesus, Josh invited the worst people to bring to this party. Like, why are we congratulating him? Drake is at the forefront of this episode, which is kind of funny because he has to be the straight man in order for this to have a lot of plot.
Problem?
I told you to keep them apart.
I know.
Then what happened?
I got them all together.
Pacing is so quick with so many things happening, it feels like it just kind of flies by.
Would either of you guys like the last stuffed mushroom?
Sure, I'd love
Craig and Eric are flattered by Audrey too, which is like, why is everybody into Drake and Josh's mom? Like, there's so many appropriately aged girls at this party. Like, why are they only hitting on the woman that's an adult? Walter's in trouble for not getting the weather right and is told that he has to go out and report it. Where is Josh? I feel like it's being juggled between Drake and his mom more than anybody in this episode. I learned later that Josh just wasn't here for most of the filming, but I don't know, it's a nice change of pace. So Walter is told he has to go out in the weather and report. The weather gets worse and everybody tries to keep their heads up that they're still gonna be able to perform. They announce pretty quickly that the entire concert's underwater and they can't really do it.
I got wet.
And then the electricity goes out, so they almost have like a new problem.
My uncle's got a boat.
Yeah, well, that's great, Gary. Why don't you climb into your uncle's boat and sail off to Moron Island?
They get a TV to work, but it only can work by being cranked, and they forced Craig to do it, so that's not really cool.
Come on, Dora, it's right over there! Obre los ojos! Come on!
Walter reports in the rain on the TV, which actually does look pretty dangerous, and Gavin keeps hitting on Audrey. This is probably Crazy Steve's longest episode thus far. Like, I like seeing him a lot in this, and his anger issues are completely unhinged.
Do you mind if I go back to my program?
Sure. Can I rest for 10
Dora!
And Miranda and Jerry Trainer here. Seeing them in the same, like, scene is, like, very nostalgic. It feels like iCarly already. So Drake sees the girls giggling and gets insecure, tries to spy on them, and it's really funny because Gavin and the drummer also spy, which makes it obvious, and the girls find him there. How do you cover this up?
Shh. I'm trying to hear what my girlfriend's talking about with my ex-girlfriends.
I called my uncle. He sold the boat.
Hi, I'm Gary. Gavin. Okay. Oh, would you guys get out of here?
So on the TV, Walter gets mugged during his weather report. So Megan tries to cause trouble by suggesting to her mom that they fix the gutters on the roof. And I don't know why his mom would enforce this right now, especially with the dangerous weather, but she does make him do it anyway. And he says, I don't do things like that, which is very true. His character really doesn't. But like the whole company's over. Like, why would Drake go to the roof and do this? He ends up making Eric do it, which is even worse.
But it's pouring rain. What if I slip and fall off the roof?
All right, there's a rope in the garage. Tie yourself to the chimney, you'll be fine.
Drake is just such a disrespectful person. So Drake finally figures out what the girls are talking about. Apparently they were saying who the best kisser was, and it was him, but they want him to tell them who the best kisser is between them. I don't know why it wouldn't be obvious for him to just say the current girl. Like, obviously he doesn't want to go through a breakup, so just say the girl you're with now.
It broke! The crank broke!
In the end, Helen gets everybody to sing We Will Rock You. This character is such a mystery. Like, from her past on a sitcom to singing, like, I don't know what Helen is up to. I sung this song when I was in 5th grade. I wish they sung like a better song though. And then the nerds even have a solo in this, which is funny. I guess the moral of the episode is that you could have a fun time with other people when your concert gets canceled. I don't really follow. Then we have Treehouse. So Drake calls Josh freaking out about having eaten Megan's cookie. I would be worried too, considering the messed up stuff she did to them so far.
I hear you fine.
You know what? I'm gonna have to call you back. I'm underwater. Yeah.
Drake, find some fruit bubbles!
Drake, answer me!
Who ate my fruit popples?
Josh wants to make a rocket and gets a package, and this is like one of my favorite jokes. It's such a meme.
Thanks. Have a good day.
Don't tell me what to do.
Drake tells Josh they have a date with hot twins, but they get more excited about the rocket and run off with it.
300 feet in the air. Whee! Launches upwards at almost 95 miles per hour.
Ooh, fast. I wouldn't trust Drake because of how many times he tried to hurt Josh, especially on this new date. And why would you have Drake help you with the rocket? Like, he's harmed you so many times.
We were just building it so we could drop it off at
the Children's Hospital.
The Children's Hospital.
What children's hospital?
St. Illness.
Drake doesn't know how to pronounce the word cone, which is nuts. They ask Megan for help on the rocket, but by themselves, they accidentally launch it into the neighbor's treehouse.
Out the window.
Next thing you know, they're next door, and they learn that the treehouse actually caught on fire and completely burned down. You know what? You guys are lucky that's all that happened. The parents volunteer Drake and Josh to help fix it, and they include Megan, which makes her really angry because she really had nothing to do with it.
Whoa, whoa. By the three of us, I hope you mean Drake, Josh, and Josh's imaginary friend.
She just wants to go to her little 5th grade party. So Drake, Josh, and Megan are assigned to work on this treehouse, and it cuts to them like about to be done, which how in the world did they do all this?
You guys make me sick. Maybe I better go check into St. Illness.
I would be worried about Megan doing something scary too with all the industrial equipment they have around them. So as Josh and Drake secure the final wall, they forget to make a door, leading to some of the most memorable jokes in the series.
Solid. Well, 5-inch titanium screws.
Excellent. So are we done?
Yeah. Yeah, I just gotta go down and get the door nails.
So another episode where they're stuck. Megan comes back to realize what's up, and she ends up being super rude to them.
Oh my god. This is the greatest thing that's ever happened.
And ditches them in the treehouse, which she kind of gave them their karma. She really did miss her party.
Megan! 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 Megan!
And she even unplugs the screwdriver, so they actually have no way of getting out. Oh my god, Megan. But what's gonna happen if you poke the bear? I don't know.
Set this baby to reverse.
Yes, can I help you?
It literally becomes nighttime and they are still there. I cannot believe how long it takes and no one realizes that Drake and Josh are completely missing. Why hasn't the family even been curious yet?
I wish I had an inside-out burger right now. Would you stop talking about burgers? All right, I can't take it. I can almost smell them.
Oh, hey, what's up?
I can't believe you! She's grilling burgers!
What? Okay, this is a new low, even for you.
Really? Because I think it's a new high for me.
Megan tortures them by making burgers in the neighbor's backyard, which is so disrespectful. She knows they're super hungry. She ends up throwing some of the burger meat and the guys actually eat it. It's very gross. I don't know why it takes so long for this moment to happen. And I guess this is what makes this bottle episode unique. Like, none of the other episodes had them eating something gross. I don't know.
You will not eat that squirrel. I don't want to eat him. What are you gonna do then? Well, I'm gonna write a note and tie it to his tail. Yes, because when I see a squirrel, the first thing I do is check his tail for messages.
And then a squirrel attacks them, which is really funny because Drake is super unhelpful and doesn't actually get Josh out of it. Later, Craig and Eric show up to Drake and Josh's house, and Megan ends up setting them up on a date with the twins, which is kind of really nice.
Drake and Josh moved to Canada.
Canada?
But they felt bad about missing your date, so they're sending another couple of guys over to meet you.
Okay.
These lucky guys, I bet this has never even happened to them before.
Twins?
Like, she's so vague about the details, though. Like, I don't know how they would know how to get to their dates. She doesn't say the time or what. So as Craig and Eric are on the dates, the girls kind of ditch them, which is really sad. Like, I feel like I almost got a win for them, and I was so excited about that, but whatever.
You and me together, we're gonna throw ourselves against that wall. All right, with our combined weight running full speed, I think it'll be enough to break it.
And meanwhile, the episode kind of ends with Drake and Josh charging at the treehouse.
Oh, man! One more time! Absolutely.
It ends up falling over. All around, one of the most cynical episodes of Drake and Josh, probably because of Megan. And I like that everybody kind of has a goal against one another. Like, they're all the obstacles in each other's way in this episode, which obviously makes for really good comedy. And because of how memorable this one is over time, I feel like it becomes a little bit overrated. Like, I've deep dove into so much of the show, and it makes me expect like this episode to be a lot better, but I feel like because it's overhyped, it makes it a little overrated.
Ow! 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 Oh, don't touch me there!
Of course, some of the jokes are super iconic, but it makes me just want to tell people, watch other episodes too. Like, this show is really good.
But we have dates tomorrow with hot twins.
Tough squash.
Squash?
I don't know. He says things and I don't know.
Okay, so next we have my dinner with Bobo. So Drake sets up a loudspeaker in the house during the talking head. Like, how does he do this? And so every time Josh runs in claiming he heard a noise, Drake pretty much gaslights him, which happens a lot on this show.
That siren!
I didn't hear a siren.
Okay.
So Josh asks to borrow the car from Walter, leading to a series of people trying to take Walter's burger. He's just trying to eat it, man. Let him finish. Drake also comes in, and he wants the car as well. He's gonna be playing at a women's prison for his gig. I don't know why he's so excited about that.
Yeah, my band's got a gig at the San Diego Women's Correctional Facility.
That's a prison.
A women's prison?
So Drake and Josh essentially fight over who gets to use the car like children. Walter doesn't really want to deal with it, so he just genuinely runs away.
Didn't you say I could use the car?
Uh-huh.
But you said I could use the car tonight.
That is also true.
Well?
Another great example of Walter being a great dad. So Drake tells Josh the first one to run around the block gets to take the car. Josh gets ready and runs, but Drake automatically walks and takes the car anyway. They're racing around the neighborhood. I used to do this with the kid I babysat, and I lost a lot. Drake even passes him in the car, which is so disrespectful.
Foul! No, that is so unfair, dude!
So later Josh says that Craig and Eric ended up driving him, and they sang show tunes the whole way.
You love show tunes. When I'm singing.
And apparently Drake lost a car in the past, which is so funny.
You had your own car.
Which I lost.
They say that together they have about $1,200, and Walter says he'll match it, but they have to help take Megan places and help with the groceries in order to receive the money.
I'll match your $1,200.
All right, that's $2,400.
I love how Drake could like never do math, and now suddenly he can add up to $2,400. So with this money, they go to a dealership to get a car. Megan goes with them and wants to get a yellow dune buggy.
Dad said I could help pick out the car.
Yes, and thank you for helping us decide we're not getting this one.
Don't push me.
They meet Stan the car man with his monkey Bobo. He says he doesn't like when people imitate him.
I don't like it when people imitate me.
Sorry.
I feel like the funniest jokes in this show are where the characters expect to get the same energy back of positivity from another one, and it just gets shut down. Like Josh telling the mailman to have a good day, and he says, "Don't tell me what to do." That's the same thing going on here. So Bobo's an orangutan, used for commercials, and essentially just by Stan the Carman's side. Drake and Josh realize they can't afford much, and that's kind of the end of it. They come home and could not get a car.
I wanted the yellow beetle.
No one cares.
What'd I tell you about pushing?
Drake and Josh fight again, surprise, and Josh insists they need to agree before either of them get anything. And of course, Drake takes the money and instead buys the orangutan. I never realized Walter is in this show so much more this season, and Audrey is like barely in it. Like, I know she's in the Storm episode and the treehouse, but Walter is the one making most of the appearances. They just give Megan a toy to play with, and it's like the Tamagotchi, but if there were no actual plot with it.
Drake!
Josh,
Did you take our money?
yes?
Don't lie to me. Did you take it?
Yes.
Oh, I know you took it.
Me too.
You took our money.
I don't know how to be any clearer.
So Drake admits immediately that yeah, he did take the money, and he got a monkey. Josh is like shocked, pretty much. But his logic is that they can make so much more than they did before.
But this better work. Man, have I ever let you down? Oh, let me see. Oh, well, there was consistently.
So having to do groceries and take Megan in exchange for running a business, essentially. I don't think this is a good idea, Drake. So they're at the premiere, and Drake charges people to dance and kiss Bobo at the premiere. Or Helen catches them, which is like, this has to be illegal. You can't just have a business going on in the middle of a theater.
You set up an orangutan business here without asking me?
Actually, it was my idea.
Oh, well, that's fine then. Carry on with your monkey fun.
And since it's Drake's idea, she doesn't care as much, but she still asks for half the profit, and it ends up being $20, which I don't know how they did 3 hours of work and only made $40 total. Some rich guy with an accent pays to dance with the monkey. Drake admits that Josh was right until the guy with an accent comes in and offers him $5,000.
Well, just, sorry, he's got the spastic knees.
This is a victory for them. They end up getting $10,000 and they run home. Only Megan points out that the doctor could have had bad intentions.
We sold him Bobo. Yep.
You sold Bobo? To some stranger?
Based on the sheep, Tiberius, and even Toby, it's clear that Megan cares more about animals than humans, which happens, it's pretty common in this world, but I'm not gonna dive into that. So Drake shows Megan the money, and she is surprised. Didn't she get $50,000 in that last episode? Whatever. They should have just asked her for the money.
Consuming's to eat,
And primates are mammals, like monkeys, chimps, and orangutans.
You sold Bobo to an orangutan eater?
They learn online that he might be planning to eat them, so Josh and Drake run out the door to confront him.
Remember, 1 hour.
Hurry!
Okay.
Dude!
They end up at this fancy hotel, and the man is singing and prepping for dinner. It's not too late, he still has the monkey. Drake and Josh run in, only to be pushed into the closet.
Very well, Bobo's in the back of that closet, right over there. You may fetch him.
Perhaps behind the window. In the coat? Where is he?
The man tricks Drake and Josh into taking their cell phones once again because these guys do not know how to hold on to their phones.
I don't believe you. Show me.
Fine, then open the door. See? Bluetooth! Oh.
As they're stuck in the closet, the police end up showing up with Megan. She ends up getting Bobo back. Is it me, or does Megan do more good than the boys sometimes? And then she threatens to leave them there unless she picks out a car.
I'll unlock the door on one condition.
No conditions.
Okay, see ya.
Wait!
Yes?
What's your condition?
And then in the end, we get to see that the yellow car Megan wanted all along is what Drake and Josh are driving. Another bad ending for them, but a necessary one in general.
Get out of the way!
Would you just go, please?
Next, we get to a deeper episode. Josh is done. I remember when this came out, I thought they did this plot like a million times, but turns out like Josh getting fed up with Drake and get to the boiling point doesn't happen that much. I feel like in Josh Runs Over Oprah, it dealt with it, but this time is really different, and I'm curious how this rewatch is gonna go. So Drake and Josh both have a chemistry test. No surprise, Drake is playing ping pong and Josh is studying.
All right, I told you no ping pong until I learned.
With which hand did you think I was gonna catch that?
Drake keeps interrupting to influence him to just play with him, which is funny because the first few seasons didn't do that. Like, Drake never wanted to hang out with Josh. So Josh is studying and Drake keeps trying to convince him to play, and they have this like weird tradition where like they act like samurais and play ping pong, which is kind of funny.
Oh, my worthy opponent. Are you prepared to ping the pong? Whoa, I am prepared, young Szechuan. Your pong is no match for my ping.
Poor Josh, though. I feel like his character is getting worse the more he hangs out with Drake. They end up breaking a window with the paddles. I wonder how much money Drake and Josh have racked up at this point.
You have smashed the window of transparency.
So later, Drake gets a call from a girl named Kat to make out before school. Oh wait, Kat Valentine, perhaps? No, I just think the writers couldn't come up with better names.
I'll meet you by your locker in 15 minutes. You know when a pretty girl calls me in the morning and wants to make out before school, it doesn't help when you start blasting your whale sounds.
So Drake drives to school, leaving Josh behind. He's worried about the exam he was talking about earlier. Josh is like, oh my god, I can't even get there on time.
Take my bike, I should be able to get there.
Can't ride your bike.
Why?
Drake ran over it last night.
Oh, come on! That ain't fair! I mean, honest! Come on! All right, 23 minutes.
Josh runs to school and is pretty much late, unable to take the test because of how strict the teacher is. And it's not fair, like, he clearly got there. I don't know why the teacher's being so harsh on him, but I guess that's just how 2000 teachers were. Not super flexible, and they were kind of like, oh, you guys need discipline. I don't know.
And you will be marked down 1-letter grade.
Oh no.
No, you!
What?
Come here! Come here, you white asshole!
Josh had never been so mad at Drake, and he literally, like, attacks him in the school. What if this were the series finale? Like, that would be so dark. Just by the name, like, that alone would be a sad ending. But at least it's more positive than the others ones that we've seen. So Josh shuts down instead of freaking out, which shows that he's really done. He takes away his energy. So Drake gives Josh, like, this half apology and tries to make up for it with a sit and bounce. And unlike Josh Runs Into Oprah episode, he doesn't take it. So we know this is like a real thing he's committed to.
Well, stop being mad at me. I'm not mad at you. I'm done. What is that supposed to mean? I don't want anything to do with you anymore.
He said he's not mad, he's just done, which is kind of dark. I feel like that's how you would stop an argument, when you were so angry that you wouldn't be angry anymore. It's scary. I feel like parents do that most. So Josh now hangs out with Craig and Eric and some random employee. Crazy Steve interrupts to ask for help.
I'm not working tonight, so could you ask someone else?
Sure! You... Thanks for nothing!
And Josh says he's not working, which makes sense, so why is he bothering him? I don't even know why they let Crazy Steve work here at this point. Like, he clearly is more trouble than he's worth. Drake shows up and tries to hang out with Josh, which is pretty disrespectful. He just inserts himself into this group, and they say they're already seeing a movie. Josh is still cold to him, and it's been like 5 days at this point, so we know he's committed.
I told you, I'm not mad at you. I'm done with you.
Josh,
I mean it.
No, I was just walking out of the theater and it landed in my hat.
Drake himself starts to have bad luck. Like, it starts with him breaking his guitar a little bit. He drinks Megan's whale energy drink and she gets mad.
I don't want you drinking from my well without asking.
Which, why does a whale have energy drink in it? Like, I get water, but like an energy drink? Drake seems depressed and he pretty much stays in bed. Megan ends up rubbing it in, being like, wow, you really need him more than he needs you. And it's so sad. Drake denies this, but Josh comes in telling Megan how good his life has been in front of Drake, but without acknowledging him. He even passed his test. Oh, good for him.
And now... I'm off to the gym to play me a little racquetball with Helen. We've been getting along a lot better lately. See you, Max.
Dang, I don't know why these guys would ever become friends again. Like, sounds like Josh is actually having a good time in his life. He also mentions the Dr. Fishbomb a lot. Apparently that's his doctor and his skin rash left, which, wow, okay. I think that's insane. This is gonna come up again later, referencing Dr. Fishbomb, so stay tuned. Crazy Steve has like a normal conversation with Josh at first, and it's so funny to watch him be composed for a moment.
He's a pro. I know, I was just on fire.
Fire!
Josh comes to the theater, and apparently Audrey paid Drake to leave the house.
Mom paid me $10 to get out of the house.
Movie tickets here are $11.
What?
And popcorn and soda are gonna cost you another $6 or $7.
Going in. That's right, just going right in.
Runs in, but Josh actually calls the police on him, which is kind of sad.
Tell him, like, no, hey, I know this guy. Ask him.
This guy a friend of yours?
No, he's not.
Josh!
Then back at school, they have the same class with another test, but instead of Josh, Drake gets in on time, but he even has a zit. I don't even know why, but he asks the teacher, why do I have a zit?
I'm Drake, I don't get zits.
Drake, please.
Why do I have a zit?
Just sit down.
Sit.
Drake is paired with Clayton, the guy from Wizards of Waverly Place and Glee, and he makes another appearance. I don't know why this guy's just thrown around with random gibberish in this show, though.
What am I supposed to mix this stuff with?
It's a shame, he's like really funny. Eric tries to help Drake, but Drake ends up mixing the wrong chemicals and has to go into the chemical shower.
Hey, watch it. What is this? What are you?
This is like the final straw. He yells an apology to Josh. He's so upset, and it's pretty heartfelt. Like, you never heard Drake be this desperate.
I need you more than you need me. I need you way more than you need me, all right? I'm sorry.
Would you like to go talk to Drake?
No. No, sir.
Josh doesn't even respond. He just tells the teacher he doesn't want to go follow him, and we think that this is like completely permanent. I'm even scared. Later at the house, Drake is depressed on the ping pong table, and I feel bad. It feels like a really depressing breakup. He doesn't care that Megan used his guitar to kill a spider.
You're not even gonna ask why I took your guitar?
Why'd you take my guitar?
I used it to kill a spider.
Josh comes back in, and he tries to act like everything is normal, essentially forgiving him through his little ping pong samurai bit.
Josh.
What? You will address me only as Master Magoku.
And the two go back to their ping pong playing, and they're all made up. This was a really good ending, one of the first of this season. It's funny that like so many negative things happen to Drake, like it's never really happened this much before. Until the next episode where even more bad stuff happens to Drake. Dang, they were really running out of storylines. So the next episode is Eric punches Drake. Josh complains that there's rumors he's eating squirrels, and Drake proudly admits that it's all been him.
This story started going around that I eat squirrels.
I told everyone Josh was on this new squirrel diet.
And then the rumors got even worse.
Then I made up worse stuff.
So it's kind of like this whole bit about rumors in the talking head. And then later we see Eric, Josh, and Drake talk about how hard the test they just did was. I like that they're friends though. It's cool to see the nerds involved. Mindy says that the test was super easy, which kind of throws Josh off for a moment. But they're like trying to stay friends after their breakup. So he invites her to hang out with them and watch a movie at the house.
Hey, remember in Dragon to Death when Billy Chang fights Joaquin the Dream?
Remember? One does not forget the Wu Chu Fist of Silence.
Eric ends up punching Drake when he reenacts some weird space series parody, and Drake falls to the ground. So then we see Josh's screening party, but Drake has a huge shiner on his face, a black eye.
It's okay, I understand. I used to get beat up at school all the time. They used to call me Walter the Doof.
Have you ever read a book called Embarrassed to Death by M.Y. Dad?
M.Y. Dad?
See ya!
Craig shows up without Eric because apparently he's worried that Drake might be mad at him.
No, I'm not mad. Craig didn't mean to hit me.
I'm Craig.
It matters.
How does Drake still confuse Craig and Eric, though? Like, especially even after this. I mean, it's a funny long-running joke, but it's just unrealistic at this point. Mindy shows up and is seemingly with a new guy.
She-beast.
Microbrain.
Weird face.
Ignoramus.
What?
Exactly.
Drake warns Josh, and Josh tries to not be sad, but ends up passively making a scene. Even shuts the guy down when he asks where the bathroom is.
And you're cool with that? Yeah, sure, I'm cool. The movie's about to start. Please sit down.
Can I use the restroom?
Sit down!
And then later, Drake spits into Hugh's cup, which is disgusting. Like, I don't like this bit. And a group of anonymous teens go up to Drake and are like, hey, we heard you got punched by Eric because you insulted his sister. Drake tells Eric, and he's basically like, oh, I'm sorry, like, I will stop the rumors.
Well, no worries. I'll make sure everybody knows it was just an accident.
Good, do that.
So then we have Josh getting angry as he watches Mindy with her new boyfriend. This guy's like really impressive. And Crazy Steve tries to give Josh advice about anger, which is hilarious.
Well, you know, I also struggle with an anger problem.
Oh.
Yes, but now I have this.
I forgot how funny this episode is. He recommends squeezing this toy, which kind of reminds me of like a modern day fidget spinner. Drake overhears Eric then feeding into the rumors, and now he's just like popular.
No one makes fun of my sister, but he just kept running his mouth, so I had to pop him one right in the eye.
He said he tried to stop it, but he's never been so happy in his life. Oh my god, this is depressing. This is starting to feel like a revenge episode because of how badly he was treated by Drake and Josh.
Help me! I'm in a predicament! Drake told me to tie myself to the chimney, but it didn't work!
And I feel like he should own it. Like, you were really disrespected. Like, of course you get one plot to yourself. Drake tells him to tell the truth, and he's like, no. Oh my gosh. Josh ends up confronting Mindy about the whole boyfriend thing, and his name's Chad, which is hilarious. I feel like at this moment, it's not her BF, like, by the way they're talking. I'm like, okay, she's just mad at him now.
Oh, so his name's Chad. Oh, that's perfect. Hey, Chad.
Josh emphasizes his anger with a kick, which I've never seen him exaggerate that much. Drake and Josh fight over the anger toy for a moment, and I realized it's funny because this episode is them both struggling. Josh built a house of cards, and Megan ends up ruining it. With no warning, Drake comes in complaining to Megan and immediately blames Drake for the card house, which is so funny. Drake insists he's gonna punch Eric back, but they both argue because it's like that's not the right way to go about it. Hugh shows up again with this disgusting backwash cup, and it's gross. So move on from that.
I thought about being a professional boxer once. I just hate hurting people, you know. Like I had to do to Drake.
Later, they see Eric keeps bragging to other people, like he's getting more and more popular. Drake tells him his lies are ruining his life, and he's getting made fun of by everybody, but Eric keeps playing into it.
Hey, Eric, want to come watch us while we do our gymnastics?
Sure. Remember, Parker, you better watch yourself unless you want your other eye blackened. I just threatened him Cajun style.
Then an inflatable blimp approaches Drake in school, giving him a note, and the teacher yells at him for it. That's so funny. The note turns out to be Craig. It seems like Drake gets his name right. He meets him in the alley, which the note was very specific about.
Pork rind? Sure.
He's in a dumpster, and I wonder how long he's been there before Drake got here. He's basically mad that Eric's popular and tells Drake that if he makes it seem like he is ready to fight, since Eric is a pacifist, he will back down, and it'll catch him in a lie.
Eric is a pacifist. I thought he was Jewish.
then goes back singing into the dumpster, which is kind of crazy. Next, Josh walks by as Mindy tortures him with Chad's accomplishments. They even say that he was in Oprah's house, which is, I don't believe that.
Oh, hey, Chad, why don't you tell everyone about the time you were on the Oprah Winfrey Show?
If I were Chad, I'd be scared of Josh, though. Like, every impression he's got of him so far has been, like, aggression.
I think I'm out of soda. Hey, do you guys have free refills on the ginger ale?
Oh, you want some ginger ale, do you? Yeah, Chad can't get enough of his precious ginger ale. Oh, no, I'll tell you what, Chad. Why don't I call up the ginger ale headquarters, have them back up a tanker truck to your mouth so Chad can suck ginger ale till there's no more ginger ale for the rest of the Earth's population.
So Drake finally confronts Eric at the premiere, and it bleeds into an argument.
Sorry I had to teach you a lesson the other day.
He tries to pick a fight and get him to punch him. Drake makes up stuff about his sister, and it's actually really funny.
Hey, it's not my fault his mom eats dog food.
One time that happened!
Eric is way too scared to fight back, and he admits that he won't to everybody. Considering it took him this long, I'm surprised he even gives up. In real life, I feel like somebody would just act like this never happened. He ends up giving an example of how he did it.
See, I was just showing Craig that this kung fu move called the Fist of Silence.
And then ends up punching a girl, ending up just as lame as they viewed Drake.
It's okay. You were never meant to be popular.
Mindy tells Josh it's actually her cousin.
He's my cousin.
Oh gosh, she lied to mess with him, and it really worked. I definitely think she still likes him. They argue and then kiss. Okay, this relationship's starting to get toxic because they're not back together, they just kiss. Drake and Eric sing together in the dumpster as the credits come in, and then Eric comes in with like a really off-pitch version.
Beautiful dreamer, queen of my song.
And it's kind of sweet. I like the end of this episode. Next, we have Megan's revenge. So Josh and Drake tell a story about how they let a car roll down the street and hit a mailbox.
I had to mow her lawn, and she even made me wash her hair.
She had such long, soft, blonde hair.
Josh thinks it's horrible, but Drake thought it was cool. And apparently he framed Josh for all of it, and Josh talks about all the chores he had to do for months to make up for it. Next thing you know, a model shows up to Drake and Josh's house.
I am looking for 320 Sycamore Terrace.
Josh and Drake both slam the door in her face out of excitement, and it's so disrespectful.
Hi. I'm looking for a party.
Diana, the door isn't unwashed! I know!
They stare at this girl while she's using Josh's computer, and it's looking really creepy. They like want to take a picture with her, but don't have a camera, so they have to run to Megan's room to get the camera.
Dude, I left my camera at SeaWorld by the dolphin habitat.
Obviously, Josh is scared, but Drake talks him into it, like, when are they ever gonna do this again? This is one of the few times, again, they're in Megan's room, but I love to see this. Drake is pulling Diana to stay long enough to get the picture, and then it ends up happening. They take a picture of both of them, and then they make her take a picture of them, which is so funny.
You take one of us.
Okay.
What are you doing?
We need a picture for our holiday card. Smile.
Drake asks to kiss her, and she does, which is insane. That has to be illegal. Drake is a minor. While returning the camera, Josh takes a picture of the hamster that Megan has, and it dies. Oh my god.
If that hamster's dead, we're dead because Megan is gonna kill us.
What can I do about it?
I don't know. You watch OR, fix him.
Okay,
Wait, isn't the pictures they already took exact proof that they took the camera? Like, didn't they already sign their death warrants here? So Josh tries to resuscitate the hamster, and it's kind of hard to watch.
1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, breathe!
We're convinced that they're going to die along Hervé, the name of the hamster, because this is the first time Megan actually has a reason to prank them. Drake and Josh set up music and food to try and woo her, be on her good side, but she's suspicious and confronts them.
Megan, you see, we kind of borrowed your digital camera.
You went into my room?
You can take it from here, buddy.
They tell her what happened, and she's already angry about going into their room, so oh my gosh, the fact that they didn't even tell her about Hervé yet is even scarier. I wouldn't even believe them. That's like, you went to my room to take a picture of my hamster? Okay. She ends up being like, okay, it's okay, you didn't mean to do it, and it's...
I guess I'll go say goodbye to him. Thanks for letting me know.
It worked.
And everything seems well, but Drake and Josh do not believe that they're all free. They think she's setting them up, which I wouldn't be surprised Megan has done worse in the past.
Now you think she's just gonna let us off the hook after we killed her rare Cuban hamster?
You're right.
They work themselves up and are like convinced this is gonna happen, so they're paranoid about everything in their lives now. Josh packs up his bags to run away, and Drake tries to calm him down.
Gus, nothing bad ever happens in Utah.
And he's like, let's figure out what she's planning. And before they could spy on Megan, Drake leaves Josh in the attic, only for him to fall down, which is kind of hilarious.
Drake, Josh, dinner.
Ooh, food.
I'm coming back down.
There's my good ladder.
Here I come.
So Josh comes in injured, which is really funny, and the parents are going away. They're gonna be alone with Megan, and they're convinced that she already poisoned the food, running to like the faucet.
Oh my God.
The boys pull an all-nighter, taking shifts to watch their own backs, but Drake falls asleep immediately.
If at all during the night you get tired or whatever, just wait. Dude! What?
It's like ridiculous how unhelpful he is at this point. It's like laughable. Josh can't stay awake at work because of how worried the two are, and he puts soda in the popcorn, which is gross. The man doesn't care though. He takes it and eats it. Disgusting.
What's wrong with you two? And why do you look like you haven't slept in 2 days?
You don't need to know things.
Yeah, just leave us alone.
Whatever.
They come home to see that Megan was in their room cleaning, and now suddenly they can't trust their hole. They destroy everything in there to try to find something, and they can't. And apparently, Josh's rash is back, which is really funny because it left 2 episodes ago in the Josh is Done episode, and now it's back.
I haven't slept, I can't eat, and my rash is back. It's back and I can't reach it.
Drake suggests Josh take a nap, and suddenly the two accuse each other of working with Megan, turning on each other.
You're the one that told her that I took the picture that killed Hervé to save your own butt.
Oh, yeah? Well, how do I know you're not in cahoots with Megan against me?
Oh, come on.
Oh, yeah, sure. You probably told Megan it was my idea to borrow the camera in the first place, and now you two are scheming it up real nice, aren't you?
It's hilarious how they were able to prolong Drake and Josh not fighting until now. I just realized it's like them kind of working together. Megan admits all along this was her doing, and she was just trying to make them think they were crazy. She already got them.
I already got you.
Huh?
Which is so funny. Then in one final moment, the bedroom floor falls in and they fall into the floor below them, which is like, how is she gonna explain that to her parents? And apparently Harvey never died.
The camera flash just stunned him. He's fine. See?
We end on Drake and Josh saying Megan one last time. Great episode. Next we have Steered Straight. So Drake and Josh tell a story about how they went to the farm and Drake convinced Josh to tickle a cow.
I can't believe I have to stay in this house all weekend. See ya.
I should have known cows aren't ticklish.
I knew cows weren't ticklish.
Apparently they're going to be in the house all weekend, and this is definitely foreshadowing, like, their plot is starting. Megan comes into Josh's room and takes his laptop to finish an argument about sprinkles.
I was doing my homework.
I'm on the phone.
And now I'm laptopless.
This is the time where laptops were so expensive and not really essential, so you wouldn't really have more than 1 or 2 in your house unless you were really, like, rich. It's not a fact, it's just my educated guess at the time. Drake tells Josh they got tickets to the Hailstones, but Josh is worried because the reptile room is 21+. Drake manages to get fake IDs.
Jefferson Steel Flex?
Yeah, I made it up.
Oh, really?
Which reminds me of the moments where iCarly has run-ins with the law. Those are always interesting. Drake has like a terrible argument against it.
10:30 because I'm pretty
It's
sure
illegal to use fake IDs.
Yeah, well, it's illegal to rob banks, but people do it.
Yes, people who are bank robbers.
I've never heard a kids show also mention drinking. Like Drake says, like, it's not like we'll drink, but like it's mentioned.
Yeah,
Dude, everybody uses fake IDs. It's not gonna be a problem.
Then we smash cut to them being escorted home. Like, it didn't work. And it was so bad that they're literally being escorted to their house.
Dad? Walter?
And the cops want to talk to the parents privately, so they make Drake and Josh go into the closet. Why do they do that?
Both of you up in the closet.
Closet?
closet!
The cops suggest a steered straight program, which would scare the boys into following the law and obeying. A really unique concept for an episode. I'm excited to see something driven by the parents plot-wise. It's definitely really interesting.
Wait, aren't you the weather guy from Channel 2?
That's right. I am.
The cops recognize Walter and laugh at him because he's the weatherman. Why are the cops bullies?
Why does everyone do that?
So later, Audrey is fitting an outfit with Walter. Why is he wearing this dress? And I definitely copied this when I was a sophomore in high school.
Kennedy! This is exactly what it looks like.
I did this really weird sitcom about me being in the video production program, and I had this exact moment, like, copy and pasted.
You happy? I went to preschool 3 times for this.
I feel like tween television really inspired me to do everything I did in high school.
Here, let's get some water to wake her up.
Don't use that. That's polish remover.
If you ever want to see something like that, you can go check out Producing Problems. I'll drop a link here. Let's get back to Drake and Josh.
It's called the Steered Straight program.
What? You boys need to learn how to act like men.
And they get a little reference to the other episodes, like the treehouse and all the times that Drake and Josh have been kind of going off the hinges. And it's true, like maybe they do need this steered straight program. So then the cops and the parents act out a real arrest.
What did we do? Hey, lots of glutes.
Quiet.
Drake and Josh are terrified, of course, and Megan cries with joy. That is the funniest thing.
I've just never been this happy.
The parents explain that they're being put in a program, so it's clear. So while in the cop car, the cop ends up having to take down a criminal, and it leads him to put the grapefruit in Josh's mouth, and the criminal ends up stealing the cop car, thinking Drake and Josh are criminal as well. Oh my gosh, this is hilarious. Drake and Josh use their fake ID names to blend in with the robbers, and his name is Blaze.
Well, I'm a Jefferson Steelflex.
Alvin Yakitori.
As a kid, this moment scared me because, like, Drake and Josh get involved with bad people a lot. But I like how the stakes are just so clear, like why there's conflict. They say they robbed a store together and plan on hitting a house tonight. Drake is just trying to convince them to drop him off at their parents' place.
You're in?
What do you mean in?
I'm gonna hit the place with you.
Thank you? But we don't really need any help.
But the criminal says he wants in too. Josh thanks him, but they're too scared to not let him. They sneak in through Drake and Josh's window, which is really funny. I don't know how they get up the wall in the first place with those handcuffs, but whatever. They try to call the cops, and then we get another moment where Drake and Josh cannot use a cell phone, or the cell phone just doesn't work for them.
I'll hold it behind my back. You dial it with your nose.
I'm sticking my nose down there.
Would you rather take your chances with a vicious criminal?
I think so.
They tell the guy that they're planning on kidnapping the governor to try to scare him away and think they're crazy, but he's not scared and even says he's gonna call the crew. So this just gets worse and worse. Suddenly a bunch of criminals take over the house and have knives.
Hey, how'd you learn to do that?
Never look me in the eye.
Message received.
They attack Walter and pretend not to know him. They put him in the closet. And oh my gosh, imagine from his perspective. He sends them to prison and suddenly they're attacking him in his own home. It's like kind of dark. Like I would think my kids just completely rebelled.
Go, old guy, we don't know.
They try to figure out a way to get all the criminals out of their house, and Drake is like, okay, well, let's use your magic kit. So they end up faking a murder to scare them off.
And who's the one that's gonna make me? Oh, not again!
Hey, take it easy now. Hey!
Like as if Drake would beat him with a banana, pull off his arm, and the criminals get so scared they literally run off. I can't believe it ended this way. I don't know why, it just worked really well. This was such a risky plan. Like, they're lucky they got away with this. And then in the last bit, the person wearing the prom dress that Walter was wearing comes in, and I don't know, I just feel bad for her. Then everybody's out to eat when Drake and Josh remember that Walter is still in the closet.
Dad, the closet.
But nobody's in a rush to help. Oh my gosh, guys. And this is how the episode ends, just them at dinner. Overall, really, really good episode. So next we have Megan's first kiss. Josh and Drake are reminiscing about Megan with these messed up stories of different things she's done to them, which is so good.
And then her pranks got more sophisticated.
Like when I was in a hot tub and she put 2 baby sharks in the water. Like when she told the police I buried Josh in the backyard.
Josh breaks a jar of pickles and Drake slips on it. Apparently he got these things called clackers for him and Josh.
And now, rapid clacking.
I want to try.
Here.
And it's just these clacking objects. But I guess it's better than just Drake swinging his wrist around for a B-plot. They overhear Megan on a sketchy phone call. She dodges it by gaslighting them and saying she's not on the phone.
We saw you.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, we did.
We were standing right here.
Coming, Mom!
Mom's not even home.
You're not home.
How does Walter recognize these clackers? He wants to use it himself, and he takes it. Megan comes in to measure Drake and Josh's necks, and when they ask what she's doing...
What are you guys doing on Saturday night?
Going to a concert at the Megadome? What? Because we bought tickets.
Not you!
She also gaslights them again. This is like a super gaslighty episode. And convinces Drake that they asked themselves.
And she measures our necks and asks of our social plans.
Wait. She said we asked ourselves about that.
Really, you're not a smart boy.
So Drake and Josh are convinced she's up to something. They follow her to school, and apparently they're in a different school set, but it looks pretty much the same. And the hall monitor bothers them because he knows they're from the upper school.
We don't have any.
Then get out of my hall!
Oh, he's getting all mad.
You two just made the biggest mistake of your lives.
They overhear Megan say that Drake and Josh are too stupid to figure out whatever she's doing, and Drake and Josh are hiding behind the kids, which does not work.
His nose grew back. Awesome!
Get the class! Learn!
Josh even tells them to learn as they leave. Apparently Megan is going to be meeting up with somebody and getting quote-unquote the stuff, which sounds like drugs, but also reminds me of the time that she needed the Peruvian puff pepper and had them tail her. Like, that was interesting. It seems like another one of that.
That's them.
You brought backup.
The hall monitor ends up showing back up and starts shooting rubber bands with backup at the boys, which is funny. So Drake and Josh pretty much blow off their concert, which is weird because they're normal teenage boys. Why do you want to ditch social activities to spy on your own family? It's crazy. At the theater, they dress in wigs, which they got from the temple instead of like a costume store, which is so funny. Helen somehow doesn't recognize them.
Come along, Pontiac.
Yes, let's go observe the mulberry bush.
Oh, pip pip da doodly doo.
That's when the famous line comes in, pip pip da doodly doo.
Pip pip da doodly doo.
And Helen is so inspired by it for some reason. They find Megan and see that she's on a date. Dang, they missed their concert for watching their sister on a date? Weird, guys. Apparently the stuff is Japanese candy and Megan got him a necklace and that's why she measured the boys' necks. The kid puts on lip balm while Megan goes to the bathroom, which means he's gonna kiss her. So the boys get really nervous and start staring at him.
What are you gawking at?
Mind your papers.
Their Irish accents are ridiculous in this episode. They essentially are like worried about them kissing, so they try to interrupt as much as possible until security actually enters the theater with Crazy Steve and Megan realizes it's them and she is mad.
What are you boobs doing here?
Who are they?
So Drake and Josh just made up pip pip da doodly doo.
You have every right to be disappointed.
Corey breaks up with Megan right then and there because he's worried about their family, which from his perspective I would too. They completely just showed up in Irish accents.
My family's not freakish, just my brothers and my dad. A little bit.
Look.
Later we find out that Megan locked herself in her room as Drake and Josh and Walter kind of convene in the kitchen. They say they were trying to protect her, but Walter tells them they need to fix it. So they decide to talk Corey into taking her back. Corey's the name of the guy. So he comes over and Drake and Josh ask him to do so, but he wants something in return. He asks for a clock.
Okay, I'll get back with your sister. Awesome. Great. But I want that clock.
And then Drake's guitar and starts bargaining with them. They did this on Hannah Montana, where she goes on a fake date and the date also tries asking for stuff in her house, which is kind of nuts.
Give me your pants.
Our pants?
Both of you, pants.
They're not even gonna fit you.
I'll grow into them.
So later Josh is at the premiere and sees Corey with another girl using the same moves. The Japanese candy, everything, and he kisses her. Oh my gosh. It reminds me of that episode of Hannah Montana where Miley catches Lucas with somebody else. But that episode kind of went on longer with her not believing him Miley, which is a noticeable difference. Like, Drake and Josh really tackled this whole cheating thing in a very different way without it being like the center of the plot.
If we tell Megan, she's gonna think we're making it up. She's gonna think we're lying just to keep her from dating Corey.
So what are we gonna do?
Drake and Josh interrupt again, and Corey and Megan are obviously upset.
I am going to do such illegal things to them.
By this time, they bring in the girlfriend to prove that he's cheating, and it works perfectly.
Maybe you believe girlfriend number 2.
Hey, boyfriend.
Monica.
Who's Monica?
I don't know. I've never even seen her before.
It's kind of like the modern day version when girls DM other girls to be like, hey, your boyfriend's cheating on you. Like, that's kind of what's happening here. Drake and Josh say they're gonna teach Corey a lesson and take off their shoes. What the heck does that mean? And then it cuts to them being, like, completely injured. Apparently they were beaten up by Corey, both of them.
You could have told us he knew Kung Fu.
Yeah, he knew Kung Fu real good.
Finally, Megan appreciates them and kisses them on the cheek, and they have a really sweet moment. This is, like, really nice for being some of the last episodes of the entire series, to, like, have this kind of closure between this relationship. And just such a good episode.
Dude, you're crying. He kicked me in the throat.
Then we have episode 16, The Battle of Panthatar. So in one of the best cold opens, Drake and Josh are essentially talking to the camera, the viewer, like a kid. Kind of like Mr. Rogers or Blue's Clues style.
Do you want to be my friend?
Aw, thank you.
What is that supposed to mean?
You think I'm handsome? What a special thing to say.
And they even make fun of Hannah Montana in this bit, which I'm not a fan of.
Coming up next on Susanna, Louisiana.
Nope.
Apparently, Drake accidentally got canceled on for a date. She's in the hospital and can't breathe, and Drake is not sensitive about it.
I don't know, she called me from the hospital, but I couldn't understand her because she was having trouble breathing. Can I hit that lemonade?
So a camera crew shows up at their house, apparently for MTV. It's for this kid in their class, this rich kid, Thornton. He's having a sweet 16.
Well, I'm turning 16 next week, and MTV's showing my birthday party on Dude, I'm 16.
On MTV?
I love that show.
Another episode about a TV reality crossover. They're there to record him getting an invitation from Thornton, and it's so funny how bad they are at acting like this, along with the other Pimp My Room show, and even trying to fake out for those criminals. Like, Drake and Josh are terrible actors.
Thornton!
And fun fact, Josh Peck actually directed this episode. Did you know that? It's like insane. So apparently the party is going to be recreating a Galaxy Wars scene too. So it's like one of the most exciting parties of all time. Doesn't sound fun to me, but you know, it's Thornton's party, not mine. Drake ends up getting an album signed by the Beatles, which is something he's really excited about.
And he just gave this to you?
Yeah, for free, and all I gotta do is stay away from his granddaughter.
Later, Thornton asks Josh what he should give to people. I don't know why he would ask Josh, like, and he's admitted to thinking he's a dork. And then he actually catches Drake kissing his girlfriend at the premiere.
I'm sorry. He's just an awesome kisser.
No, he's not. No, he's not. No, he's not. No, he's not. Thornton, you're way better. Kiss him. Kiss him right now.
No chance.
I don't know why he gets so angry at Drake. Like, it's clearly her fault. Like, she's the one who made the commitment, not him. He didn't even know.
Yeah, he didn't know she was your girlfriend.
You too. Uninvited.
Excuse me. No yelling in the theater area.
Thornton's mad. He uninvites them both to the party. Drake tries to apologize to Thornton, but apparently he got kicked out, and Josh is super sad about it. He then convinces him that maybe if he gives Thornton his Beatles album, maybe he'll let them back to the party.
Dude, I love this album more than I love myself.
Dude.
Okay, but I love this album a lot.
They end up going to the party that night and giving him the gift. He says it's the best gift ever, but still doesn't let them in.
Come hey!
What?
Tell him to let us in.
Yeah!
No.
But we just gave you the best present you've ever gotten.
You said so!
Yeah, it is. Thanks. Still not invited to my party.
So Drake is angry at Josh, which isn't fair. Like, Drake, this is still your fault. You were the one who kissed his girlfriend. Like, I don't know why he's getting blamed. But it's so funny because Megan's at the party, which is crazy because, like, why would she benefit from attending this thing?
Well, can you get us in?
Can I bring a couple of guests?
Sure.
No.
They're probably all older than her and, like, I don't know why she would go. They break
into the party dressed as the Galaxy Wars cast, and I'm assuming they attack them because I don't know where those other actors are.
Do you mind if we take the picture in that dark alley over there?
No, not at all.
Come on, no, it'll be really easy. It'll only take you a second.
And they get to the present room in search of Drake's Beatles album to get away with it. But they're interrupted when the performance they were talking about earlier happens in the middle of Thornton's party, and they're needed for it.
Where are the other Skynauts? Oh, biscuits.
But, of course, they don't know the choreography, so they essentially get beat up in front of the entire party, which is one of the funniest karmic moments of all Drake and Josh to me.
You guys are supposed to duck. What are you doing?
And it's one of those episodes that make me think, like, are Drake and Josh the bad guys? Because, honestly, at this point, they cause more destruction than anything positive.
The Battle of Panther Tar is done! Back to the ship! Come on, let's get him.
In the end, they managed to get out of Thornton's party with the album, and I guess they won. I don't know how to feel about it, because it doesn't feel like a positive thing. In the end, they do one last fight with these swords, the lightsaber knockoffs, and it's a really good episode. I really like whatever Josh did to direct this. Although it does bother me because in Jeanette McCurdy's book, she talks about how she was promised to be a director in one of the episodes, and it never came to fruition. Meanwhile, clearly they were capable of it because Josh Peck and Drake Bell both directed episodes in this season. So it makes me think it's either a sexism thing or they just dangle that over actors' heads to make them act appropriately. I don't know. It's just not, it rubs me the wrong way. Now, for the moment we've all been waiting for, slightly before 2 more episodes, we have the series finale of Drake and Josh, Really Big Shrimp. Now, as you guys have been told before on my channel, this episode is the finale. It's just aired earlier. I guess we're just gonna have to put that out of the way for a second. This one is about Drake's career, which is exciting. We kind of end on one promising note, and of course, it's everything that Drake and Josh needs to be. There's fighting, there's resolution, and there's a lot of fires. And of course, Drake and Josh being threatened to go to jail once again. Apparently Josh ate Crazy Steve's last enchilada, so he's like freaking out and running around.
I didn't know it was your enchilada. I just saw it in the fridge and there was no note on it. No note.
It's all right. I understand.
And Drake is about to have a really important concert with a guy from a record label about to see. I guess they're putting this whole thing together for him to sing one song. Helen doesn't recognize Walter, which is hilarious.
Hey, who's the dude? Oh, that's my husband, Walter.
We've met like 5 times.
Well, I do not remember you.
No one does.
And as she's gonna get married next week to somebody I guess we never met before. And they volunteer to take Helen's grandmother in for the wedding.
Ah, it's no trouble.
Okay, then I'll tell my grandmother she can stay at your house.
So Mindy ends up upstaging Josh at his own job. So on top of grieving their relationship like Josh has done in the past, it seems like he also has to deal with her getting hired at the premiere.
Mr. Krim, I think you know who this guy is.
Drake Parker, I'm very excited to hear you play live. Don't screw this up.
This song that Drake plays is like definitely one of the best songs in the whole show. I love that it's the finale, and even better than the theme song, if that's not controversial. But Mindy's dancing in this, so this is kind of weird because she hates him. I don't know why she'd be so supportive. So the record producer says that they blew his underwear off, which is something Josh tried to coin. And they invite them down to LA. Josh says the album cover could be Drake in the ocean riding a black dolphin, which is so funny to visualize. The episode feels like at first it's trying to prove it's episodic, like setting up a bunch of stuff that seems like it could be resolved in one episode, but it's a lot more closure driven.
Have a little better attitude about this? We're doing a nice thing for a sweet old lady.
Where's the bathroom?
The grandmother enters and is like super overbearing as she lives with them, and Megan is told she has to sleep in Drake and Josh's room.
The 3 of you will be fine for a week.
Oh, this is horrible.
It's not that bad.
Oh, no!
Helen even says, Drake, I prefer him, when introducing them.
Lula, that's Josh. He works with me at the premiere. That's Drake, I prefer him. That's Megan, Miss Parker, and this is,
So they get to the record label, and Drake, of course, hits on the assistants. Kind of reminds me of Tori Goes Platinum in this scene, with this whole record label thing. But the only difference is Drake Bell ended up having a music career, and
Tori Vega didn't really. Ariana Grande did, and she didn't have an episode about it. The executive, Nick, which is weird because of course Nickelodeon, his name's Nick, weird. He's kind of gangster, he's cool. So they want the song to promote Deka's shoes. Kind of reminds me of that episode I promote Tech Foot from iCarly.
Okay, just gonna do a quick mic check here.
Drake, just gonna do a quick mic check. Over.
You really don't need to say over.
Roger that.
Josh is really annoying in the recording studio. Of course, he doesn't fit into this world at all. He pretends he knows the lingo, and Drake even gets assigned an assistant named Frank, which doesn't really lead to much. The lawyer tries to give Josh the contract since he's the manager, but he's too distracted by the big shrimp to read the contract and just signs it.
But this sound booth costs like $1,000 an hour, so if you could just sign the deal.
Yeah,
Weird reason to sign it, but this is supposed to be a reference to the Amanda Show. On their last appearance on that show, they fight over shrimp, and that famously got them Drake and Josh. So there's a little backstory there, but I don't know anybody who doesn't know that already. So they get back to their rooms, and Megan has changed everything. Drake and Josh's entire room is now Megan's, essentially.
You had no right to feminize our room.
And things get a little bit worse.
Highly intelligent and has no criminal record.
Dang it!
Even Helen names Mindy the Premier's manager. Josh is super upset. Josh tries to make it personal that Mindy is the manager.
I didn't go to Helen, all right? She came to me.
You just like to beat me at everything, all right? It gives you some kind of cheap thrill, always has.
Josh, that's not
You know, I've never felt better about the fact that we broke up.
Okay, I don't think you're being
No,
entirely
forget
fair.
it. I'm taking a break.
Fair, Josh. You can't just make this personal just because she's your boss. So Drake and Josh go to the record label and they show them a poppy version of Drake's song, which sounds really bad, and Drake is super upset.
What do you think?
Well, I hate it.
But apparently Josh signed a contract that said they had the right to do whatever they wanted with the song. Oh geez. So Drake is super angry and the two have a breakup, supposedly, as they always do, in the record studio. It's nice because since this is the finale, the stakes feel really high and maybe they could potentially not make up over this, but obviously the episode order didn't help that. Drake is trying to get revenge on the executive by putting fruit flies in the guy's car, but obviously Josh tries to talk him out of that.
That when people play dirty, sometimes you gotta play dirty back. That's what you don't get. You always gotta play by the rules.
Rules are the foundation of a gentle society.
And he just feels terrible, so he goes to the studio to try to get him to do the other song. After being rejected again, Josh ends up switching the CDs. So the woman takes the wrong song.
Yeah. Hey, here it is. Oh, take a shoe commercial. Super Bowl final mix. Here you go.
Finally, everybody gathers to watch the Super Bowl where Drake's song is about to premiere, and they play the original song, the good song, and everybody's super happy, and we feel like it's resolved until Josh gets a phone call.
Yeah, huh? Yeah, I get it. Okay, bye. Alan Crim from the record company.
Oh, did you see the commercial?
You saw it?
Ooh, what did he say about you switching the songs?
He said it was illegal. And a violation of our contract, and the record label's gonna sue us for $5 million. Oh, and we could possibly go to prison.
Apparently, what he did was illegal, and he's gonna get fined $5 million and potentially end up in jail. Which is crazy, because it's how did you convey that much information over a less than 30-second phone call? So later, Mindy can't handle Crazy Steve, so the premiere is basically going haywire until Josh saves the day.
Mountain when she
Like, he's actually good at his job. And hopefully they recognize it now. She admits that she has just signed up for this job to get closer to him. It's sad because it's everything feels a lot more positive, but we still have that looming threat of the record label over us.
Dude, wait. No, I can't wait. That was Nick Mateo.
President of Spin City Records?
DNL everything.
Drake and Josh are called to Spin City Records, and Drake takes the blame with Josh, showing that they've made up about the situation, which is really sweet.
In the last 24 hours, we've had over 30,000 emails and phone calls from fans wanting to buy your song.
They end up liking that he switched the song, so he tells them they've got a record deal.
So, I take it we're not in trouble anymore?
On the contrary, we'd like to sign a multi-record contract with Drake.
Which I will read.
Thank you.
So everything works out. Finally, we get one more moment, a wedding at the premiere. It's really sweet to look at this, especially since this is such a central hub to the show. And of course, a fire has to happen, so everybody evacuates.
Okay, we have a small fire. If everyone...
And they're stuck in the parking lot. But they make the most of it, kind of like the storm episode.
Okay, there was a little fire. We're a big fire.
And it feels like things are starting to slow down. The pacing's a lot more chill. Mindy and Josh fully decide to get back together, and Drake kisses a random girl.
Hi, I'm Drake.
Carrie.
Helen's upset at first, but then she realizes that getting married in a parking lot is just as romantic. And they throw Jake up on the truck and he performs the song one last time, finally closing the series of Drake and Josh. Oh, this was such a good episode, and I love that they actually milked a lot of these moments to give more time and closure to it.
I want the shrimp.
I want it.
I want it.
Would you give it? Hey, no, give it. No, give it to me. No, I want the shrimp. Will you give it to me?
But don't cry too much, because now we're gonna have to get to the final 2 aired episodes. So then we have Helicopter, the final iteration of the bottle episode for Drake and Josh. It's kind of like the other ones, but this one's more severe because it's a life or death situation.
Yeah, you shouldn't be on this screen.
This is a private channel.
So how do I turn myself off?
I don't know.
Get out of here!
So Drake wins a contest to be able to skydive.
And you've won a ride aboard a real helicopter with a skydiving lesson.
Awesome.
Obviously, Audrey and Walter are not into this and think it's way too dangerous.
Because it's dangerous.
Yeah. You know they say 1 in 5 people don't even make it to the ground.
But Drake ignores them and goes to the heliport anyway. Of course, Josh tries to be the goody-goody guy and stop him from doing this by following him all the way there.
I tell him I'm on my way. I'm coming, Drake. To the water park. See you later.
As they get to the pilot named Vince, he's giving Drake a lesson in skydiving and even convinces Josh to go along with them. I already don't like where this is going.
All right, let's do this.
Well, see ya. Drake, I really don't think you should go up in that helicopter.
You can come too.
We're going up in a helicopter!
So as they join, they both get in the helicopter and head toward the sky. However, as Drake's about to jump, Josh just tries to stop him.
Said you weren't gonna jump!
Yeah, but I'm gonna.
No, don't you give me that parachute!
Hey!
It is not a good idea, and they accidentally knock out the pilot. Oh my gosh. So this is the worst situation you could ever imagine. Drake and Josh argue the same way they did in the treehouse, but essentially it's in the sky now.
You've seen me play helicopter rescue?
What? That's a video game!
So, if I can land a military helicopter on the Empire State Building, rescue the princess while a giant lobster's shooting rockets at me, I think I can land this thing on a freeway, all right?
I won't argue with that logic!
And they're crying and exhausted. They even try to phone Megan, who doesn't end up helping. Surprise, surprise.
About the stickers, we are in a helicopter right now with no pilot!
Call me in a half hour.
I just can't believe she can't pull through for these guys in this scenario. Like, they are going to die.
She said call her back in a half hour!
Oh, great! I hope your phone gets reception at the bottom of the ocean!
Vince, the pilot, actually wakes up, but then Drake and Josh's fighting knocks him out once again. So they are, like, completely doomed at this point. They knock him out of the entire helicopter. As the two accept their fate, they still don't want to jump out until Josh is like finally pushing him to do so. Fuel gauge is even on E for empty. It is not looking good.
Look, just jump, okay, go!
What's wrong with you?
I'm afraid, all right?
You were just about to jump out by yourself!
I know, but then I looked down, saw how high we are, peed a little bit. Now I ain't jumping, Josh!
Josh eventually has to trick Drake into grabbing onto the harness and pushing them both out of the helicopter. I mean, this is the only way out. They just leave the helicopter in the sky, I guess. There's no legal rule against that. I'm just kidding, of course there is. So they end up coming home drenched because obviously they had to land in the ocean and swim all the way home. I don't know why they think they should still lie to their parents about this. This is almost a really heroic story. I would definitely want them to know.
What's your point?
We had to jump out
with one parachute.
Yet we barely made it.
We had to swim 2 miles.
Until we were rescued by a tuna boat.
Did you bring me some tuna?
they're mad at Megan because obviously she let them to die, actually get away with it until the pilot shows up demanding them to pay for his helicopter.
It's some, crazy guy.
$400,000. Walter is upset, and Drake and Josh just end up punishing themselves because they knew that's where it's headed anyway. And that's kind of how the episode ends. It's really stressful, I'll tell you that much. And finally, we have Dance Contest, which, of course, is not the actual final episode, but you know what? It was aired last, so it technically is. In the opening, Drake and Josh come up with a challenge to drink as many cups of coffee as possible, and I'm really worried they're gonna die through this. Like, there's so much caffeine in these things.
He said that. Oh, yeah, that's what he said. He said it.
That makes 26.
26 down! Come on!
Josh pretty much goes crazy in it, and Drake only drinks decaf, which is not fair, Drake. They throw Eric a going-away party, taking place at Drake and Josh's house, which is super boring. And Drake just wants to get out of it, which, that's not cool, Drake. He's so disrespectful to these guys.
If you're gonna leave, then leave.
You promised you wouldn't do this.
What's up, Craig?
I'm not in the mood to talk.
To please everybody, Josh ends up showing off his super intense dance move, and it makes the party liven up. And everybody convinces him that he should be going on the Dancing with the Stars parody. This would not only show off his skills, but finally beat Mindy into being number one.
Well, I thought you brought her.
Nope.
Excuse me, but who are you?
Were you invited to this party?
Meanwhile, Drake is being told that he's doing poorly in school, almost getting kicked out of gym class for no attendance. It's really funny that this is what stops him from graduating, but it's still irresponsible as heck.
What? Dude, why didn't you tell me that earlier?
You never come to class!
Okay. What if I come to class every day for the rest of the semester?
Too late. You still wouldn't have enough credits to pass.
Josh tells him to start focusing on his homework, but he cannot get himself to commit to anything. When he realizes the seriousness of it, he decides to enter a dance contest because apparently that would allow him to receive extra credit. I don't know how the two connect, but okay. At the premiere, Josh talks to this girl named Emily, who is going to be his dance partner. She's actually professional and has been the best dancer in San Diego.
I don't know, I've just always loved to dance.
It's cool.
Josh, we gotta talk. I'm gonna fail gym.
I'm kind of with a person here.
Oh, sorry. Hi, I'm Drake, Josh's brother. Nice to meet you. Can I have a sip of this? Ah, thanks.
Drake talks to Emily himself, and Josh is forced by his boss to take care of gangsters in a movie theater on Josh's day off. That is like the third time Josh is like forced to work.
Sorry, I'm not working today. It's my day off.
5, 4, 3.
You know, you can't make me work on my day off.
2, 1.
Quiet down, hoodlums!
So later, it turns out that Drake steals Josh's partner to enter the dance competition himself, which is super rude. That's like one of the worst things I feel like Drake could do to Josh. Like, it's not his responsibility, you're failing.
I thought we were dance partners.
Well, after you and I talked, Drake asked me to be his dance partner.
Why would you say yes to Drake when you already said yes to me?
Because Drake gave me a digital camera.
That's my digital camera.
So Josh has to get a new partner, Vilga.
Yes, these are the bad people I told you about. Drake, Emily, I'd like you to meet my new and improved dance partner, Vilga.
When they're actually at the competition, Emily and Vilga fight again and are completely disqualified from the competition.
You just pushed me? It was not the wind.
Oh, all right!
The only way Drake and Josh could actually do it is if they did it together. So they put on this amazing show in front of an audience and entertains everybody. They end up winning, and Audrey and Megan are super shocked that they're actually that good at it, and so am I.
I knew you'd win! You guys are so awesome!
And at the end, we see Drake's gym teacher asking Audrey about how Walter was lost at sea.
I'm not a rich man, but I do live in a very nice trailer. Nothing fancy, but I got a good TV, a coffee maker, toilet.
And tries to woo her, so one last hitting on Audrey, I guess, for the series. Overall, weird finale, definitely doesn't work as one. But it's an episode that Audrey's in instead of Walter, which is not usual. Whew, okay, so now that we've gone over every episode in season 4, I think it's time we do a little episode ranking. Okay, who's ready? Welp, it's that sad but sure time to say goodbye to Drake and Josh. Yes, we are on the final season, ranking the final episodes. And yes, I've had fun. Season 3, 2, and 1 have been such a blast to revisit. And so happy to say that when I revisited season 4, it is definitely the best season for sure. But I don't even think just Drake and Josh. I think like all of television, like it's just genius. And it was so hard to rank these episodes because of how much I liked each and every one of them. But I'm gonna attempt to do it anyway. And hopefully you guys will forgive me because this is about to get ugly. What's up, everybody? It's Johnny 2000, covering 2000's movies, media, TV, and so much more. So we're going to be diving in to Drake and Josh Season 4, ranking them. There's about 20 episodes, but 19 if you count Really Big Shrimp as one episode, which I will. So let's dive into our countdown. Dang, okay, so I feel like I have to start all of these ranking episodes with an apology for the last one. Dance Contest just really didn't interest me. Like, it felt like it was just trying to parody the Blues Brothers episode. If the dance number wasn't so long, I probably would think it was better, but I just feel like so little happens in this episode when it does. Like, I like the conflict between Drake and Josh against each other. It's been a while since we had like a bet type episode, but this feels like one of them. And the comedy in this was really funny, but it felt like it teetered off to be a little too random for me. And if it wasn't positioned as the final episode in the series, I probably wouldn't be so biased, but it really bothers me that that's true. So the best part of I Love Sushi is definitely the Pimp My Room segment. Like, it builds on the world and we get to see a lot of the wacky universe stuff in Drake and Josh, but it relies way too heavily on that I Love Lucy bit, and as somebody who never was nostalgic for that, it just was unnecessary for me. The comedy wasn't really worth it, and it was a lot of physical comedy, and Drake and Josh does verbal really well. I definitely think the twist of having everything stolen was really funny, but then it kind of loses its energy toward the end. Even the resolve doesn't feel genuine. Then at 17, we have The Storm. So this is one of my least favorite of those bottle episodes where Drake and Josh get stuck in one place. There's just something about it. I mean, maybe the fact that Josh is absent, but I didn't really notice it. They did a good job at that. I think the character comedy is the strongest in this, like jumping from different person to different person. We got a really good taste of the nerds, Gavin, Crazy Steve. Like, it hit a lot of really good nerves. But the fact that it ends on kind of like a bittersweet note with nothing being resolved, and the episode originally wasn't really about making the best of a bad situation, I don't know. It feels like it was just like an insert, a stall episode. I'm not saying it was bad. I feel like every episode in Drake and Josh Season 4 is phenomenal, but it was definitely one of the least phenomenal ones, I would say. So at number 16, we have The Wedding. This one actually did really well with its physical comedy, and the twists in this are incomparable. Like the fact that the car breaks down, then Josh gets injured, then they miss their one opportunity to see the cops. Like, everything about the twists in this are really funny. I like the premise, like they made the best out of a one location script. Like, I don't know why it's so good. And the tie-in between the cold open and the rest of the episode was really well. I mean, it's hard for me to make it compete with other episodes, honestly. It's just, I think it could have done better if Craig and Eric were a part of it a little bit more, and it wasn't just Drake and Josh the entire episode. Like, we needed a B-plot, we needed some filler. It was just the pacing felt a little off. At number 15, we have Mindy Loves Josh. It's always like the episodes that try to take themselves a little more seriously that go lower down the list, just because Josh and Drake are so dependent on their dynamic. So when their plots aren't as coincided, it's a little harder. I really love the character of Mindy, and I feel like the fact that they're dealing with a situation that only Drake has experience with puts him in control, and that makes the episode super funny. But it's only lower on the list just because of its more dramatic moments just don't feel as engaging to me. And growing up, I didn't love this episode, so it doesn't stand the test of time for me. Then we have Vicious Tiberius. I'm genuinely running out of ways to lower these episodes on the list because I think they're all just so good. And having Drake and Josh stuck in a bathroom the whole episode is super funny. It just feels like some of these stuck episodes are blending together for me because they're pretty much the same, but
I do like this slightly better than the other ones. Having Miss Hafer involved is nice because that's the only time she's like really a part of this season, and it's done really well. Walter's involvement is funny. Having Megan be a part of the issues with the dog is just hilarious. That's something we didn't get in the wedding episode. Helicopter's at number 13 because the stakes are just so high in this episode, and it's really funny to see them in a life or death situation in a way we haven't really seen before. I think it's annoying that it's one of the final episodes and it comes after Really Bad Shrimp, but I can't hold that against it. The twists of everything going haywire in the situation were really good in this one, but the character moments were very few and far between. We didn't have a lot of growth. It's just Drake and Josh doing a horrible thing once again and lying to their parents. I like that Josh is trying to be the good one in the situation, but at this point, him and Drake have become so much more alike that I feel like he's becoming more of a daredevil kid. It's only lower on the list because of the pacing. It feels like being on the plane the entire time does get a little bit boring compared to the bathroom or compared to the side of the road. I don't know why. It felt, it was interesting. At number 12, we got Who's Got Game. First off, props to them for finally getting a really good Drake episode right. Having him actually pine over a girl that he cares about, but getting it confused with the way he treats them is a very good plot, and you expected them to do it so many times, but I feel like it's very rare that they have this. It's super funny watching Audrey give Josh advice on picking up girls, and the record store is one of my favorite places. I can't forget that. Craig and Eric are definitely hilarious when we're watching them reenact finding someone's wallet, but it's just a little bit lower because I didn't have as much fun with this one. I remembered it so much less than all the other ones, but it was still a great watch. Really Big Shrimp is overall a very good finale, especially in the tone of Drake and Josh. They managed to give every character their little moment, have a little intense drama going on between Drake and a record company that Josh needs to be a part of because he's the manager now. It takes all the best elements of the show and expands on it like one more time, and I love seeing Helen's grandmother, like that part's really funny. But it does feel like kind of a basic episode to be ending on. I know that Helen gets married and there are a lot of conclusive elements, but it's Drake and Josh. You guys could have done something very intentional. The reference to the shrimp and calling out the Amanda show was very interesting, and the fact that they didn't really have a double episode until this one kind of astonishes me. I didn't even realize that until I did this rewatch. But we got some great guest stars, new characters, and a final performance from Drake. Like, there's nothing more you can ask from a Drake and Josh finale. It wasn't known for its double episodes, it was known for its comedy, and this was more plot driven, which makes sense. I'm not bugging it. Now we're in our top 10. Okay, so of course we have Treehouse. That's definitely going to be in the top 10 because of its memeability and how long it's lasted in the zeitgeist of the Drake and Josh universe. I definitely don't think it's deserving of having all the accolades it does now. The pacing of it is really funny. The physical and verbal comedy are on point in this episode. Tying Megan into the stuck part of it definitely helped it better than all the other ones. Craig and Eric were always a welcome comedy bit, but for the most part the same location does bore me a little bit, but this is definitely one of the better stuck episodes. For number 9, we have The Great Doheny. This was just probably one of the funniest episodes to me, aside from having Drake and Josh fully believe they actually murdered a person and going through that psychological journey. I feel like the jokes between this middle-aged man living with these two teenage boys are just ridiculous. Walter is not helpful to the situation, but Josh's admiration for this magician is very endearing, and seeing him be the one to make everything go wrong is a breath of fresh air for this show. So at number 8, we have Josh Is Done. I know I don't usually like the more dramatic episodes. They blended the comedy and the conflict so well in this, it doesn't even feel like it's a dramatic episode. But it is. It's like Josh saying, like, Drake, I'm officially done with you. And the way he does it is so cold, and in a way we've never really seen from Josh in general. I was surprised they were able to surprise me in these later episodes. As it's starting to teeter down, I'm like, okay, these are all the same at this point, but Josh is done really does stand out in the crowd. Drake's desperation and losing all of his luck is refreshing for sure. It's almost as good as Josh runs into Oprah, but we haven't gotten to that yet. Number 7 is Megan's Revenge. Now this one surprised me because I forgot how good it was. Seeing Drake and Josh's descent into utter madness because they're worried Megan is going to do something to them takes that old episode Sheep Thrills, where she took the sheep around the house, to the next level. Like, I've never been so scared of Megan as I have been in this episode, and I feel alongside Drake and Josh the turmoil that something is going to happen. It's super funny because obviously Drake is so bad at taking on his responsibilities, and Josh always ends up in these unfortunate outcomes of them, but it feels like everything Drake and Josh normally does is a little bit heightened in this episode, and it's so impressive that they got away with something like this. But I guess I just like it when characters go insane. So My Dinner with Bobo starts out with probably the funniest argument between Drake and Josh, where Josh tries to run around the block and Drake takes the car from him. I just love that bit so bad. I also like when Drake does something so stupid it takes the entire episode to resolve it, and Josh has to completely commit to it as much as he made the issue happen in the first place. But I remember as a kid that this man really scared me because I didn't think that humans could eat monkeys, but I guess anything's possible. Megan plays such a vital role in the solution of this plot, and we learn a lot more about her in the process. And I think it's just really funny the way she keeps them in the closet at the end. I don't know why it didn't have to end that funny. Speaking of Megan, as we get to the top 5 best episodes, we have number 5, Megan's First Kiss. This one is just all around so funny. The added locations of the movie theater, physical costumes of Drake and Josh being the Temple Boys is hilarious. The twists that Corey is actually cheating on Megan and Drake and Josh are the first ones to notice it, but also she's already mad at them for calling him out earlier. It's just a recipe for comedy. Seeing Drake and Josh in the school is probably one of my favorite bits of all time. Like, seeing into Megan's school at all wasn't necessary, but it definitely made it a lot better. And we even get a lot of really good character moments, with Megan even showing appreciation toward Drake and Josh at the end, which is something I never saw coming. Especially since it's the end of the series, they did a really good job at starting to tie up some loose ends in relationships, which makes me feel better about leaving them behind, because it's so sad. At number 4, we have Steered Straight, and this is when the wackiness takes like an all-time high, with Drake and Josh being arrested by their parents. Like, Audrey and Walter did not have to go this far, but I love that they did and played an active role this season, because there's not a lot of episodes that are just them, like The Affair from season 2. It's fun to watch them interact with criminals because there's a lot of stakes, and unlike the helicopter episode, this feels a little bit more dangerous to me. Having Walter be thrown into the closet, having Drake and Josh have to break into their own home, like, the twists in this are hilarious, and it is just such a well-paced episode. Like, from beginning to end, you're scared of what's going to happen to Drake or Josh, and it's also one of the funniest episodes, so I don't know how they balanced both of it so well, but it did a good job. Okay, now it's time for the top 3. So number 3 is Eric Punches Drake. This one is so high up because of the dumpster scene where Drake meets Craig in the dumpster, and Craig is basically like, I want to sing with you, I will help you take down Eric if I can sing. It's another episode where Drake gets a lot of bad luck. First off, being accidentally punched by Eric, one of the funniest characters, and essentially seeing Eric get revenge on Drake because he genuinely was a horrible friend to him. And even though Drake didn't deserve this, it was super funny watching Eric try to lean into the situation and make the most of it, getting so far as to becoming popular as a nerd. Like, it's just so unbelievable and funny to watch. Josh being just as angry at Mindy's new boyfriend added a little bit of depth to the episode, having the comedy and drama be very well balanced in this, and both of their plots coincided pretty well with both of them being super angry.
I'm never gonna forgive Crazy Steve for giving Josh anger advice. Like, that is the best part of this whole series. At number 2, we have Josh runs into Oprah. It served as the season opening for season 4, and not only is it nostalgic, it is hilarious from beginning to end. The scenarios they get themselves into, not only getting tased by security guards, but running over Oprah, Josh accidentally getting an involuntary acid bath, like, it is hilarious. It reminds me of Josh's Done a little bit, but this show commits more to the tone of the show without getting too deep into it. And being Josh's birthday is always a fun sitcom trope. Everything is a lot more exaggerated because it means a lot to Josh. And how many times he forgives Drake and then Drake stabs him in the back consecutively in a row is just downright ridiculous. Like, you start off the season already being exhausted by how much Drake has put Josh through. The balance of story and comedy are great, taking us from like location to location with every character in it at some point. I love this episode so much, and it stands out above all of them for me, except for one. At number 1 is Battle of Panthatar. So this did everything that every episode I've named so far did, but a little bit better. We have a little bit of stuck when Drake and Josh are trying to get the present and or kicked out of the club. We have the Megan aspect where she's trying to get in the club. We have Drake and Josh being bad at acting with the MTV Pimp My Crew aspect, and even them getting on the bad side of a rich kid, seeking the consequences to that, I never thought would be so funny. Drake kissing his girlfriend, of course he's gonna get kicked out of a party, and having to be forced into a reenactment of an action scene from Galaxy Wars is crazy to me. Josh Peck did a really good job directing this because it is my number 1 episode in the entire series, especially since season 4 just made it work perfectly. I will never stop laughing at this episode, and the fact I almost forgot about it for a moment surprised me when I saw it again. So yeah, Battle of Panthatar, definitely the number 1 Drake and Josh episode in my opinion. Whew, but yeah, that was a doozy. It was really hard to come up with that list. It probably took me more than 5 minutes. So let's be real here. Drake and Josh, classic. It's memeable, quotable, and honestly, like, everybody's still watching it till this day. I've had a lot of fun writing videos about this show that express how funny and edgy the comedy is. But what if I said it's overhyped? Yeah, see, this is a little controversial, but as I'm doing the season 4 retrospective, I've had a lot of eye-opening experiences with these newer episodes. And I think the show isn't as impressive as we all remember it to be. I'm continuously reminded that season 4 is mostly everybody's favorite. And you know what? I'm not sure if I agree with that opinion. It's hard to agree when you figure out all the facts I just found out. So today the episodes I'm gonna cover are Vicious Tiberius.
On the way here, you ate a peanut off of the car floor.
It was honey roasted.
The Storm.
No, I did not predict rain.
Treehouse.
Would you watch the hand?
The Wedding.
And if we're not there in 48 minutes, there's no way we're gonna get that beach house.
Right.
And Helicopter.
Copper 9065.
9065, that's us! Yes, grab the mic, dude! Hello, Control Tower, this is Copper 9065, help!
Does anything come to mind when I say those titles? Like, what about them makes it so similar to one another? Did you pick up on it? So these are all bottle episodes that take place in pretty much a similar location. We start with Act 1, introducing the problem, and then the boys get into a situation and are trapped there for the entire episode. You may remember these from like the Treehouse meme or the Storm episode. So these episodes all have the 5 things in common. There's the setup where Drake and Josh get like a simple task or responsibility. The trap where something goes wrong and they get stuck in one specific location. The escalation where things get noticeably worse. Number 4, the unhelpful inclusion of another character or situation to escalate the issue. And the twist ending, which these all end in failure for Drake and Josh. It's just funny because it's like, of course Nickelodeon found the perfect formula to make it work. Like, the Treehouse episode was one of the funniest episodes to date. Like, we still meme it all the time. So is it a surprise that 4 other episodes are exactly like it? So first we have Vicious Tiberius.
The setup for this is Josh volunteers to house sit for Mrs. Hafer, and Drake tags along. They get trapped inside by her guard dog, Tiberius, and they hide in the bathroom for most of the episode. It's really funny. Drake is pretty unhelpful, and it's obvious how much he doesn't know, and Josh is the one trying to find the resolution to the scenario. Things get worse and worse as time goes on, like their phones get destroyed, Tiberius eats the other phone, and we have a guest star animal wrangler come in who ends up making the situation worse and gets frightened away. We get the unhelpful moment where Megan comes in to help, but ends up leaving them in the dust. And in the end, they're able to escape, but the trauma is real. Then we have the storm. A storm cancels this concert that Drake's about to have and strands all the guests in their home. They spend the whole episode there, so once Drake and Josh are stuck someplace with Drake not taking the situation super seriously and Josh trying to be practical, we get kind of the same formula. This one's a lot more deviated from the 5 structure I'm talking about because Josh isn't in this episode so much, but it all kind of stands the same, and the episode has that twist where things don't get better by the end. Tension rises when the power goes out, we have unnecessary guest stars that make things worse, and it's just the recipe for exactly what Drake and Josh is. Single location, all at the house this time. That one didn't seem super interesting, but the next one is Treehouse. So this is the one where Drake and Josh rebuild their neighbor's treehouse that they accidentally burned down. Once they finish, they realize they forgot to make a door. It kind of reminds me of the exact bathroom scenario. Drake is acting nuts, and all the things that are obvious are not obvious to him, and then Josh is the only one trying to really get out. We have Megan come back for another time where she is not helpful, and if anything, makes the situation worse again. And Drake and Josh are just trying to get to their dates, but they're stuck in this place. So usually the reason they're stuck or the goal they're trying to achieve is different every time, but they're still stuck in the same place for the whole episode. And then of course the twist ending is that the whole thing just collapses. They don't actually make it to their dates. It's just them wallowing in their own self-pity. Then of course the wedding. This is the one where Drake and Josh are trying to deliver the cake to their great aunt's wedding. The car ends up breaking down and they get stuck on the side of the road, and surprise, surprise, they're at the side of the road the entire episode. And of course Drake is not helping. He's making the situation a little bit worse at every turn, and then Josh is trying to keep the peace. It's like the show is just a constant recycle. They end up even getting robbed, which kind of reminds me of when they lose their phones, or they don't remember to bring the power saw into the treehouse, or the storm is so much worse than it ever was before. Things out of Drake and Josh's control that can keep them in the environment. Just like the animal wrangler, there's a truck driver, Leslie, who comes in and you think he's going to be helpful, but he ends up just leaving anyway. And this time it's because of Drake's incompetence, which is kind of funny, but I still feel like it's a weird coincidence that they always have a guest star come in and then get scared off to show that Drake and Josh are the only ones that could solve the situation. I love that in terms of storytelling because it's really fun to watch the characters constantly get berated with inconveniences, but it's just uncanny that like none of these episodes change that much. In the end, we never see anything change. Drake and Josh are just at the side of the road and the car sets on fire, and that's how it ends. Just like the treehouse falling, just like them staying in the storm, and then I guess they got out in the Tiberius episode, fine. Then of course we have helicopter. Where are they this whole episode? I wonder. So Drake wins that helicopter ride and Josh is like, no, we shouldn't do this. They end up getting into the helicopter and not being able to get out. Why? Because they accidentally knocked the pilot unconscious. Which is cool because the guest star's coming in a little bit earlier now and leaves a little earlier. But then he does come back again and then faints again. So I guess he still is that unhelpful help. Of course, things get worse. The same way they lost their cell phones, now they lose their parachutes. Josh is yelling at Drake, trying to get him to stop being a simpleton, and Drake just continuously makes it worse. Josh also makes some mistakes in this one, which is kind of interesting, but for the most part, it ends the same. They end up coming out alive, unlike all the other episodes, but this time they have a $400,000 fine, and that is a ridiculous amount. Like, you have to solve that somehow. The helicopter was the most extreme version of the formula, the one that most gave me anxiety because I am scared of heights, and that was a life or death situation, unlike the treehouse or the storm or anything else. But it was cool. So yeah, if you watch all these episodes back to back like I just had to do, you realize how similar the formats are. The wedding, the helicopter, it's all one place, a bottle episode with Drake and Josh being their usual wacky selves. A lot less scenes than we're used to, but the same hijinks occur. But like, why would you ever change something like this? Like, Nickelodeon found exactly what worked for Drake and Josh, and they just managed to repeat it perfectly. They found just enough stuff to change to make it unique, but keep the show going. And they didn't really do this in other seasons. There was not a lot of bottle episodes. Like, it's weird to think that almost 25% of the season was a single location episode.
Of course it wasn't an accident, that was the plan. It's not like the writers just hit copy and paste and just changed the nouns. But it is funny to look back on and realize when you like Drake and Josh so much. Like, these patterns cannot be unrealized. And the fact that this is the most beloved season out of all of them just makes me think that people just really like predictable, structured TV. And that's exactly what sitcoms are perfect for. They're always beat by beat. This happens here, this happens here, this happens here. And I like how they do it so well and mix it up enough. It's what works. They found the perfect thing. People were not watching Drake and Josh for story arcs or emotional growth. Like, this is exactly what they wanted to do with the series to begin with, and they set out to do it. As long as they hit the beats, it was another hit. Which in retrospect makes a lot of sense, especially feeling like this show is so much longer than it is. It's only 60 episodes, but the fact that people feel like it lasted so much longer is because it's like, of course they could have just did the same exact thing over and over and over again, and we just don't remember it. So by the time you're watching season 4, I just don't want you to expect anything really deep or impactful. Drake and Josh wasn't built to tell stories, it was built to be a repeat machine. Hit the reset button every time and there you go. If you really want to see how deep this formula runs in Drake and Josh, don't just look at Drake or Josh. Like, you could look at the people around them too. It's not just a story structure that repeats, it's the characters, the gags, and the very roles people play in the narrative. Once you start noticing it, it's like impossible to see. Like Megan, for example. She's not just a little sister, she's a device. Somebody that comes in every episode to purposely make the situation worse. So when we say Drake and Josh leaned on a formula, we're not just talking about structure, we're talking about characters, plot, and almost comedy bits. This wasn't a show about how people change, they were just here to support this system. Drake and Josh was a really good show. And it definitely zoomed by faster than we all expected, especially given it was 60 episodes over the course of like 3 or 4 years, but it was like really quick. And now that we're looking back years later, we try to find all the information that kind of tied everything together. And I've made this mistake on some of my other videos. We have to really start talking about air dates and production codes, because looking back, that's kind of all the information we have on them. And to find out that the finale of Drake and Josh was not the last thing aired, but the helicopter episode, like, this is where we really got to get into it. Because air dates and production codes are completely different. One prioritizes continuity, character arcs, and everything that you want in a story. And then there's production codes, which are the actual filming dates of these shows. So, quick learning lesson, production codes are what the network orders. So like 13 episodes in a first season. You could choose to start your first production on episode 3 so you get the hang of your show before you get to the pilot, which is kind of a cool idea because they don't really care until they get the batch of the whole season. It's like an order of like raviolis. You get 16. It doesn't matter which order they're in. But to people like you and me who care about story and want to figure out what happened when it did, this actually really comes into play. Are you guys following me so far? So they film in a way that's best for the cast and crew, and ideally you would air the pilot and film the pilot first, or you expect that. But sometimes they're completely isolated from their intention. Like, imagine the 7-Eleven got a whole batch of Baja Blasts and then the people working there are just like, let me take episode 13 and put it at the front of the shelf. Somebody's gonna buy that first. It's not the writers or the show's fault, it's 7-Eleven's. The network that bought these episodes could do whatever they want with them, and that's where air dates come in. So production codes, when they made them, air dates, when they aired them. And it's only really annoying when fans like us notice continuity issues, character inconsistencies, like things that we actually care about as consumers of these products. Because the network is like, no, we just need to focus on what hooks people and what keeps them staying. And they do not care about story as much as that. This is 4 seasons over the course of 3 years, when a normal sitcom would be like a season a year. Kids shows are different. They didn't have to be that much. And Drake and Josh did a little bit less episodes than the usual sitcom. So the gaps in between these shows, I learned, were actually only like a couple months. Instead of being spread out, they were released quicker than normal TV. That's probably why people like you and I actually think there were more episodes than there were, because it was all dropped on us in a quick 3 years, and we didn't really care about how we received it. Like on YouTube, when a video comes out and it isn't a hit right away, but then it stays for a while and actually becomes more popular years after. It's very similar with air dates. For context, Drake and Josh went from 2004 to 2007 over 4 seasons. Then more than a year after the season finale, we got the Drake and Josh Christmas movie. So one of the first things that fans notice about Drake and Josh is how oddly spaced the seasons were. Like, season 1 ran from January to February 2004, but instead of a long hiatus, season 2 actually premiered 3 weeks later in mid-March 2004. This is like a rush turnaround, essentially. Nickelodeon treated the short first season as a test run and jumped into more episodes. In contrast, after season 2's finale in November 2003, season 3 didn't begin until April 2005, a gap of like 4 months. So the break didn't really feel like a traditional hiatus because it was so short, and the viewers didn't really anticipate the next season because it wasn't on a week-by-week basis. Because season 3 was spread out over a full year. That's why some of us probably loop in season 1 and 2 as like one season. By the time season 4 rolled around, the show had shifted to a fall schedule. This gap was not extreme by TV standards though. But what came after was the final batch of episodes in season 4 were delayed and spread out pretty unusually. Fans watched the supposed grand finale in August 2007 and then had to wait over a month to see one last episode in mid-2000s, in mid-September. Yeah, so we all watched Really Big Shrimp expecting that to be a really conclusive ending, and then out of nowhere, Helicopter comes out. What? So new episodes of Drake and Josh were dropping a year after production had reportedly wrapped up, and it just kind of felt like the show just kept popping up at times that were pretty unpredictable. The first 6 episodes of the show were pretty average, like the pilot was filmed first and then every episode in chronological order. But then when we get to season 2, we learn that The Bet, which is the original season finale, the one we went over in my video, was actually the production code of episode 2, meaning that the first episode was guitar. Which is kind of weird. I don't know how I feel about that. I think the guitar episode was less strong than the Bet episode. Like, The Bet was so funny. Of course they aired it as a season premiere. They wanted people to keep watching. Drake and Josh was not that popular at that time yet. Definitely the better choice. I would prefer a plot with both the characters being more involved as opposed to guitar where it's like Drake then Josh, and you know what I mean. Viewers would not have known the difference between the production list and the stories were kind of self-contained, so we didn't really have an issue, but it's a fun fact that the network purposely swapped the order of the debut episodes. Throughout season 2, the airing sequence also continued to shuffle. Like, Little Diva was aired earlier than some episodes that were produced before it. This led to a one-time oddity where Helen, the theater manager, was looking different, and Helicopter and Dance Contest came out after Really Big Shrimp. And I remember at that age, I definitely didn't think it was even ending. I just know that the last episode I saw was the Dance Contest. Because it turns out the Dance Contest and Helicopter kind of gave me the impression that Drake and Josh was still going, that wasn't really a finale and it didn't conclude anything. This caused like a weird continuity hiccup because Really Big Shrimp had Josh and Mindy reconciling and then Josh getting a promotion at the movie theater among closure with the other characters, yet then we see Helicopter with no mention of these developments. So it's like for the audience it felt like the show had 2 finales, a climactic one and then a lighthearted episode or epilogue as you prefer to call it. The show's creators confirmed that it was written as the finale and Nickelodeon just chose not to air it that way. Okay, thanks Nickelodeon. Prime example of network scheduling. Nickelodeon used its tendency to shuffle episodes even further in the 4th season of Drake and Josh, the one I'm doing a retrospective on right now. That's how I noticed this so intensely. Like the famous season 4 premiere, Josh runs into Oprah, was actually like the 5th episode of that season. They knew the stunt would like kind of draw attention, so of course you would put that first. That is one of the funniest episodes in season 4. Even more confusing, sometimes they added new episodes in a single night. Notably, Blues Brothers and Driver's License were on the same evening of release. An hour of new Drake and Josh, which is exciting for fans, but you have a little bit less new material. It was like almost like the show was like a testing round for Nickelodeon to figure out what worked and what didn't when it came to airing stuff. And season 3 even paused for that movie, Drake and Josh Go Hollywood, which was cool. So we're not quite sure in the continuity where that comes into play, though it was aired in January 2006. Yeah, I don't know what that means. So instead of airing regular episodes during the winter, Nickelodeon held off on the primetime movie event and then resumed the season's episodes afterward. It didn't really affect the continuity for this one, but it was a different viewing experience to have a TV movie in the midst of a season. It kind of doesn't build up to it. You know, another fun tidbit, the series would sometimes reference past episodes or make in jokes that only eagle-eyed fans caught because of the airing order. Like in the final episode that aired, Dance Contest, a random girl runs up to Drake and Josh and kisses them, which is a girl from the first season. It's so cool. And it's finally worth noting that the series finale was kind of the biggest deal. Like the Drake and Josh ending was a travesty. But then again, as mentioned, a few weeks later, we still got other episodes. Overall, the airing of Drake and Josh was like anything but ordinary. I'm so curious what was going on behind the scenes when they took individual season breaks because of how much changed within one season to another, most notably Josh. Like, can you imagine if a season 3 episode were aired in season 2? So season 1 was the inaugural season containing 6 episodes, with all of them going in the same order. Then season 2 had a little bit more discrepancies, like the bet, as I mentioned, and then Guitar being the first episode. With Blues Brothers and Driver's License airing on the same night with completely different production codes, it's even more confusing. Season 3 would continue this trend, with Peruvian Puff Pepper actually being episode 1, with the Drake and Josh in being episode 5. This out-of-sequence airing probably was because the Drake and Josh in episode was funnier. It's the final season that had the most deviations, like Megan's Revenge was produced as the first episode and aired as mid-season. The discrepancies between production numbers and air dates are just crazy all around, and I'm really having fun diving into more of that as I get older. One of the biggest mistakes I made was talking about the Sweet Life pilot, but then I talked about the episode that aired first, not the episode that was filmed first. And small details like that are kind of annoying, but like also really interesting to me because it's like what was originally intended. So let's go over the actual correct ordering to things, specifically for season 4, because that's the one that has the most discrepancies. So the real order for season 3 starts with Peruvian Puff Pepper as episode 1, We're Married as episode 2, then Mindy's Back, The Affair, then the Drake and Josh in. We got Playing the Field and Helen's Surgery, Foam Finger, Paging Dr. Drake, Sheep Thrills, Girl Power, Little Siblings, and Megan's New Teacher as the 13th episode, Theater Thug, The Demonator, and Alien Invasion, ending with The Dr. Phyllis Show, which is as we expected. Season 4 started with Megan's Revenge, then went to Vicious Tiberius, then Mindy Loves Josh, The Great Doheny, then Josh Runs into Oprah, My Dinner with Bobo, I Love Sushi, Treehouse, Who's Got Game, Helicopter as the 10th episode, The Storm as the 11th, and The Wedding as the 12th, which is so funny because they were such simple and closely aligned plots. Like they filmed them right next to each other. And then this is where it gets correct. Steered Straight as episode 14, Josh is Done as 15, The Battle of Panther 16, Eric Punches Drake as 17, Megan's First Kiss as the final episode before Really Big Shrimp. Are you surprised? I definitely am, and it's really cool to think that this is actually how it went. Yeah, those were the most interesting things I picked apart from their air dates, and I don't know, what do you guys think about this? Otherwise, if you guys like this concept, I would love to do this with other shows and kind of see what production tried to slip past us versus what the network's air dates were trying to be. So definitely leave a comment, let me know what shows you think I should go over, if we should do another video like this, and until next time, everybody, this is Johnny 2000 focusing on movies, TV, media, and so much more. Thank you guys for watching. Have a great day.